Chapter 82. Those who chant my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. While it is true that talismans can achieve a similar self-destruct effect, possessing an additional method is always advantageous. Moreover, this weaponry war box can automatically refine magical artifacts. One need only provide the materials and set the refining objectives, and thereafter, one need not worry. When the time is right, the finished product will naturally emerge, which is incredibly reassuring. First, I shall attempt to refine 2 supreme-grade magical artifacts suitable for the Foundation Establishment realm, to be gifted to Xingzhou and Xianxia. I can also seek an opportunity to present one to Zhao Jinxia, thus earning another round of rewards. Later, I shall gather more materials to refine a supreme-grade magical artifact for Shunmingyao in the Golden Core realm. As for my master, I will likely need to craft a supreme-grade magical artifact for the nascent soul realm eventually. Lin Yuan quickly formulated his plans. After some calculations, Lin Yuan realized he was indeed quite busy. There were too many tasks at hand. Fortunately, the weaponry war box could refine automatically. If it required his constant supervision, it would be quite unbearable. He promptly set the refining objectives to create 3 supreme-grade magical artifacts for the Foundation Establishment realm. Then he stored the weaponry war box within his body, providing it with spiritual energy to operate and refine on its own. By the way, I must further investigate the matter of my master retrieving the items I sent out, which resulted in the system not reclaiming the rewards. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled, the system has many undiscovered features, yet it does not provide a manual. I need to find someone to test it out first. At this point in time, he also intended to cultivate a deeper bond with Shunmingyao, which would conveniently allow him to accomplish his goal on the way. Resolute, Lin Yuan wasted no time and headed straight to the outer sect. After consuming the perfect life creation pill he had provided, Shunmingyao's damaged foundation had been thoroughly restored. However, forming her golden core would still require some time. Hence she had not entered seclusion and had been stationed at the outer sect's task hall. Nevertheless, this duty was rather relaxed. She would only be consulted during significant events, allowing her most of the time to focus on her cultivation. On his way, Lin Yuan retrieved a small vial from his storage bag, placing a high-grade, gathering chi pill inside. He deliberately discarded the vial on the roadside, then swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree, waiting quietly. He wished to experiment and see if discarding items for others to pick up could be deemed as being taken advantage of, and whether it would trigger a system reward. Before long, an outer sect disciple passed by, catching a glimpse of the small vial from the corner of his eye. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing no one was paying attention, and stealthily approached, picking up the vial and opening it, his eyes widening in disbelief. I've struck gold. It's actually a high-grade, gathering chi pill, the disciple exclaimed in a hushed tone, his face alight with joy. For an outer sect disciple like him, this high-grade gathering chi pill was a rare treasure. Fearing detection, he clutched the vial tightly and dashed away in a flash. Lin Yuan waited behind the tree for quite some time, yet the system's notification sound never echoed in his mind. He shook his head in resignation. It seems that discarding items for others to pick up does not count as a loss recognized by the system. Naturally, if this method were effective, I could simply toss items around every day, making rewards far too easy to obtain, devoid of any challenge. Abandoning this line of thought, Lin Yuan quickened his pace, continuing towards the outer sect task hall. Upon entering, he noticed a number of disciples gathered around the task board, chattering animatedly about something. Intrigued, he approached to eavesdrop. What's going on? Lin Yuan inquired, gently tapping the shoulder of a nearby disciple. The disciple turned to see Lin Yuan dressed in the garb of an inner disciple, quickly composing himself and bowing respectfully. Greetings, true disciple. It is senior sister Anran from Lingxiao Peak who has published a task, and the rewards are particularly generous. Everyone is discussing it. Following the direction of the disciple's finger, Lin Yuan saw a prominent notice on the task board, detailing the task requirements. To compose a quote that is grand and showcases the spirit of a prodigy, accompanied by sample sentences from senior sister Anran. The reward for the task was a supreme-grade magical robe suitable for the Foundation Establishment realm. Goodness, a supreme-grade magical robe for the Foundation Establishment realm? This reward is indeed quite substantial for ordinary disciples. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the sample sentences and instantly understanding. In simpler terms, it's just a bunch of pretentious quotes, right? Senior sister Anran from Lingxiao Peak seems a bit too dramatic. Although he found the task somewhat peculiar, the allure of the supreme-grade robe was undeniable. Magical artifacts emphasize offense, while robes center on defense. Both complement each other. Most magical robes from Tai Xuan Sect were produced by Shuyu Peak, and fearing the crazed Xianxia would take notice, he had refrained from sending Xia Xingyao and Xiao Xian'er to request one, leaving him somewhat lacking in this regard. An opportunity for free gain has presented itself. I cannot let it slip by. Lin Yuan felt a surge of determination and proclaimed, I shall accept this task. The disciples surrounding the task board, upon realizing an inner disciple had spoken, promptly made way for him. Approaching the task board, Lin Yuan picked up a nearby brush and, after a moment's contemplation, began to inscribe several lines on the notice. Those who chant my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. At the pinnacle of immortals, I stand proud in this world. As long as Anran exists, so does heaven. With my hands grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there exists no one like me. At the end of the immortal path, who shall stand at the peak? One glance at Anran, and the path of enlightenment fades. These lines, derived from the famous pretentious quotes of the Blue Star, drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding disciples as soon as they were penned. Wow, how magnificent! Just hearing it makes my blood boil. Senior brother is incredibly talented. To casually compose such sentences is truly the mark of a prodigy. The disciples' praises echoed in waves. After reciprocating a few compliments, Lin Yuan ascended to the second floor of the task hall. Yao Yao. The moment he pushed open the door, Lin Yuan affectionately called out. Shenmeng Yao, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yuan, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Internally, she felt a mix of shyness and affection. She was but an old cow grazing on tender grass, yet this young man's unabashed admiration for her was evident. He visited her daily, his fondness unmistakable. Initially, their relationship was merely transactional, yet over time, Shenmeng Yao found herself gradually developing feelings. She began to anticipate Lin Yuan's visits, and on the days he did not arrive, she would inexplicably feel a sense of loss. It is often said that familiarity breeds affection, and indeed, this proved true. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. After a tender moment, Shenmeng Yao adjusted her slightly disheveled attire and softly remarked, My foundation is nearly stable. In about 10 days to half a month, I should be able to attempt forming my golden core. Once I enter seclusion to form my core, I will no longer be able to accompany you like this. Perfect timing. I have also prepared the materials for the Xianxia pill. I will refine a few for you in the next couple of days. Lin Yuan gently held her hand, speaking with tenderness. Previously, among the rewards he had obtained from Zhao Jinxia, there were several medicinal materials suitable for the golden core realm, and the crucial ingredient for refining the Xianxia pill, the millennia spiritual essence, had also been acquired with the assistance of Lin Liyue. Shenmeng Yao felt a warmth in her heart as she leaned in to plant a kiss on Lin Yuan's lips, her gaze resolute as she declared, Thank you. Without you, I fear I would have no hope of forming a golden core in this lifetime. Once I successfully cultivate it, I shall venture into the secret realm when it opens in a few months, seeking treasures that may enhance your spiritual roots and forcibly assist you in achieving the golden core. Chapter 83. Senior sister, your delusions have reemerged. With unwavering determination in her gaze, Shenmeng Yao declared, Even if hope is but a flicker, I cannot remain idle. I do not wish for you to depart from me prematurely. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth within him. He gently brushed her hair, offering a comforting voice, Rest assured, my master's prowess is beyond your understanding. She will aid me. Moreover, I am well versed in the art of alchemy. Forming the golden pill is not a daunting task for me. You need not venture into that secret realm. Even if you succeed in forming a pill, it would only be of the first rank, and your cultivation remains shallow. The secret realm is rife with opportunities, yet fraught with peril. The treasures that enhance spiritual roots and facilitate pill formation are exceedingly rare, drawing countless individuals eager to claim them. With your current strength, it would be far too dangerous. I cannot bear the thought of you coming to harm. The secret realms of the cultivation world have always been places where opportunity and risk coexist. Traps left by ancient cultivators, ferocious beasts dwelling within, and other cultivators resorting to unscrupulous tactics for resources. One misstep could lead to demise. Given Shenmeng Yao's nascent strength in pill formation, such an environment would be perilous in the extreme. Upon hearing his words, Shenmeng Yao exclaimed with excitement, Really? If Master Lung is willing to lend her assistance, it would almost guarantee success. It is indeed far more reliable than me, taking a chance in the secret realm. Of course it is true. My master has spoken these words to me directly. Lin Yuan tightened his embrace around her, adding, So you must not act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, I would be heartbroken. In truth, forming a pill posed no challenge for Lin Yuan, and he felt no urgency. He had already devised a plan to remain at Tai Xuan Sect until he achieved consummate foundation establishment before heading to Qingzhou City to address matters concerning the Lin family and the auction house, all the while completing his pill formation in the outside world. This course of action was as certain as the sun rising, requiring no involvement from Lung Liyue. However, it was unnecessary to divulge all this to her now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Upon his return from Qingzhou City, he would simply state he had encountered fortuitous circumstances that led to his successful pill formation, assuring her and alleviating her worries about venturing into danger in the secret realm. That would be splendid. Shen Mingyao nestled against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her voice soft as she spoke. Once I succeed in forming a pill, I will learn the dual cultivation techniques of Tai Xuan Sect, and then I can assist you in your cultivation. Thank you, Yao Yao. Lin Yuan felt his heart warm. Holding her closely, he was well versed in Tai Xuan Sect's dual cultivation methods and understood their intricacies. In dual cultivation between high and low realm cultivators, the higher realm cultivator solely provides support to the lower realm cultivator, who can scarcely offer any benefit in return. Shen Mingyao, fully aware of this, still expressed a willingness to learn the dual cultivation methods to assist him. Her intention carried immense weight. Take, for instance, the Hehuan Sect, renowned for its dual cultivation practices. The disciples there place great emphasis on the efficiency of cultivation. They would not hesitate to seek out a partner of a higher realm, shunning those of lower realms to avoid any disadvantage. As the two nestled together, feeling the warmth radiate from one another, the atmosphere in the room became tender and intimate. Requiring no excessive words, their affections flowed silently between them. Meanwhile, at the summit of Lingshao Peak in the Tianxuan Sect, a stunning maiden clad in white stood gracefully against the wind, her garments fluttering elegantly, and her long hair dancing in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, her attire bore an oddity. Her right sleeve was rolled up, revealing thick white bandages wrapped around her forearm, as if she had sustained grievous injuries. Additionally, a white eye patch adorned her right eye. An outer sect female disciple of Lingshao Peak, breathless and weary, ascended to the peak and upon sighting the maiden, hastily bowed in respect. Senior sister, someone has accepted the task you previously issued, and the task hall has sent back a response. Oh, senior sister, are you injured? Is it serious? Anran slowly lifted her bandaged right hand, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. In this world, how many can truly wound me? Beneath these bandages lies merely the seal of an ancient demonic dragon. The disciple's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Having served Anran closely for many years, she had become accustomed to her senior sister's whimsical remarks. An ancient demonic dragon? Given that senior sister was merely at the golden core stage, how could she possibly possess the capability to seal such a legendary entity? At that moment, Anran suddenly let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee, her left hand pressing tightly against the eye patch covering her right eye. Her face contorted in extreme agony, her voice trembling. "Oh, my eye, my eye." The disciple, having witnessed such spectacles countless times, feigned panic and inquired, "Senior sister, what troubles you? Should I fetch the peak master at once?" No need. Anran quickly waved her hand, her tone strained. "It's just that my evil king true eye has stirred again. It's an old ailment that even my master cannot remedy. There's no need to trouble her." The disciple inwardly rolled her eyes, but respectfully replied, "Very well. Please take care of yourself, senior sister." She merely acted, for after the initial fright of being deceived by Anran, she had long seen through her senior sister's routine antics. After all, having served closely, she was all too aware of the condition of that eye. She often heard Anran lamenting about the discomfort of wearing the eye patch for prolonged periods. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, there was no concept of adolescent delusions. Otherwise, she might have quipped, "Senior sister, your delusions are acting up again." Anran pretended to catch her breath for a moment, as if finally suppressing the tumultuous energy within her, before gradually rising to her feet, declaring, "Hand me the items." The disciple promptly extended the piece of rice paper in her hand. Anran unfolded the paper, her gaze falling upon the lines inscribed upon it. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her thigh exuberantly. "Splendid, truly splendid. He who recites my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud amidst the world. With me, Anran, the heavens shall abide. With the sun and moon in hand, I shall pluck the stars. In this world, none shall compare to me, at the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak. Upon seeing Anran, the Tao shall become void. Such magnificence! How could I have overlooked such exquisite verses? And Ran became increasingly excited as she read, yet the thrill quickly faded, and her expression fell into one of distress. Isn't this a bit too grandiose? She lamented. If I were to shout such words outside, I fear I would be besieged and beaten to death by various prodigies. It would incite too much enmity. While my enthusiasm is genuine, I am still quite rational. The aura of these phrases is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond my capability to command. My spiritual root is merely of mid-grade earth rank. Although heavenly-grade roots are exceedingly rare, mid-grade and upper-grade roots are considered exceptional in the cultivation world, often allowing one to become a true disciple. However, I am overshadowed by the likes of Lin Yuan, a true paragon of talent, and must tread carefully. Such a shame. Truly a lamentable situation. And Ran pounded her chest in despair, embodying the very picture of heartache. The most tragic fate of all is to possess such exquisite phrases yet lack the courage to utter them, unless one is of the caliber of master like Uncle Long, who would dare to speak them without dire consequences. Chapter 84. Why do my eyes hurt so often lately? Could it be that foolish sister of mine is up to no good? The female disciple beside her, long accustomed to Anran's emotional swings, cautiously suggested once her mood had stabilized. Senior sister, these phrases are indeed rather ostentatious and may not be suitable for use. However, someone capable of crafting such lines must surely be able to compose something a bit more modest. Why not have someone investigate who wrote these and ask him to pen a few more lines? Indeed, how did I not think of that? Anran exclaimed, smacking her forehead, her eyes rekindled with enthusiasm. You are so clever, truly the most considerate junior sister. Quickly, go find out who wrote this. I must pay him a visit personally. Yes, senior sister, the disciple affirmed, turning swiftly to descend the mountain in search of information. On the peak, Anran remained alone, clutching the piece of rice paper, reciting it repeatedly, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, only to sigh in resignation moments later. When Lin Yuan penned those powerful phrases in the task hall, a number of disciples had gathered around, and the news spread rapidly. Within half a day, it circulated throughout the inner and outer sects of Tai Xuan Sect. The phrases were brazen and flamboyant, yet they emanated a tremendous aura, prompting many disciples to emulate them. Whenever they met, someone would inevitably blurt out one or two lines, as if reciting them elevated their own prestige to a new level. This was not necessarily a significant issue. Outside the sect, such words would likely be perceived as provocation, risking a beating from various prodigies. However, the Tai Xuan Sect enforced strict rules against infighting among disciples, allowing for conflict only under justifiable circumstances. Thus, even if disputes arose from mere words, the worst consequence would be a sound thrashing with no threat to life. This leniency emboldened the disciples, who adopted these phrases as their own personal mantras to showcase their individuality. The following morning, a melodious female voice echoed outside Xiaozhu Peak. Lin Yuan emerged from his dwelling to find a stunning young woman clad in white, the true disciple of Ling Shaoli Peak, and ran. She still bore a bandage on her right hand and an eye patch over her right eye. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she smiled brightly. Junior brother Lin, I am Anran, the eldest disciple of Ling Shaoli Peak. I humbly present myself today and sincerely hope for your understanding. The quotes penned by my junior brother resonate profoundly with me, prompting this visit, during which I also wish to deliver the reward of a magical robe. Ling Shaoli Peak's master, Xianxia, is indeed the senior sister of Lin Yuan and the esteemed uncle of Lin Yuan. By virtue of lineage, he shares a close bond with Anran. Furthermore, disciples enter the sect at varying times. Anran has already attained the golden core stage, far surpassing him in strength. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for her to address him as junior brother. Greetings, senior sister Anran, Lin Yuan said, bowing slightly with a modest smile. As long as you are satisfied. Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied, Anran replied, nodding vigorously. However, her expression soon shifted to one of distress. The quotes, while grand, are too ostentatious. If I were to utter them publicly, I fear I might be met with hostility. Hence, I have come, somewhat shamelessly, to ask my junior brother to compose a few more subdued ones. Of course, I shall not request them without compensation. I will exchange them for a fine magical robe. As she spoke, she chuckled lightly. The chief disciple of a prestigious sect often comes from affluent backgrounds, and Anran is no exception. Ling Xiao Peak is inherently prosperous, and with Master Yun Qingzi not actively managing affairs, she wields considerable resources within the peak, easily procuring a fine magical robe as a reward. In contrast, other chief disciples often find themselves financially constrained. Jiangang Peak is generally impoverished, and Zhou Mufeng certainly lacks funds. Jiangxiu from Suyu Peak frequently stirs up trouble, causing the disciples within to bear the brunt of misfortune, while her chief disciple, Su Zhiro, is perpetually occupied with apologies and is also quite strapped for cash. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded and responded, "I see, then I shall write a few more." His mind was already brimming with relatively subdued quotes, at least not as exasperating as the previous ones. And Rand's face immediately brightened at this, and she retrieved paper and pen from her storage bag, handing them to him. Lin Yuan accepted them and swiftly began to write. I, Anran, possessed but a single sword, capable of moving mountains, parting rivers, overturning seas, vanquishing demons, and subduing evil. Below the golden core, I am invincible. Above, it is a one-for-one exchange. In my lifetime, I need not explain my actions to others. I wield a sword that can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Anran leaned closer to inspect, her eyes sparkling with delight as her satisfaction grew with each glance. How do these fare? Lin Yuan inquired, setting down the brush. Marvelous, marvelous, truly marvelous. Anran exclaimed, nodding repeatedly. Junior brother, you are exceptionally talented. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. As she finished speaking, she suddenly covered her right eye, letting out a pained cry, her expression contorting in agony. Senior sister, are you all right? Lin Yuan asked, astonished, silently pondering whether she was perhaps afflicted by a bout of youthful exuberance. I'm fine, and Ran quickly waved her hand, her tone strained. It's just that my evil king's true eye has stirred again, an old ailment. Lin Yuan, indeed, she is quite the eccentric. After a moment of labored breathing, as if she had finally subdued the turbulent energy within her, she slowly rose and retrieved a resplendent magical robe from her storage bag, presenting it to him. This fine robe is yours, junior brother. I must take my leave now. I hope we shall meet again soon. Her visit was swift, and before her words had fully settled, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished. After departing from the confines of Xia's Hehuan, she clasped her right eye and murmured, How peculiar! Why does my eye persistently ache of late? Could it be that my foolish sister is up to mischief? Shortly after Anran's departure, Lin Yuan sensed a fluctuation emanating from the battle box within him. The 3 exquisite foundational-grade artifacts had been successfully forged. He retrieved the battle box and immersed his consciousness within. The crafting of these 3 artifacts took nearly a day, with each requiring an average of 8 hours. Lin Yuan contemplated privately. I have merely infused a modicum of energy. Had I exerted my full capabilities, the process would have been expedited. I'm quite pleased with this efficiency. For him, foundational-grade artifacts would soon become obsolete. He already possessed the transcendent flying rainbow, sword returned by the system at the Golden Core realm, rendering further investment in refining Golden Core artifacts unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to allocate resources towards crafting disposable Golden Core artifacts, which is significantly simpler than producing genuine Golden Core treasures. When facing foundational-level adversaries, he could simply deploy exquisite lightning-evoking talismans. Against Golden Core foes, he could unleash these disposable artifacts for self-detonation. A smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. As for serious combat, there was no need, for he was not in want of wealth, and he ought to employ a combat style befitting his stature. That day, Lin Yuan gifted the exquisite artifacts to Xia Xingyao and Xiao Xian'er. With the treasures bestowed upon them, the two exerted themselves even more fervently, indulging in tender moments that were too delightful to divulge, particularly as the reviewer was not fond of such displays. In the following days, Lin Yuan led a remarkably tranquil life. His daily routine consisted of training, talisman crafting, alchemy, and cultivating, gradually deepening his bond through mutual cultivation, while his prowess steadily advanced in a stable manner. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianxia also enjoyed an exceptionally joyful few days. She luxuriated in a bath infused with a millennium-old essence. After her soak, she reveled in the expansion of her meridians and the increasingly refined spiritual energy within her. It was truly magnificent. The effects of this ancient essence were simply extraordinary. It even enhanced her physical constitution, significantly augmenting her combat prowess. Her master was incredibly generous to bestow such treasures upon her. Chapter 85. At this juncture, all hope must rest upon that esteemed individual. Another fortnight passed, and upon reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, Shun Mingyao bid Lin Yuan farewell before entering seclusion to strive for the Golden Core realm. Lin Yuan crafted a perfect dust-settling pill for her, ensuring her success in forming the core was nearly guaranteed. Consequently, Lin Yuan found his afternoons suddenly free, but he remained industrious, beginning to strategize for future endeavors. He gathered a collection of materials suited for crafting Golden Core artifacts. While these were merely common materials insufficient for creating exquisite Golden Core treasures, they were more than adequate for forging disposable self-detonating Golden Core artifacts. For someone still at the foundational realm, attempting to forge authentic Golden Core masterpieces posed considerable challenges, yet crafting self-detonating artifacts was significantly easier, allowing for a stable output of 2 or 3 each day. Additionally, he busied himself with the creation of formation plates and flags. Now he has become a 6th grade array master, with the 1st grade corresponding to Qi refinement, the 2nd grade to foundation establishment, the 3rd grade to Golden Core, the 4th grade to nascent soul, the 5th grade to God transformation, and the 6th grade corresponding to the void refinement realm. Given his current cultivation level at foundation establishment, he is naturally unable to create formations at the nascent soul level or above. However, he is more than capable of crafting formations at the Golden Core level. Lin Yuan had long planned to achieve a flawless Golden Core in the external world. Thus, he was determined to ensure that everything was foolproof. He retrieved the schematic of the Yingyang 2 instruments array, a formation of the Golden Core realm returned by the system, and set about creating the array disk and array flags for swift deployment later on. As for the activation of the formation, his own foundation establishment spiritual power was evidently insufficient, but fortunately, the system had previously returned 300 top-tier spirit stones, which could serve as the energy core for the formation. This Yingyang 2 instruments array is regarded as the pinnacle of Golden Core formations. It is versatile in both offense and defense, capable of shielding against spiritual probing, fending off soul attacks, and concealing the anomalies triggered during the Golden Core formation, making it particularly suitable for assisting in the process. Time flew by rapidly, and in just over half a month, Lin Yuan successfully broke through to the great perfection of foundation establishment, now only a step away from the Golden Core realm. All his preparations were complete. He possessed over 100 of the Golden Light protective charms and Earth Escape talismans, not to mention the exquisite Thunder summoning talismans. His war box contained more than 60 disposable, self-detonating magical artifacts of the Golden Core level, instilling him with confidence even against Golden Core cultivators. The array disc and flags for the Yingyang 2 instruments array were also finished and ready for deployment at any moment. Meanwhile, news arrived from the Xia family that the auction house in Qingzhou City had been fully prepared and would soon be officially opened. Lin Yuan promptly made his way to Lung Liyue's cave abode to bid farewell. Master, the preparations for the auction house in Qingzhou City are complete, and I intend to set off today. My aim is twofold: to establish a foothold for the auction house and to attend to matters concerning my Lin family. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. Lung Liyue nodded. I am aware of the situation. Proceed with caution on your journey, and remember not to act recklessly. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, prioritize your own safety and do not be overly competitive. If the situation becomes dire, come find me. I understand, Master, Lin Yuan replied respectfully. After bidding farewell to Lung Liyue, Lin Yuan took Xia Xingyao and Xiao Xian'er aboard a flying vessel, heading directly towards Qingzhou City. He did not greet Zhao Jinjia. Their interactions were sparse, and more importantly, Lin Yuan feared that Zhao Jinjia might undergo a transformation akin to Xiao Xian'er, making it more challenging to accumulate system rewards thereafter. Lin Yuan had another purpose for traveling to Qingzhou City: to procure a batch of rare resources and, combined with some treasures in his possession, present them to Zhao Jinjia in hopes of securing substantial system rewards. At that very moment, Zhao Jinjia was in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Ever since she learned that Lin Yuan had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, she felt deeply motivated, resolutely determined to enhance her strength and ensure she would not lag too far behind this seemingly inferior senior brother with low-grade spiritual roots. In the city of Qingzhou, a heavy gloom enveloped the Lin family estate. Within its walls, both esteemed kin and ordinary servants bore solemn expressions, as an air of lingering dread and unease permeated the atmosphere. In the council hall, Flickering candlelight cast shadows upon distorted visages. How could that wretched creature have turned the tables? Aunt Sen slammed her palm on the table, her voice piercing, barely concealing her bitterness. Vanner has been expelled from the Tai Xuan Sect, and he will never obtain the Tai Xuan order again. What shall become of the Lin family henceforth? At the mention of this matter, Lin Fan's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, his eyes ablaze with venomous resentment. He harbored the deepest loathing for Lin Yuan. The humiliation of being stripped of his cultivation and cast out from the sect, along with the agony endured during his interrogation, had instilled in him a profound hatred. Damn the Shun family. A pack of sycophantic curs. Lin Fan seethed with rage, cursing them for their obsequiousness toward that useless Lin Yuan. They are now fixated on our estate, clearly intent on preventing our escape from Qingzhou. How could a once disposable waste command such loyalty from the Shun family? Shen Mingyao had deliberately sent word to her clan, instructing them to closely monitor the Lin family, not to target them overtly, yet ensuring that none could escape. The Shen family was already one of the foremost families in Qingzhou, boasting several cultivators at the Golden Core stage. More significantly, Shen Mingyao, as an elder of the Tai Xuan Sect, had the backing of a major sect, which was sufficient to instill trepidation in any force within Qingzhou. One should never underestimate a Golden Core cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, most individuals struggle throughout their lives to even establish a foundation. The few who manage to transcend from the foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core stage are exceedingly rare. Though Qingzhou could be considered a significant city, its strongest practitioners were merely several ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Any cultivator with a modicum of talent and ability would be absorbed by larger sections. After all, even the most powerful family in Qingzhou could not compare with the resources wielded by a major sect like the Tai Xuan Sect, one of the 5 foremost righteous sects. With the Shun family as surveillance, the Lin family found themselves ensnared. The oppressive atmosphere in the council hall thickened. After a prolonged silence, the family head, Lin Yuan, finally spoke. That wretched creature is cunning. I should have ensured his demise when I had the chance. Now that he has become a true disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. As for Lin Shaoli, you had better keep that matter to yourselves. As long as he lacks substantial evidence, he may still exercise caution. However, if he discovers the truth, even if he annihilates our entire Lin family, the outside world would not utter a word of reproach, but rather laud him for avenging his father, distinguishing between grace and grievance. Upon hearing this, Aunt San furrowed her brow, a glimmer of hope flickering within her, as she inquired, surely that esteemed individual would not allow this wretched creature to flourish unchallenged? If that esteemed individual could intervene, we might yet have a sliver of hope. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment before he let out a heavy sigh. At this juncture, we can only pin our hopes on that esteemed individual. Chapter 86. Who do you think you are to address Lin Yun as such? A few days later, Lin Yuan's flying vessel gracefully glided into Qingzhou City. Unlike the distress he experienced upon his departure, this return was marked by a splendid reception. The entire Xia family, young and old, had assembled in an orderly fashion, clad in formal attire, their demeanor imbued with respect. Most notably, the prestigious Shan family had dispatched 2 venerable ancestors of the Golden Core realm, accompanied by key members of their clan, including Xiao Xianer as mother and sister. The Xia family's warm welcome was to be expected. They were poised to align their fortunes with the little bamboo peak, effectively becoming Lin Yuan's subordinates, with their family's rise and fall intricately tied to his fortunes. Hence, it was only natural for them to extend the highest standards of hospitality to underscore their regard for Lin Yuan. The Shun family's extravagant reception stemmed from multiple reasons. Firstly, the Shun family was a supplier of medicinal herbs to the Tai Xuan Sect's Deepening peak, relying on this relationship for their family's prosperity. Furthermore, Song Wanqing and Lung Liyue from Danding Peak were close sisters, and Lin Yuan, as Lung Liyue's direct disciple, warranted a warm welcome in both emotional and rational terms. Secondly, there was the matter of Shen Mingyao. Prior to her seclusion for Golden Core formation, she had sent word to her family, informing them that her old injuries had been fully healed and that she was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, a feat made possible by Lin Yuan's unwavering support. Should Shen Mingyao succeed in her cultivation, she would ascend as a new Golden Core ancestor of the Shen family, elevating their status significantly. More critically, several existing Golden Core cultivators in the Shun family were aging and nearing the end of their lifespans. with the younger generation yet to mature. Shen Mingyao's rise would effectively extend the family's legacy by centuries, solidifying her importance within the clan. Senior brother, my mother and sister are over there. Upon disembarking from the vessel, Xianxia instantly spotted her relatives within the Shun family's entourage. Noticing their rosy complexions and well-tailored garments, it was evident that they had been living well, igniting her excitement as she longed to rush towards them. Go ahead. Lin Yuan replied with a gentle nod. I need to exchange pleasantries with the Shun and Xia families for a moment. I shall join you later. Thank you, senior brother. Xianxia beamed sweetly before hastening toward her family. Lin Yuan then turned to engage in cordial discourse with the approaching members of the Shun and Xia families. The two golden core ancestors from the Shun family exhibited an exceptionally humble demeanor, their words laden with goodwill. The head of the Xia family demonstrated even greater respect. Following their exchanges, the Shen family arranged a banquet for that evening to formally welcome Lin Yuan, inviting Xianxia's mother and sister to attend as well. It was apparent to the Shun family that Xianxia was cherished in Lin Yuan's presence. She bore a top-tier artifact at her waist and donned exquisite robes, accompanied by a foundational spirit beast. Such treatment was far beyond that of an ordinary concubine. It is noteworthy that in the realm of cultivation, most female practitioners are ambitious and proud, and those of talent and aspiration would never willingly settle for being someone else's concubine. In the eyes of the world, they are akin to mere playthings, akin to the hearth and cauldron. When a master is pleased, they may receive some rewards, yet when displeased, they face blows and kicks with alarming regularity. The fact that Xianxia has garnered such esteem from Lin Yuan is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After managing the reception affairs for the Shun and Xia families, Lin Yuan finally found the opportunity to meet Xianxia's family. Xianxia's mother possesses a certain beauty, her features strikingly reminiscent of Xianxia's, which explains the presence of such a stunning daughter. Her younger sister, merely 12 or 13 years of age, is already a delicate beauty, though she appears timid and quivers slightly in Lin Yuan's presence. This is hardly surprising. The lives of the three women in the Xiao household have been fraught with hardship. Had it not been for Xianxia serving as a maid to Xiao Dyer, enduring humiliation to maintain their relations, even the servants of the Xiao estate might have felt free to bully them. Moreover, several young masters of the Xiao family had already set their sights on the young and beautiful daughter, but upon hearing that Xianxia had joined the Tai Xuan Sect, they temporarily restrained their ambitions, wary of overstepping. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Xianxia's mother hurriedly took her younger daughter to kneel and pay respects, but Lin Yuan swiftly intervened. Aunt, there is no need for such formalities. Xianxia is now my woman. It is not customary for a son-in-law to receive such deference. Xianxia often speaks of your family's circumstances, and I am well aware of the general situation. Should you wish to remain in Qingzhou City, I shall instruct the Shun and Xia families to extend their care. If you prefer to accompany Xianxia to the Tai Xuan Sect's Xiao Bamboo Peak, I will make the necessary arrangements. In the world of cultivation, it is often said that when one ascends, their entire family rises alongside them. Familial power frequently serves as the most steadfast support for cultivators. Lin Yuan, having long since lost reliance on his own Lin family, finds himself a solitary figure. Yet many trivial matters require management. Naturally, the family of his beloved deserves significant consideration, far more reliable than outsiders. Furthermore, both Xianxia and Xianxia are astute and discerning, adept at maintaining balance, even in supporting their family. They would never allow their kin to act recklessly and jeopardize his interests. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's intentions, Xianxia was moved to the point of tears, feeling ever more assured of the correctness of her initial choice. With Lin Yuan's protection, the three of them would no longer endure the oppression of others. After skillfully resolving these matters, Lin Yuan spent a night resting at the Xiao residence. The following morning, he set forth with Xianxia and Xianxia directly towards the Lin family estate. The Shun family, unable to shake their concern, specifically dispatched a golden core elder to accompany them for protection against unforeseen events, a gesture Lin Yuan did not decline. Standing once more before the grand entrance of the Lin estate, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. In just a few short months, the tides had turned dramatically. A family that once seemed insurmountable now trembled in a shadow. The gatekeeper of the Lin family, having spotted Lin Yuan and his entourage, turned pale with fright, scrambling inside to report. Moments later, Lin Wanshan, the third aunt, and Lin Fan suppressed their anger and trepidation, forcing strained smiles as they hurriedly came forth to greet them. Lin Yuan, however, did not spare them glance. Striding directly into the grand hall of the residence and unceremoniously taking a seat at the head of the table. His gaze cold and indifferent. Swept over the three individuals as he calmly stated, "I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit today. My patience with you is limited, so I hope you will not squander my time." Just as Lin Yuan was about to utter some words to ease the tension, he was sharply interrupted by the stern rebuke of the venerable ancestor of the Shun family, who was accompanying him. "Silence. You dare address Lin Yuan in such a manner? Know your place. Do I need to instruct you on how to address him?" The ancestor's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, and inwardly he cursed. "Even I must respectfully refer to Lin Yuan as Xianxuan. How dare you utter his name so casually? If your relationship were harmonious, such familiarity might be acceptable. But given the despicable acts your Lin family has committed against Xianxuan, how dare you presume to speak so intimately? You are utterly oblivious to the gravity of your situation." Lin Yuan's face shifted in color, a mixture of blue and white, and though he opened his mouth to respond, he ultimately dared not retort, bowing his head in humiliation. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to an icy silence. Chapter 87. The sole uncertainty lies in the mother, whose existence is completely erased from memory. Observing the Shun ancestor's fierce reprimand of Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan suddenly experienced an epiphany. No wonder both protagonists and antagonists alike cherish bringing along subordinates. To deliver such face-lapping statements personally diminishes one's own stature and undermines one's composure. However, delegating such tasks to a subordinate or a lackey yields an entirely different effect, achieving the desired intimidation while preserving one's own dignified demeanor. Lin Yuan's countenance oscillated between shades of humiliation. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control. He had never regarded Lin Yuan with any respect, but now he found himself compelled to bow his head in submission. The inner turmoil and anguish he felt were palpable. "Yes, Lin Yuan." He struggled to force out the words, attempting to play the familial card. "Ultimately, we are family. Despite our previous conflicts, there is no need for total annihilation. Such actions, if made public, will tarnish your reputation as well." "Enough," Lin Yuan interrupted coldly. "I have no interest in your empty rhetoric. I grant you one final opportunity. Did my father, Lin Shaoli's death, have any relation to you?" He had no desire to listen to their pleas for mercy. His return was not to hear their lamentations, nor to grant them forgiveness. The forgiveness belonged to those who had perished at their hands, and his sole responsibility was to escort these individuals to meet the souls of the departed. Lin Yuan, struck with alarm, repeatedly shook his head. How could this be possible? Although Xiao and I had our disagreements, we are brothers. How could I ever harm him? Indeed, how could we ever harm that child, Xiao? We are bound by blood. The third aunt chimed in, feigning sorrow upon her face. "Family?" Lin Yuan scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "Since you refuse to accept dignity when offered, I shall be forced to employ less dignified methods." With that, he raised his hand and struck the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A radiant cascade of colors emerged as the dream butterfly fluttered its resplendent wings, gently hovering at the center of the grand hall. Despite the creature's extraordinary endowment, Lin Yuan and the others, lacking any knowledge of beast taming and unfamiliar with the dream butterfly, wore expressions of bewilderment. They had initially feared that Lin Yuan intended to extract their souls, their hearts heavy with trepidation, but upon witnessing such an apparently innocuous little butterfly, they collectively sighed in relief. Is this all there is? However, the accompanying ancestor of the Shun family, a golden core cultivator with extensive experience, instantly recognized the dream butterfly, exclaiming in astonishment, "It is indeed a dream butterfly of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yuan is truly remarkable, capable of nurturing such a rare, ethereal beast to this level." Lin Yuan smiled calmly and commanded the dream butterfly to act. The butterfly understood immediately, gracefully flapping its wings, releasing a shower of colorful powder that silently enveloped Lin Yuan. In mere moments, Lin Yuan trembled, his gaze becoming vacant, before erupting into frenzied laughter. "Ha ha ha, you wretched being! At last, I have managed to rid myself of you. It is true that I'm married into the Lin family, yet I have been diligent all these years, never wronging the family. But you have constantly berated and beaten me, and dare to carry on with your little plaything outside. You deserve to die, under the illusion." His deeply buried secrets were thoroughly unearthed. Aunt San and Lin Fan looked at him in shock, as if they were meeting him for the first time. "What? Lin Yuan, you despicable beast. Aunt San reacted, her voice sharp with fury. You are nothing but a scion of a declining family. My daughter chose you and brought you into the Lin family, and you dared to bring her harm. I will fight you to the death. As she spoke, she charged at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan merely snorted coldly, unleashing an invisible surge of spiritual power that sent her crashing against the wall, blood spilling from her mouth. It was only then that Aunt San came to her senses, rising to her knees and repeatedly bowing in supplication. Lin Xuan, spare my life. It is all this beast's doing. I knew nothing of it. We are family. I beg you, show mercy. Family? Lin Yuan's gaze turned frigid, unmoved. If you wish to go ahead and apologize to my grandfather, I would not mind facilitating your departure. Upon hearing this, Aunt San fell silent, trembling as she lay prostrate on the ground, no longer daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, trapped in the illusion, continued to wail, suddenly throwing himself at Lin Fan's feet, desperately clutching his legs and crying out, My lord, you have finally arrived. I have followed your instructions and eliminated that Lin Shaoli. I was also prepared to confine Lin Yuan to the Lin family, forcing him to serve like a beast. But he has inexplicably obtained the Hehuan order and become a true disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect. Now he has returned to take revenge on me. You must help me. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated such hidden intricacies. Who exactly was this so-called lord? No wonder Lin Yuan had not directly killed the original owner. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that someone had prevented him from doing so. However, Lin Yuan's anguished cries were nothing more than futile pleas for mercy, devoid of any valuable clues regarding the identity of that esteemed individual. The motive behind Lin Shaoli's assassination, or the rationale for his imprisonment. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, contemplating that the affairs of the Lin family were not overly complex. If it were indeed the enemies of his grandfather, there would have been no need to murder the son and subsequently imprison the grandson. Rather, they would have sought to eliminate the root of the problem. The only lingering doubt lay with the mother, a figure entirely absent from his memories. In the original host's recollections, there existed no fragments concerning her. It was merely stated that she was Lin Shaoli's mistress. One day, the original host, still in swaddling clothes, was delivered to the Lin family, claimed to be Lin Shaoli's offspring, and entrusted to him for upbringing. Was this a narrative trope often found in novels? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly that perhaps his father, possessing mediocre talents, had fortuitously engaged with a woman of a prominent family, and after the birth of the child, the woman was seized by her family. To protect the child, she might have sent him to the Lin family. If this were indeed the case, then the reason for his confinement rather than his execution could be an attempt to use him as leverage to compel his mother to remarry or to compromise. Alas, all of this remained mere conjecture. Lin Yuan proved to be utterly useless, providing not a shred of valuable information. Subsequently, Lin Yuan instructed the dream butterfly to cast illusions on Aunt San and Lin Fan, yet neither yielded any leads regarding the esteemed individual or his mother. Lin Yuan waved his hand, dispelling the illusion. Lin Yuan immediately regained consciousness, his face ashen. He realized he had divulged all his secrets within the illusion. His gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with terror. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan possessed such bizarre abilities, with that little butterfly wielding illusionary powers. He fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Lin Xuan, I was wrong. I too am a pawn in this game. If I fail to comply, that person will kill me. I implore you, spare my life. That person will surely seek me out again, and when he does, I will assist you in capturing him. Assist me in apprehending someone? Lin Yuan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. I see you intend to wait for him to arrive, then cling to his leg, begging him to grant you justice and kill me. Is that it? Chapter 88. This is certainly not due to my curiosity about the young lady of the Hehuan Sect. Absolutely not. Lin Yuan hastily protested, attempting to issue a threat. If you kill me, it will tarnish your reputation. What if it affects your status as a true disciple? Lin Yuan interrupted sharply. It is my duty to avenge my father, to slay those who caused his demise and encroached upon the Lin family's assets. This is a righteous act. How could it possibly tarnish my reputation? In truth, he had long contemplated this aspect. Otherwise, he would not have waited until he possessed sufficient strength and acquired the dream butterfly, a means of gathering evidence to address the issues within the Lin family. The status of a true disciple was not a guarantee. The sect leader, peak masters, elders, and supreme elders each had their roles to fulfill, and not everyone would hold him in favor. There would always be those who despised him. To unwittingly provide others with grounds for attack would be the height of folly. Presently, the evidence against Lin Yuan's family was irrefutable. His execution would be justified, and no one could challenge the legitimacy of his actions. Lin Yuan was thoroughly panicked, exclaiming in desperation, "No, you cannot kill me. Kill me, and all connections regarding the adults will be severed. Do you even possess the right to discuss clues?" Lin Yuan laughed heartily, his tone laced with derision. "If you had even a modicum of worth, you wouldn't be so utterly clueless. If that person truly wished to continue targeting me, could they not perceive that sparing your life was merely a bait? Thus, you are not nearly as significant as you imagine. What harm would there be in eliminating you?" Lin Yuan's countenance fluctuated between shades of pale and green, plunging him into despair. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, channeling all his strength to charge at Lin Yuan, intent on a mutual demise. Lin Yuan merely lifted a finger, and a concentrated stream of spiritual energy pierced directly through Lin Yuan's chest. How dare a mere 8th-tier Qi cultivator be so brazen before someone who had achieved the pinnacle of foundational mastery? Not to mention, he was a perfect foundational cultivator. Unless one were a freak like Lung Liyue, ordinary prodigies held no advantage against him. Lin Yuan collapsed with a thunderous thud, his eyes wide open, unmoving in death, still reflecting his lingering resentment and unwillingness towards Lin Yuan. "Please no. We acknowledge our mistakes. We will change. We beseech you, spare our lives. We are family." Aunt San and Lin Fan were utterly terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Lin Yuan sighed softly, his tone flat. "You do not truly recognize your faults. Rather, you are merely aware of your imminent demise. However, you are correct. We are, after all, family." Hope flickered in Aunt San and Lin Fan's eyes as they gazed at Lin Yuan, believing he might show them leniency. "To allow you a swift departure is my final act of mercy." Lin Yuan pointed again, and two streams of spiritual energy accurately penetrated their foreheads. Their cries were abruptly silenced, and Aunt San and Lin Fan fell limply to the ground, devoid of life. Lin Yuan showed no inclination to torment Lin Yuan and the others. To him, he was not genuinely the aggrieved party and bore no deeply rooted vendetta. Resolving this enmity was but a means of accounting for the original owner's legacy. After neutralizing the three, Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and commanded with a resonant voice, "All inhabitants of the Lin family estate, assemble in the main hall immediately." His spiritual energy radiated with authority, sending tremors through the servants, who, terrified, scurried from every corner to gather in the main hall. Upon witnessing the three lifeless bodies on the ground, many collapsed in shock. Lin Yuan's former personal servant, Lin Goodman, was particularly stricken with fear, scrambling forward, bowing repeatedly like a pestle. "Young master, I was coerced. They threatened to kill me if I did not comply with their demands. I implore you to spare my life." "Coerced?" Lin Yuan scoffed, his gaze icy as it swept over him. "How do I recall you appearing to relish the bullying you inflicted upon me back then? You seemed far from coerced." Lin Goodman's complexion paled, his desire to defend himself faltering as Lin Yuan's patience waned. He raised a hand, and with a mere gesture, a surge of spiritual energy pierced Lin Goodman's brow. Without uttering a sound, Lin Goodman collapsed lifeless. This scene utterly shattered the courage of the remaining servants. Some fainted on the spot, while others prostrated themselves on the ground, their cries for mercy and pleas intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Yet, there was no trace of compassion in Lin Yuan's eyes. He was acutely aware that once Lin Yuan's family seized power, those once loyal old servants had been entirely dismissed. The individuals before him were all accomplices of Lin Yuan, all of whom had conspired against the original master. Admittedly, under the circumstances at that time, these servants might have felt compelled, too fearful to defy Lin Yuan's commands. But what of it? Lin Yuan's visit today was never intended for forgiveness. Whether to forgive or not was a matter for the original master. His sole responsibility was to escort these individuals to meet the original master. As spiritual energy surged, shrieks of agony filled the air. In mere moments, the Lin family faced complete annihilation. The main hall turned into a river of blood, with corpses strewn about. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within. He did not regret the killings. Rather, It was the first time since his transmigration that he had brought an end to so many lives. A normal person would inevitably feel discomfort faced with such a scene, unless one were a natural-born killer, for no one could remain entirely unperturbed. Xianxia and Xianxia hurried to Lin Yuan's side, grasping his hands tightly. Their eyes filled with concern. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling the warmth of their palms, and smiled gently at them, assuring, "It's all over. Everything has been resolved." The elder of the Shun family, accustomed to bloodshed, approached calmly and said, "Lin Yuan, I shall send someone to clear the courtyard and dispose of these bodies at a mass grave. As for the Lin family's ancestral residence." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Could you kindly assist me in finding those old servants who were previously dismissed from the Lin family? Let us see who would be willing to return. They can help me oversee this ancestral home." He intended to remain at Tai Xuan Sect for the long term. A house, once left unattended and uncared for, would soon fall into disrepair. By bringing back a few loyal old servants to look after it, should he ever feel the urge to visit Qingzhou City, he would have a place to return to. As for the expenses, they were but a trifling matter to him now. "Consider it done. I shall arrange for it immediately," the elder of the Shun family replied promptly. Lin Yuan then turned to Xingyao and Xianxia, speaking softly, "You two should return with the elder for now. I have matters to attend to and will see you tomorrow." Although reluctant, they did not wish to delay Lin Yuan's affairs and nodded obediently, following the elder of the Shun family. Once they departed, Lin Yuan swiftly left the Lin family ancestral residence, seeking a secluded corner to change into a simple outfit. With the Lin family matter concluded, it could be considered a form of liberation. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. However, the enormity of the slaughter had inevitably impacted his state of mind, necessitating a proper outlet for his emotions. Coincidentally, it provided an opportunity to explore the system's dual cultivation return function. Of course, this was certainly not due to any curiosity regarding the fair maidens of the Hehuan Sect. He soon arrived at the chain establishment of the Hehuan Sect, the Hehuan Tower. Chapter 89. As a true disciple of a prestigious sect, I cannot allow myself to fall. Initially, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, he was a direct disciple of the esteemed Tai Xuan Sect, and if this were to become known, it would certainly be somewhat embarrassing. What vexed him even more was his lack of any means to alter his appearance or conceal his identity. He would have to learn such techniques in the future. However, before he could ponder further, a woman at the entrance, eager to attract patrons, warmly approached him and ushered him inside. Upon entering, a captivating woman in her early 30s greeted him. This woman was the proprietress of the Hehuan Tower, a stark contrast to the crude and unsightly images he had encountered in films and dramas. This was to be expected, as the Hehuan Sect was abundant in strikingly beautiful women, and since the inhabitants of the tower were cultivators with extended lifespans, their beauty remained preserved for a long time. Even as they aged, their cultivation allowed them to maintain their youthful appearances, showing no signs of decline. Being his first visit to such a place, Lin Yuan felt somewhat reserved and restrained. Noticing his unease, the proprietress covered her mouth with a light laugh and said, "This is your first time here, isn't it?" Lin Yuan nodded in response, his demeanor slightly awkward. The proprietress's smile widened as she affectionately encouraged him. "Do not hold back. We, the Hehuan Sect, are one of the 5 major sects, a truly esteemed and righteous faction, so there is no need for concern. To be frank, who among the 5 major sects hasn't visited? Even figures of the elder status often come here. Ultimately, the Hehuan Sect and the Tai Xuan Sect are equals among the 5 major sects, and we are all fellow disciples. We gather here to explore the truths of life and to reflect upon our growth in cultivation. It is nothing to be ashamed of, as it is all for the sake of our practice." Lin Yuan understood this well. The Hehuan Sect was indeed one of the 5 major sects, standing on equal footing with the Tai Xuan Sect. When meeting, they would refer to one another as brother or sister disciples, as they were all from the same sect, and there was no need for excessive formality. "Then I shall not be polite. I wish to have 10. Lin Yuan declared decisively, casting aside his reservations. The proprietress paused momentarily at his words, then offered a wry smile as she explained, "Do not misunderstand, young brother. I do not doubt your capabilities. It is simply that the Hehuan Sect has its own regulations, with clear pricing that is never misleading. The cost for 10 is indeed quite substantial, and with your foundation establishment level of spiritual power, it may be challenging for you to afford." The Hehuan Sect was not a charitable institution. The essence of their transactions revolved around spiritual energy. The young women of the Hehuan Sect provided services, and cultivators offered their spiritual energy to assist the others in cultivation, creating a mutually beneficial exchange. Can I pay with spirit stones? Lin Yuan inquired. He possessed a system that would return any loss of spiritual energy, doubling it regardless of the amount. He was unperturbed by the prospect of 10. As long as his body could endure, he could even manage 100, with his spiritual energy likely increasing the more he utilized it. However, the secret of this system must remain undisclosed. The proprietress promptly nodded. Of course. Our sisters here also have daily expenses, so we can certainly accept spirit stones. Then I shall require 10, and my sister may join us as well. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the brothel keeper, noting her enduring charm and mature demeanor. Stirring something within him, he understood well that such a seasoned brothel keeper, having long resided in the Hehuan Tower, possessed far more practical experience than the average female disciple. His purpose for visiting today was not merely to indulge, but to explore the system's functionalities, seeking more references to better comprehend its principles. The brothel keeper, noticing Lin Yuan's handsome visage and extraordinary presence, felt a flicker of intrigue. However, recalling her own companion, she suppressed her thoughts and politely declined, saying, "Little brother, you jest. It is not that I am unwilling, but alas, I already have a companion. It would be improper to comply." A companion? How delightful! Lin Yuan promptly retrieved 10 medium-quality spirit stones from his storage pouch and presented them. These 10 medium-quality spirit stones equated to 1,000 low-quality spirit stones. One should not underestimate the purchasing power of these 1,000 low-quality spirit stones. Even for a major sect like the Tai Xuan Sect, the annual income of outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage hardly matched this amount. The brothel keeper, possessing only foundation establishment cultivation, was instantly captivated upon seeing the 10 medium-quality spirit stones. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted them, her tone shifting to one of alluring charm. "Little brother, you are indeed generous. This evening, I shall be yours." Observing her reaction, Lin Yuan produced another 10 medium-quality spirit stones and requested, "Might you also fetch 9 more beautiful junior sisters?" "Rest assured," she declared, clutching the spirit stones and confidently assuring him, "I will certainly find you 9 of the most exquisite foundation establishment female cultivators. Tonight, you may indulge without regard for our humanity." Soon, a series of system notifications resounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding detected a loss of 10 strands of spiritual power from the host, triggering a 2x return. Gaining 10 strands of spiritual power. Ding detected a loss of 20 strands of spiritual power from the host, triggering a 5x return, gaining 20 strands of spiritual power. Ding detected a loss of 30 strands of spiritual power from the host, triggering a 10x return, gaining 30 strands of spiritual power. Lin Yuan did not neglect his research and quickly garnered some insights. To his astonishment, he discovered that the amount of spiritual power lost was indeed related to the dual cultivation technique. The Hehuan Sect's methods were inherently domineering, starkly contrasting with the serene techniques of the Tai Xuan Sect. The more spiritual power absorbed, the greater the return from the system. The mantra was clear. The more fervently one absorbed, the better. Moreover, the multiplier for returns was not fixed. It appeared to correlate with the strength of the technique. The more aggressively the counterpart absorbed, the higher the return multiplier seemed to rise. Additionally, the realm of the counterpart likely played a role, the higher their cultivation level. The more spiritual power they could absorb, thus increasing the probability of triggering higher multipliers. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Were it not for the fear of being discovered by the Hehuan Sect and subsequently confined to an endless cycle of dual cultivation that would transform pleasure into torment, he would indeed wish to linger within the Hehuan Sect for a couple of years. Alas, excess in any endeavor can lead to downfall, and becoming merely a tool would render the experience devoid of meaning, significantly amplifying the associated dangers. Regrettably, the techniques of the Hehuan Sect are not readily available for sale to outsiders. After all, they pride themselves on being reputable and engaged in legitimate business, placing great importance on their reputation. If their techniques were to leak out and someone were to misuse them against male cultivators, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Hehuan Sect and adversely affect their business. Ultimately, the essence of the flourishing trade of Hehuan Tower lies in the safe enjoyment it provides. Should they become associated with dangers, who would dare to approach recklessly? The following morning, Lin Yuan left Hehuan Tower feeling refreshed. Thanks to the formidable physique of a cultivator, Such exertions would be insufferable for an ordinary person. Alas, I still prefer driving my private car. Bus drivers, despite their honed skills, often lack the finesse of seasoned drivers. Buying a ticket grants access without worrying about maintenance or wear and tear, and each ride offers a different experience. How can it all be so advantageous? As a distinguished disciple of the sect, I must not allow myself to become complacent. Chapter 90. I've already avenged him, and this karmic debt is settled. The next day, Lin Yuan returned to Hehuan Tower, once again indulging in 10 sessions. Initially, he felt exhilarated, but soon after, he found it rather tedious, lamenting, "Lin Yuan, how could you let yourself fall so low? In the realm of cultivation, strength is the foundation of existence. One cannot afford to be negligent and must strive for progress." By the third day, Xianxia and Xianxia sensed something amiss. They hurried to consult their mother, acquiring new knowledge that ultimately allowed them to keep Lin Yuan close. On the fourth day, Lin Yuan had completely lost interest in Hehuan Tower. It was nothing extraordinary. Simultaneously, the auction house was making its final preparations, subtly spreading the word to attract various patrons. Lin Yuan did not intend to sell perfect elixirs to the public, but he could offer some exquisite ones. However, rare items like the top-tier Foundation establishment pills would not be released in abundance. Rather, he would occasionally present one as a highlight. As for the exceptional Qi gathering pills, there was no need for excessive concern. Although their price did not match that of the Foundation establishment pills, their vast demand ensured a steady influx of clientele. Now and then, a few high-grade life creation pills could be showcased to bolster the auction house's reputation. Once the name was established, customers and quality items would naturally come seeking them. The profit model of the auction house is quite simple, relying primarily on commissions. However, one should not underestimate these commissions, as substantial transactions lead to considerable gains. Lin Yuan's elixirs would also be sold through his own auction house, adhering to the same commission structure. After all, sending them to other auction houses would incur even greater fees. It is wiser to benefit his own enterprise. The profits earned could support the expansion and development of the Xiaozhu Peak, enhancing its influence within the sect. As the number of disciples increased, they could diversify into other industries, further amplifying their strength. Moreover, the revenue generated from selling elixirs through the auction house would temporarily remain there, primarily to acquire rare items for future gifting, thus enhancing rewards from a system. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to seize opportunities in the market. Although large sects possess valuable treasures, acquiring them is no simple task. Rare gems in private hands are seldom sold casually. Instead, they are delivered to auction houses in pursuit of maximizing profits. Once the arrangements with the auction house were finalized, Lin Yuan began to prepare for the process of forming his golden core. He did not rush into this after arriving in Qingzhou, not out of negligence, but rather due to a premeditated plan and thorough understanding of the intricacies involved in golden core formation. While the golden core realm does not face heavenly tribulations, some cultivators may encounter the tribulation of inner demons during this process, often arising from obsessions and regrets. Should one fail to overcome these inner demons, the formation of the golden core will inevitably fail. This factor also contributed to his decision to settle the grievances of the Lin family. His own state of mind was stable, which ideally should preclude the emergence of inner demons. However, a subtle awareness lingered. Only by resolving the original owner's enmity could he ensure a flawless formation. Lin Yuan chose a medicinal mountain outside the Shun family city as the site for his golden core formation, sealing off all information to keep everything clandestine. After all, he remained unaware of the identity of the individual who had incited Lin Wanshan to murder Lin Shaotian and imprison him for a lifetime. With Lin Wanshan's family now deceased, and him having become a true disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, it was only a matter of time before this person would learn of his existence and inevitably target him again, necessitating a cautious and strategic approach. He set up the Yingyang 2 instruments array on the medicinal mountain, a formation regarded as exceptional within the golden core realm. Previously, he had gifted Zhao Jinjia with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, which triggered a return of 3,000-fold, yielding him 300 premium spirit stones. Although premium spirit stones can serve as currency, they are more often utilized as high-level energy sources and seldom circulate directly. The operation of the formation requires both the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and additional spiritual power, with premium spirit stones being the optimal source of such energy. Lin Yuan produced 300 premium spirit stones, each brimming with tremendous energy. With the support of this formation and the premium spirit stones. Even peak golden core cultivators would find it difficult to breach his defenses. Generous towards his beloved, Lin Yuan was even more lavish with himself, sparing no resource to ensure the utmost safety during the golden core formation process. With all preparations complete, he ingested the perfect dust-settling pill and officially commenced the formation. As for whether this perfect dust-settling pill could enhance the quality of his golden core, Lin Yuan remained indifferent. Even if his spiritual root were to advance to the mid-tier of the yellow grade, coupled with a flawlessly established foundation, he could at best form a 2-pattern golden core. Even if the perfect dust-settling pill could assist him in achieving a 3-pattern golden core, its significance would be minimal. From the very beginning, his ambition was the most formidable 9-pattern golden core, symbolizing a perfect formation, possessing the 9 transformations golden core and the corresponding secret methods. Even if he were to form a 1-pattern golden core, it would bear no impact, as he could elevate it to perfection regardless. Days passed, and the golden core within Lin Yuan gradually took shape. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the depths of his sea of consciousness, bowing respectfully before him and softly uttering, "Thank you." This apparition was none other than the remnant of the original owner. Though the original owner was long deceased, the hatred within lingered, manifesting as an inner demon. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had avenged him, thus resolving the karmic entanglement. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly attained clarity. The remnants of the original master's lingering thoughts arose from profound enmity, manifesting through the opportunity presented by the heart demon's tribulation. Had he not slain the Lin Wanshan family, he would undoubtedly be facing a backlash from the heart demon now, adding unforeseen variables to his fate. In the next moment, that specter of the heart demon transformed into a wisp of energy, consumed by the nascent golden core. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in sudden alarm. He realized that the golden core had begun to undergo a transformation. The heart demon's power had tainted half of it black, while the other half had faded to white, creating an intertwining of black and white reminiscent of the concept of Taiji. This phenomenon was unprecedented. Whether it was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness, unable to intervene, and could only allow the golden core to take form. At the instant the bicolor golden core fully solidified, the entire world trembled violently, the spiritual energy surging incessantly. Within the Tai Xuan Sect, the sect leader suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze penetrating through the void, directly piercing the yin-yang array to behold Lin Yuan, who had just completed his golden core formation. This maneuver was exceedingly enigmatic, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. A faint smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "Excellent." Having remained in a meditative posture, she slowly lifted one foot to gently touch the ground. In that instant, the overwhelming tremors ceased abruptly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth returned to a state of tranquility. She turned her gaze toward the direction of the star observation peak, pondering for a moment before raising her hand to issue a decree. At star observation peak, Yushan was engulfed in sorrow. His beloved disciple, Ning Shaoli, had perished. She had attempted to use the heaven viewing technique to glimpse the heavenly secrets and seek a sliver of hope, but ultimately failed. A disciple stepped forward to offer consolation. "Peak Master, please take care of yourself. If the senior sister were aware from beyond the grave, she would not wish to see you in such despair. The most pressing matter now is to manage the affairs following her passing." Yushan took a deep breath, on the verge of agreeing, when a golden decree unexpectedly drifted down from the heavens. The content of the decree was straightforward: suspend mourning for 3 days. Then make a decision. A flicker of hope suddenly shone in Yushan's eyes. This was the sect leader's decree. Could it be that Shaoli still had a glimmer of life? If she was clearly dead, what could 3 days of suspended mourning possibly change? Chapter 91. With such a vast backdrop, what path could one tread in reincarnation? Despite the doubts swirling within him, he was unwilling to relinquish any hope. After all, cultivators' physical bodies were inherently different from mortals, less susceptible to decay, and 3 days of suspended mourning posed no harm. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Yushan decided to remain vigilantly at this location while issuing orders. All affairs at Star Observation Peak shall proceed as usual. The matters following Shaoli's passing shall be temporarily set aside, to be discussed again in 3 days. The disciples, perceiving his reluctance to part with his beloved apprentice, did not contest and respectfully withdrew. In the realm of the 9 hells, on the path of reincarnation, this was the ultimate resting place for all souls. regardless of their exceptional talents or formidable cultivation. As long as they had not been completely annihilated, they would arrive here after death, losing all consciousness like puppets on strings. Queuing for reincarnation. Suddenly, the entire path of reincarnation vibrated violently. Some souls, having lost their consciousness, were jolted awake by the tremors, and in a state of panic. They fled in all directions, seeking to escape this place. Among them was Ning Shaoli's soul, which too regained its awareness at that moment. Unlike the turmoil experienced by other lost souls, she remained remarkably serene. When she initially employed the celestial insight technique, she had already reconciled herself to the prospect of death. Have I succumbed to death? Perhaps it is for the best. I have been merely clinging to life, hoping only that my master would not grieve excessively. Should there be a next life, I would willingly remain his disciple. Moments later, the tremors of the cycle of reincarnation gradually subsided. An overwhelming force, imbued with terrifying rules, surged forth, seeking to engulf her dwindling consciousness and revert her to a mere shell of existence. A flicker of despair coursed through Ning Shaoli's heart. Is this truly the end? She felt an undeniable reluctance. At that instant, she suddenly recalled the glimmer of hope glimpsed through the celestial insight technique. The word she had seen. He who utters my true name shall behold eternal life in the cycle. What name possesses such defiance against fate? Perhaps that being could be of assistance? In her earlier years, she had performed the celestial insight technique and inadvertently glimpsed a terrifying aspect of the world. Merely that sliver of heavenly knowledge rebounded upon her, transforming her from a naturally auspicious being into one beset by misfortune. Had she not decisively sacrificed her own eyes at that moment, her soul would have long since been scattered. I do not wish to perish. This is my final chance. I must fight. A fierce desire to survive ignited within Ning Shaoli as she endeavored to call out that name. However, the presence was so formidable that she found herself unable to utter its true name. The mere thought of it invoked an overwhelming pressure upon her soul, rendering her nearly breathless. I refuse to die like this. I will not accept death. This intense yearning for survival sparked a miracle. As she exerted every ounce of her strength to vocalize 2 syllables, the cycle of reincarnation erupted with even greater intensity than before. Perhaps shielded by the power of the rules, although the words escaped her lips, they were unheard and uncomprehended by any, save for the trembling of the very fabric of existence. Deep within the cycle of reincarnation, a terrifying entity enveloped in a shroud of ghostly power abruptly opened its eyes, its tone laced with a mix of irritation and resignation. Gritting its teeth, it exclaimed, "Nonsense. With such a grand background, why traverse the cycle of reincarnation? Are you intent on destroying this realm of existence?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than the entity stepped forth, quelling the tumult of the cycle. Tall and voluptuous, her bare feet touched the ground without a trace of dust, exuding an aura of unnerving authority. She raised her hand to strike, but hesitated mid-motion, then grasped at the void, slowly revealing a pair of eerie, luminescent eyes that lay quietly in her palm. It appears an error has occurred, allowing you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These eyes are entwined with your fate and shall serve as compensation. With that, she waved her hand gently. The eyes transformed into 2 streaks of light, soaring directly into Ning Shaoli's vacant eye sockets, embedding themselves securely within. Simultaneously, a tremendous force enveloped Ning Shaoli's fragmented soul, propelling her out of the cycle. Barely moments after her essence was whisked away, several figures hastened towards the scene, similarly shrouded in ghostly energy. Yet their presence paled in comparison to that of the woman before them, creating a stark disparity. A figure stepped forward, urgency evident in his tone. "Your Excellency, the Lord of the Underworld, how can you act in such a manner? That is the 9 nether magic eye, the treasured possession of the previous Lord of the Underworld. Bestowing such a priceless artifact upon that individual signifies the 9 nethers' open allegiance, does it not? In the realm of cultivation, the immortals are classified into 9 tiers, with the 8th tier being the immortal king and the 9th tier the immortal emperor. The heavens are divided into 9 layers, just as the earth is, with the pinnacle of the heavens being the 9 heavens and that of the earth being the 9 nether. The heavenly emperor governs the 9 heavens while the Lord of the Underworld rules over the 9 nether. Both stand at the apex of the pyramid as the most formidable immortal emperors. The position of the Lord of the Underworld is not immutable. Any immortal emperor may challenge the current lord, and the victor may claim the title. The previous lord of the underworld fell in battle during such a challenge, losing both eyes and being cast into reincarnation. Since then, many immortal emperors have coveted the position and initiated challenges, only to be vanquished by the current lord of the underworld. Thus, it is evident that this lord is undoubtedly the strongest in history. Upon hearing these words, the lord of the underworld chuckled coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. The age of great contention has arrived, and all beings are but pawns. Even immortal emperors are akin to ants in the face of this overwhelming tide. Who among you believes that by remaining hidden and refraining from taking sides, you can evade this catastrophe? Do you not realize that, even as the Lord of Reincarnation, I cannot assert that I shall safely weather this storm? You, mere immortal kings, wish to stand by and watch. How laughable! One individual, his expression troubled, murmured, "Is it truly impossible to escape this fate? We have spent countless epochs to attain our current strength and status. To turn to dust in this calamity would be an utter waste." One epoch spans 129,600 years. The passage of so many epochs to reach this juncture is no small feat. The lord of the underworld fell silent for a moment, her tone grave. How could I, too, resign myself to such a downfall? This great contention is but a gamble. Succeed and ascend to greatness, or fail and be lost forever. You may withdraw. This matter requires no further discussion. Though reluctance lingered in their hearts, none dared to defy the Lord's will, and they could only bow in deference and retreat with a sense of dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Ning Shaoli was thrust out of the cycle of reincarnation by an overwhelming force, her residual soul racing back to her physical form on the stargazing peak. Her body, once seated in silence and devoid of breath, suddenly opened its eyes. The ghostly purple light in her gaze flickered momentarily, quickly returning to its original clarity. In disbelief, Ning Shaoli raised her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly as she instinctively touched her eye sockets, her voice tinged with confusion and excitement. "I can see. My eyes are healed. What on earth has happened?" She vividly recalled her demise, her soul plunging into a bizarre passage, a place cold and lifeless, filled with soulless spirits. Yet in the next moment, she was propelled by an immense force, and upon opening her eyes once more, not only had her soul returned to her body, but even her eyes, which she had long since gouged out and rendered irreparably damaged, were restored to their original state. Such a miracle was simply beyond comprehension. Chapter 92. Only after completing 9 transformations can one attain the true perfection of the golden elixir. Her eye injury was not merely a physical ailment. It was a sacrifice she made in a desperate bid for survival. How could it possibly have healed without reason? Ning Shaoli felt utterly bewildered, her fingertips lingering near her eye socket, the sensation too vivid to be a dream. Yet, the reality was undeniable. She could indeed see. At that moment, Yuxian, who had been vigilantly waiting outside the stargazing pavilion, suddenly felt a jolt run through him. He keenly sensed that Ning Shaoli within the pavilion had regained her vitality. His expression changed dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes as he quickly turned toward the pavilion and hastened his steps. As he entered, he beheld Ning Shaoli staring blankly at her own hands, her eyes wide open. Yuxian froze momentarily, then rushed forward, exclaiming, "Disciple, you're alive. You truly are alive. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful." He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Although the realm of cultivation boasted treasures capable of reviving the dead, such artifacts were exceedingly rare, attainable only by those with extraordinary fortune. Ning Shaoli's condition had long surpassed the remedies offered by elixirs or life-extending potions. He had already succumbed to despair, even having made clandestine preparations for his disciple's funeral, never anticipating such a miraculous resurrection. In that instant, the profound figure of the sect leader flashed through Yuxian's mind. The leader had specifically decreed that he should wait 3 days before making any decisions. Could it be that the leader had foreseen this occurrence from the very beginning? With this thought, Yuxian was left in a state of shock. The leader was truly unfathomable. "Master, I believe I have died once, yet inexplicably, I have returned to life. I cannot articulate the specifics of this phenomenon," Ning Shaoli stated as she rose and respectfully bowed to Yuxian. Deep down, she suspected that it might be related to her desperate call invoking the true name of that formidable existence during her journey through the cycle of reincarnation. However, this matter must remain a secret, for that entity was far too terrifying. Even the slightest misstep could invite calamity. Silently, Ning Shaoli conveyed her apologies to Yushan, burying this secret deep within her heart. For Yushan, the fact that Ning Shaoli was alive was sufficient. How she had returned to life mattered little. After all, such a miraculous event surely concealed complex reasons. Probing into it recklessly would only bring misfortune. Recalling the leader's decree, he hastily said, "By the way, Shaoli, if you're not seriously injured, we should go to meet the leader. If the leader has indeed assisted you, it is only right that we express our gratitude." "I am fine." Although Ning Shaoli was unclear about Yushan's precise intentions, she nodded decisively in agreement. They dared not delay, swiftly making their way to the leader's hall to pay their respects. Upon entering, Ning Shaoli instinctively glanced toward the leader when suddenly, a flash of deep purple light flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, her body began to tremble violently. She collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. "Shaoli!" Yushan gasped in alarm, instinctively moving to support her. The master raised his hand to halt him, speaking in a calm tone. "Rest assured, she is unharmed. Your apprentice is quite intriguing. Perhaps you should remain by my side." Yushan lifted his gaze to the master, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could never truly comprehend this master. It was not due to his own inadequate understanding, but rather the master loomed like a colossal mountain, obscuring the sun and sky. Just when one struggles to reach the summit, believing they can grasp the entirety, they discover an even grander mountain before them. The higher his realm ascended, the more he sensed the unfathomable terror emanating from the master. Reflecting upon the miracle of Ning Shaoli's resurrection, Yushan promptly made a decision. If this was Shaoli's destiny, then let her remain in the master's presence. The master nodded slightly. "You may leave now." Yushan opened his mouth, filled with an abundance of questions. Why had Ning Shaoli died and come back to life? Why had there been such a sudden shift just moments ago? Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he ultimately swallowed them back. In life, as in cultivation, the most essential thing is to embrace a certain ignorance. Many matters do not require exhaustive inquiry, lest they invite unnecessary troubles. He bowed respectfully and quietly exited. After a considerable time, Ning Shaoli gradually awakened, her complexion still somewhat pale. The master observed her with keen interest and inquired, "What did you see just now?" Ning Shaoli's heart tightened, and she hurriedly replied, "Disciple did not see anything." The master, seeing her reaction, did not press further, but merely nodded. "For now, you shall remain by my side. Disciple understands." Ning Shaoli quickly rose to pay her respects. "Xianxia, make arrangements for her residence and training." The master commanded into the void. As the words fell, a figure materialized from the air. It was a beautiful woman around 30 years old, with a voluptuous figure and a gentle demeanor. "Come with me," she said to Ning Shaoli in a flat tone. Ning Shaoli eagerly followed her, her mind brimming with curiosity. After walking for a while, she could no longer contain herself and softly asked, "Sister, how should I address you?" The woman chuckled lightly. "Names hold little significance. Even the master cannot remember them. In my circle, I am rank 13th. You may call me Sister Xianxia." "All right, Sister Xianxia." Ning Shaoli responded obediently, yet her confusion deepened. What other peculiar circles existed within the Tai Xuan Sect? Could it be an exclusive circle of the master's confidants? Suddenly, she recalled that the Tai Xuan Sect indeed had 13 supreme elders. That seemed improbable. Speaking of which, the master is truly formidable. By the way, what is happening with my eyes? I've never been able to see such things before. Meanwhile, outside Qingzhou City, within the medicinal mountain, Lin Yuan had already swallowed the first 9-turn golden pill. The overwhelming medicinal power erupted within him, recklessly surging through his meridians. He immediately activated the 9-turn golden core secret art, concentrating to guide the medicinal energy towards the golden core, continuously refining and tempering it. Before long, the golden core within began to solidify, and the previously vague patterns became distinctly three-dimensional. It appeared that the intricacies of these golden core patterns were of great significance. Evidently, the more pronounced the patterns, the greater the strength. Thus, even though I had currently formed a 3-pattern golden core, I would need to rely on the 9-turn golden core and gradually enhance it from the first pattern, completing 9 transformations to achieve a truly perfect golden core. Lin Yuan was profoundly astonished. The path of cultivation indeed harbors many secrets unknown to others. This was not due to a reluctance to share these secrets, but rather that most cultivators were entirely unaware of this crucial layer of understanding. Those capable of forming a perfect golden core were few and far between. Even with this knowledge, lesser golden cores held little reference value. The process of enhancing the quality of a golden core was exceedingly slow, requiring nearly a day to refine a single pattern. Yet, with each transformation completed, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense a terrifying augmentation of his own strength. Chapter 93. There's a 6th grade golden core, and it seems to be targeting me. Lin Yuan dedicated a full 9 days to refining his golden core to 9 patterns, achieving a perfect golden core. Furthermore, his golden core was unlike an ordinary 9-pattern golden core. It had evidently undergone a mutation, the specific effects of which remained unclear. Yet he could unmistakably feel that it was vastly more formidable than a typical golden core. Even among 9-pattern golden cores, he could maintain a decisive advantage. His master, Lin Yuan's golden core, had likely also undergone a mutation. Otherwise, her strength would not be so extraordinary. Lin Yuan pondered deeply, always sensing that there was something missing between him and her. What could it be? He had a profound understanding of Lin Yuan's power, even in his mind. Simulating a duel at the same realm, he estimated that he would not stand a chance, even if he exerted all his strength. However, with his current prowess, even as a first-grade golden core, it would not be an exaggeration to claim invincibility among ordinary golden cores. This exemplifies the disparity in golden core quality. Within the golden core realm, if the difference were merely 1 or 2 patterns, there would still be a chance to contend. After all, in battles among cultivators, one's own strength is not the sole determinant. External aids, such as magical artifacts and talismans, can also play a significant role. Yet, if the pattern disparity is too great, there is no point in engaging. It would simply be self-inflicted torment. Take Lin Yuan, for example. He now possessed a first-grade 9-pattern golden core, effortlessly overpowering cultivators with below 9 patterns, exhibiting an astonishing strength. Moreover, he was a perfect foundational cultivator, with a reservoir of spiritual energy in his dantian exceeding that of ordinary cultivators by more than 10-fold. A towering structure cannot stand firm without a solid foundation. Likewise, the distinction between 9-pattern and 8-pattern golden cores is monumental. Thus, cultivators at the 8-pattern level, even with a 1 or 2-pattern disparity, still have a fighting chance. However, upon encountering a 9-pattern golden core, they could only be overwhelmingly crushed. This is the true value of a perfect golden core. Upon entering the golden core realm, Lin Yuan felt a sense of security wash over him. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that there were still hidden threats targeting him. With his strength increased, he could afford to be audacious. The individual who had orchestrated Lin Wanshan's actions against the original host remained an enigma. Only with sufficient power could he confront the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the talismans of the Foundation establishment period become obsolete. One can effortlessly suppress Foundation establishment cultivators with a mere wave of the hand, rendering talismans unnecessary. It is imperative to prepare the talismans for the golden core stage, which possess a multitude of functions and delightful variety, adding an intriguing facet to the cultivation journey. Fortunately, I still possess the armament war box, which is sufficient to handle any inconveniences for the time being. The auction house should have commenced sales by now, featuring exquisite Foundation establishment pills that are bound to attract numerous patrons. This venture promises substantial profit. I must endeavor to procure more materials suitable for crafting at the nascent soul and even the divine transformation stages to elevate the quality of the armament war box, ensuring a more secure standing. A significant advantage of the armament war box is its indiscriminate appetite for materials. It can consume any substance suitable for crafting, unlike conventional forging that demands specific materials. Although materials from the nascent soul and divine transformation stages are rare and elusive, the unique characteristics of the armament war box enable Lin Yuan to seize opportunities. Much like certain herbs that remain unutilized by cultivators due to a lack of understanding, thereby diminishing their value, some materials that cannot be forged into treasures are often liquidated at auction houses for modest prices. Thus, Lin Yuan is not overly concerned about gathering the requisite materials for upgrades. Having organized his belongings, he prepared to dismantle the formation and depart, taking extra precautions by expanding his spiritual sense for a thorough sweep. The scenery within a radius of several hundred miles was instantaneously imprinted in his mind. The phenomenon of spiritual sense is quite fascinating. A 6th-grade golden core cultivator seems to be approaching me. Lin Yuan initially intended to inspect for potential threats. With the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's formation still active, he remained unperturbed unless faced with a nascent soul cultivator. He feared an ambush once the formation was dismantled. Although his current strength was formidable, he was indeed a prodigy unafraid of those below the nascent soul stage, yet caution begets longevity. Indeed, a problem surfaced as Lin Yuan's casual sweep of spiritual sense, lacking concealment, quickly attracted the attention of a nearby 6th-grade golden core cultivator. The man, possessing an unremarkable appearance and dark eyes, suddenly stiffened, astonished. From where did this golden core spiritual sense originate? Could it be that those old codgers from the Shun family have discovered me? He too released his spiritual sense to investigate, but found nothing. As Lin Yuan's formation remained intact, effectively concealing his presence. It must be a passing golden core cultivator whose spiritual sense brushed against me. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be that wretched spawn, the man muttered disdainfully. A low-grade yellow-tier spiritual root, he mused, had merely stumbled into the Tai Xuan Sect. Reaching Foundation establishment was its pinnacle, and the prospect of achieving the golden core was utterly impossible. However, he conceded that the formation exhibited some sophistication, befitting the Tai Xuan Sect's profound heritage, which they seemed willing to invest in. It is no wonder he underestimated Lin Yuan. At the time of Lin Yuan's flawless Foundation establishment, the phenomenon had been obscured by coldly used formation. Few within the Tai Xuan Sect were privy to this occurrence, let alone outsiders. Coupled with the fact that a low-grade yellow-tier spiritual root is essentially worthless, only marginally superior to a mortal, reaching Foundation establishment was already an extreme limit. Who would foresee that he could actually attain the golden core? Thus, the man naturally assumed it was a passing golden core cultivator who had sensed some disturbance, swept their spiritual sense, and departed. In the interlude of his contemplation, Lin Yuan dismantled the formation. The man instinctively probed with his spiritual sense, only to be utterly flabbergasted. Could it be? Was he not merely a low-tier, yellow-grade spirit root? How could he possibly have attained the golden core stage? A burning sensation flushed across his face. Having just concluded that the spiritual sense did not belong to Lin Yuan, he was abruptly slapped in the face by the reality that Lin Yuan was indeed a genuine golden core cultivator. Have you seen enough? Lin Yuan queried with a smile, directing his gaze toward the man's concealed position. In an instant, the man appeared before Lin Yuan, scrutinizing him with keen interest, and remarked, a low-tier yellow-grade spirit root. Yet you have managed to form a golden core. Do you know me? Lin Yuan's expression momentarily sharpened. He speculated whether this individual could be the mastermind behind Lin Wanshan's confinement. However, the man seemed disinterested in further conversation, chuckling lightly. There is no point in prolonging this. Perhaps you should aim for a better reincarnation in your next life. As soon as the words left his mouth, he formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a searing flame that surged towards Lin Yuan, evidently intent on obliterating him in one swift strike. Lin Yuan reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly evading the attack. He sensed the formidable potency of the fire spell, which was undoubtedly aimed at claiming his life. And he couldn't help but ponder. Could you be the master that Lin Wanshan spoke of? Yet, you seemed reluctant to kill me before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived this long. What has changed? The man laughed heartily. Circumstances have shifted. Previously, I could not eliminate you, but this time, I have been commanded to take your life. Submit to your fate, and I may afford you a modicum of mercy. With that, he once again formed a seal, launching several incisive spells toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, disinclined to engage in futile banter, recognized that while he possessed the strength to defeat his opponent, there were more efficient methods to employ. There was no need to reveal his true combat prowess. After all, the more trump cards one had, the better it was to conceal them unless absolutely necessary. Decisively, he summoned the weapon Dao battle box, which expanded instantly and settled firmly before him, intercepting the onslaught of spells. Upon seeing the battle box, the man's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A nascent soul-level artifact? It appears quite impressive. The Tai Xuan Sect is indeed generous. However, as a golden core cultivator, you cannot possibly harness the true power of a nascent soul artifact. You cannot wield it. It is better suited for me." Before he could finish his sentence, he charged forth once more. Lin Yuan, seizing the moment, activated the battle box, causing its doors to crash open. Numerous golden core artifacts surged forth, and as they neared the man, they detonated one after another. Although the artifacts were of the golden core level, the weapon Dao battle box was a top-tier, nascent soul treasure. Thus, the speed of the attacks was so rapid that the man could not react in time, resulting in him being thrown backward, grievously wounded and teetering on the brink of consciousness. What on earth? You detonated golden core artifacts upon the first strike? Are you insane? Who fights like this? The man was both astonished and enraged, writhing in agony. It was worth noting that even the most inferior artifacts at the Qi refinement stage cost several hundred spirit stones, while better ones could reach thousands. Artifacts at the Foundation establishment stage began in the thousands, with the finest commanding tens of thousands. Ordinary golden core artifacts easily reached several tens of thousands of spirit stones. An ordinary gold core cultivator might earn several tens of thousands of spirit stones in a year, which is already quite commendable. Yet, Lin Yuan stand apart. Upon their first encounter, he unveiled 5 gold core artifacts, a display that likely cost him over 100,000 spirit stones. Is this the conduct of a human being? It is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Coincidentally, today you shall witness something remarkable. Lin Yuan stepped forward, pressing, "Confess honestly, who sent you to kill me?" This inquiry must be clarified, or else trouble would inevitably follow. The opponent was, after all, a 6th-grade gold core cultivator. While gold core cultivators are not particularly rare, the forces capable of sending someone to assassinate him are undoubtedly formidable. The man scoffed, his demeanor brimming with bravado. "Do you believe that simply asking me will yield an answer? Use whatever means you wish. Today, I concede defeat. Should I utter a single sound, it shall be counted as your victory." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips as he replied, "Ah, quite the defiant spirit you possess. However, even if you remain silent, I have my conjectures. It must be that your mission was dispatched by my mother's family, correct?" He paused, analyzing the situation. "Your hesitation to kill me earlier must have stemmed from a desire to use my life as leverage against my mother. Now that you have moved to strike, it seems you have achieved your objective, rendering my existence inconsequential. Is that not so?" The man was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You nearly made me die of laughter. I must admit, your absurd speculation has entertained me. Initially, I intended to keep silent, but in light of your amusing demeanor, I shall graciously inform you. Your mother has long been dead. Ha ha ha. She perished many years ago." What? Lin Yuan's heart jolted. He had clearly not anticipated this revelation. So, his assumptions were entirely erroneous? Yet, if that were not the case, how could one account for the earlier restraint followed by such a ruthless assault? Feeling distressed? The man mocked, growing bolder in his taunts. "If I were you, I would rather choose to end my life now." A swift resolution. Deep down, he recognized his inevitable demise, even if Lin Yuan chose not to kill him. Returning with a failed mission would spell certain death. Thus, he resolved to embrace recklessness and pursue whatever was most pleasurable. Lin Yuan's voice lowered. "Why did you kill my father? Why?" The man spat disdainfully, his face filled with contempt. He was a coward without any responsibility. If he doesn't die, who will? You must be quite curious, so allow me to share a little insight. Your parents' union was merely a twist of fate. Afterward, your scoundrel of a father fled in fright. Upon returning to her family, your mother discovered she was pregnant. To preserve the family's reputation, they initially demanded an abortion. But she obstinately refused, risking everything to bring you into this world. In a fit of rage, the family ended her life. Thankfully, before her demise, she pleaded for someone to take you away. Otherwise, you would have long since become dust. So, how does it feel to uncover the truth? No one wished for your arrival in this world. Your existence led to your mother's demise. If I were you, I would have sought to end my life in atonement long ago. If these words had been spoken to the original owner, they would likely have crumbled. However, Lin Yuan remained an observer throughout, his emotions fluctuating yet never spiraling out of control. He never anticipated that his lineage would be such, a stark contrast to his previous assumptions. It is no wonder that this person continued to mock and provoke him. "It appears that I must disappoint you," Lin Yuan stated with an air of indifference. "My mother fought valiantly to bring me into this world, granting me this life, with the hope that I would live well. Not only must I survive, but I shall also live splendidly on her behalf. So, you're sent by my mother's family?" The man gazed at Lin Yuan in surprise, unprepared for his calm demeanor, and then scoffed. "Apologies, but you are mistaken again. Your mother's family has long since perished, all wiped out." Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan was irked by this riddle-like response, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap, his voice rising in anger. "Damn it, can't you speak plainly? Stop playing these games with me. Honestly confess, what is the truth? Who sent you?" He detested such cryptic individuals, reminiscent of trite drama plots. The supporting character gasps their last in the protagonist's embrace, uttering fragmented pleas for vengeance, only to die before revealing the name of the enemy. With all that wasted breath, couldn't they simply state the name? Blood trickled from the man's lips, yet he continued to smirk. Want to know? I refuse to tell you. After all, I must consider my family. Do not take pride. You will eventually join me. That esteemed individual will surely send someone to eliminate you, for you are her bane. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, his eyes bulged, and with a final gasp, he succumbed to death. Lin Yuan stared at the corpse, exasperated. Damn. It seems I must learn a soul-searching technique or a soul-controlling art, or hastily cultivate the illusion dream butterfly. Otherwise, encountering such situations again would be suffocating. The soul-searching technique can directly probe the memories of the soul, while the soul-controlling art can manipulate the mind, akin to the illusions of the illusion dream butterfly. Both suitable for interrogation. However, these methods are not infallible. The soul-controlling art and illusions can be countered, and if the opponent possesses profound skills, they might feign control. Disclosing false information. The soul-searching technique, though more reliable and resistant to deception, may not always extract vital information completely. Lin Yuan seized his internal conflict and promptly began to rummage through the man's belongings. Despite possessing a storage bag, it contained not a single item that could verify his identity. Wow, what a miser! Lin Yuan could not help but scoff. The total value of the contents in the storage bag amounted to less than 1,000 spirit stones, even worse off than that fellow Zhou Mufeng. Before long, two figures hurriedly approached, the two elders of the Shun family. This was the Shun family's medicinal mountain, and the commotion from Lin Yuan's self-detonation of the golden core artifact was significant. The guarding clan members, upon discovering it, immediately sent word to notify them. Chapter 95. He is the only bloodline of his sister. What has transpired? The two elders sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Yuan unharmed. Gazing upon the lifeless body on the ground, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of the golden core aura emanating from himself, instantly filling his face with astonishment. The fact that a cultivator with a low-grade yellow root could attain a golden core was nothing short of miraculous, while ordinary practitioners would scarcely dare to entertain such thoughts. Lin Yuan was, after all, a true disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, so he could somewhat reconcile with the situation. However, the two ancestors of the Shun family looked at the corpse below, their minds brimming with confusion. This was a practitioner of the golden core realm, whose strength was not to be underestimated. How could Lin Yuan, having only recently formed his core, manage to counterattack so effectively? If he were a prodigy of extraordinary talent, it would make sense. Yet, he possessed a low-grade yellow root, even if he could form a core. It was likely due to the assistance of rare materials provided by that one at the bamboo peak. Typically, practitioners who forcibly formed cores were of relatively weaker capability. Could it be that his master had bestowed upon him some extraordinary treasure? It is best that he remains unharmed. Why dwell on such trifles? The two ancestors suppressed their doubts and chose to think no further. This person sought to kill me, and I have turned the tables on him. Currently, I am still unaware of the mastermind behind this, so have someone sketch his likeness and inquire around to see if we can uncover any leads. If we cannot, it is of little consequence. Lin Yuan casually recounted the events of the battle, though he too felt perplexed. The original owner of this body had never left Qingzhou City in his lifetime. How then had he become a target for others? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that there would be others seeking to kill him, likely possessing even greater strength. Thus he must remain doubly cautious. We shall make arrangements upon our return. The Shun family ancestor promptly agreed. Thereafter, the three of them returned to Qingzhou City together, while the Shun family ancestor busied himself finding someone to sketch the corpse and gather information. Lin Yuan made his way directly to the Xia family to inquire about the operations of the auction house. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the elder of the Xia family approached him with great excitement. A splendid start. Indeed, a splendid start. The allure of the exceptional foundation-building elixirs was immense. Prominent forces from around had gathered, and the final bids reached astronomical heights. Moreover, we hinted that there would be more exceptional pills to come, so we need not worry about a lack of customers. As the clientele increases, naturally, more individuals will voluntarily bring items for auction. Running an auction house is no easy feat, unlike a weapon shop or a pill shop, which have stable sources and fixed clientele. Often, success hinges on luck, especially in the initial stages. Without customers, No one wishes to submit items for auction, and with few participants, high prices cannot be achieved. No one wants to incur losses. Yet, without appealing items, attracting customers becomes a challenge, an inextricable dilemma. However, Lin Yuan had no such concerns. He had an abundance of exceptional pills. As long as each auction featured a top-tier elixir as the centerpiece, there would always be cultivators in need, and the flow of customers would remain steady, leading to an increase in auction items. That is good to hear. Have there been any troubles? Lin Yuan inquired with a nod. Just minor disturbances. With the reputation of the Tai Xuan Sect backing us, and the Shun family ancestor present, no one dares to cause chaos at the auction. The elder of the Xia family replied with a smile. Disruptions at the auction house typically arise from individuals leveraging their backgrounds to intimidate others into abandoning their bids, thus preventing the auction items from achieving their true worth. Thus, the auction house must possess sufficient strength to maintain order and suppress the various factions. Should any issues arise, the Shun family is the go-to solution. If they are unable to resolve it, they will inform me, and I shall send someone to handle the matter, Lin Yuan instructed. Old Master Xia recalled another issue and promptly added, there is also a minor concern regarding the matter of murder and treasure theft. While they dare not act during the auction, once outside the auction house, some might be tempted to take risks. If too many incidents occur involving our guests, it will tarnish the auction house's reputation. We must swiftly recruit a group of personnel. If our guests require assistance, we should dispatch escorts to ensure their safety. In the realm of cultivation, it is common for individuals to fight fiercely over resources. This is particularly true for solitary cultivators, who are easily targeted and may resort to extreme measures, as accumulating resources for proper cultivation is exceedingly difficult. In contrast, disciples from prominent families and established sects need not worry excessively, as ordinary people are generally reluctant to provoke them. Established auction houses typically offer escort services, albeit at an additional cost. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, upon my return to the Tai Xuan Sect, I will recruit a batch of disciples specifically to provide escort services for our clients. This was indeed part of his plan. In the future, Xiaozhu Peak would undoubtedly expand and recruit disciples, necessitating the arrangement of tasks and benefits for them. It would be unwise to emulate the impoverished disciples of Jiangang Peak, who are forced to work for other peaks, leading to a meager existence that ultimately hinders the recruitment of quality disciples. Have you seen how everyone is flocking to Ling Shao Peak and Shuyu Peak? With our own industry, internal tasks can be issued, and we can offer improved benefits, making our opportunities more attractive than external ones. In this manner, not only can we manage our industry effectively, but the profits can also be utilized to develop Xiaozhu Peak. Disciples will be able to acquire more resources and enhance their capabilities, achieving a win-win situation. Although many disciples are older and may have little hope for improvement and will eventually leave the Tai Xuan Sect, similar to how the Lin family receives a Tai Xuan token every decade, Xiaozhu Peak will also issue Tai Xuan tokens to those departing disciples in the future, provided that at least one member of their family has reached the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, families will undoubtedly send their most promising juniors to Xiaozhu Peak for training via the Tai Xuan token. Disciples can earn resources while contributing to the industries of Xiaozhu Peak. Additionally, families will provide resources for the disciples, allowing Xiaozhu Peak to cultivate talent at a lower cost, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, many families will align themselves closely with the various peaks of the Tai Xuan Sect. Old Master Xia hastily clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Lin Xuan, it is but a small matter. By the way, the spirit stones I earned from selling elixirs, please assist me in acquiring resources. Collect everything I require, even if it is somewhat expensive. Lin Yuan reiterated this task, which he had previously assigned. With this dual approach, by obtaining a batch of resources from the Tai Xuan Sect each month and purchasing additional supplies externally, he could expedite the enhancement of his own strength. Meanwhile, in a dim and eerie secret chamber, a woman clad in black sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her expression fierce. As she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Useless. You couldn't even manage this trivial matter," and ended up being countered. As her words fell, her expression suddenly transformed, resembling that of a different person entirely. Her tone shifted to one of humble pleading. "I beg you, please do not harm him. He is the only bloodline my sister has left." Such maternal compassion. Does a deceased woman truly merit your enduring fixation? As long as that worthless wretch lives, You shall never surmount the emotional barrier within yourself, rendering any progress impossible. He is innocent, the woman implored desperately, precisely because of your sentiments. I feel compelled to eliminate him, unless you allow me to refine your consciousness and surrender your body to me. That is impossible. I will never compromise. I know that once you refine my consciousness, you will undoubtedly kill him. Chapter 96. The Heart's Demonic Seed. How could this be? Our stagnation has persisted for so long solely because you refuse to trust me, preventing us from merging the heart's essence with the demonic seed at the 9th step. The demonic persona argued, once the fusion succeeds, you become me, and I become you. If you cannot bear to kill him, how could I ever take action? If I were to be refined into your consciousness, would I still be myself? Who can guarantee that I would retain my original intentions? Yuan's voice was resolute. Furthermore, you previously assured me that you would only slay the man who harmed my sister, and would never lay a hand on Yuan. Yet what transpired? You still sent someone to kill him. How can I trust you again? If you had not clung to the past, would I truly need to kill him to sever your last thread of hope? The demonic persona's tone turned impatient. Have you not done enough for your sister? To avenge her, you willingly descended into the demonic path to practice the heart's demonic seed technique. You nearly sacrificed your life to annihilate that vast Yuan family. You have fulfilled your duty. It is time to release the past and live for yourself. The other two saintesses have already stepped into the 9th stage of demonic transformation. If we do not merge soon, the contest among the saintesses will lead only to death. Enough! Yuan interrupted sharply. Since I am willing to embrace darkness for her sake and eradicate an entire family, I would never harm the last bloodline of my sister for my own survival. I have accomplished what I set out to do. I have no desire for the position of saintess of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You constantly berate me as insane, yet I perceive you as utterly foolish. The demonic persona retorted with a furious laugh. Do you truly believe that the Heavenly Demon Sect operates altruistically? You should be aware of the heart's demonic seed technique. The sect has placed you within the righteous path to study the authentic doctrines of the Xianmen to solidify the foundation of your heart. They even allowed a soon-to-be deceased great ascendant within the sect to transfer his entire essence to you, planting the demonic seed within you, enabling you to advance to the 2nd stage of the technique. Do you have any idea how much the Heavenly Demon Sect has invested in you? If you dare abandon this path halfway, we both shall meet a gruesome end. Yuan felt a tumultuous agitation arise within her, nearly driving her to madness. She understood that this demonic persona was, in fact, a part of herself, yet she had never envisioned giving birth to such a paranoid and ruthless entity within her. The Heavenly Demon Sect's foundational technique, the heart's demonic seed, is a method capable of rapidly cultivating top-tier masters in a short span. Of course, short does not imply a matter of years or decades. Normally, it requires centuries to nurture a great ascendant, yet it is significantly quicker compared to conventional training paths. The cultivation method is decidedly unconventional, which is why the Heavenly Demon Sect is classified as part of the demonic path. However, the demonic path is not inherently villainous. It merely embodies a different philosophy of cultivation compared to the righteous path. The true adversaries are those malevolent practitioners of the wicked way, devoid of moral integrity. In the current landscape of the cultivation world, the human factions consist of 5 major righteous sects coexisting alongside 3 significant demonic sections. Occasionally, a demonic sect may overstep its bounds, as exemplified by the infamous Crimson Snake sect, whose practitioners resorted to refining evil elixirs using living humans, ultimately leading to their annihilation at the hands of both righteous and demonic forces. Though the heartseed demon cultivation method belongs to the demonic path, it is not a nefarious art that obstructs one's path. It does not confine individuals at the Great Ascension stage, but rather aims to enable younger practitioners to gradually assimilate the power of their predecessors, thereby accelerating their own cultivation. The challenge, however, is immense. The Heavenly Demon Sect has a long-standing tradition, and despite generations of saintly women reaching the Great Ascension, none have managed to transcend the final barriers to attain immortality, all falling short at the last few steps. The initial phase of this method requires the establishment of a resolute heart, which is why the Heavenly Demon Sect selects exceptionally talented disciples to train in righteous sects, all the while concealing their true identity, allowing the disciples to believe they are righteous practitioners, thus nurturing a pure heart. The second step involves the cultivation of the demon, whereupon the disciple's resolve is solidified. They are summoned back, and a great ascension practitioner imparts their energy to initiate the subsequent training. Yuan was a core seed chosen by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet during her time in the Righteous Sect, she fortuitously befriended Lin Yuan's mother, and their bond blossomed into sisterhood. Subsequently, Lin Yuan's mother became unexpectedly pregnant, which her family deemed a disgrace, compelling her to undergo an abortion. In a desperate struggle, she gave birth to Lin Yuan but was ultimately slain by her family. At that time, Yuan was too weak to confront the Yuaning family and could only helplessly witness her sister's tragic demise. In her moment of despair, representatives from the Heavenly Demon Sect approached her, offering to assist her in cultivating the Heart Seed Demon method to swiftly enhance her power for vengeance. Resolute in her desire for revenge, Yuan agreed, willingly embracing the demonic path. However, she was unaware that this method did not merely transfer power. Although it did not involve possession, it would give rise to an independent demon persona within her, opposing her original heart persona. The subsequent phases of the method involve establishing the demon and culminating in the demon's formation. The demon seed, once sown, does not immediately possess full consciousness. Yet Yuan's quest for vengeance against the Yuan family triggered these two phases, awakening the demon persona in its entirety. As her cultivation deepened, the strength of the demon persona grew, even gaining the ability to exert control over her body, which led to her erratic treatment of Lin Yuan. Initially, Yuan paid Lin Yuan no mind, having already succumbed to demonic influence. She was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Heavenly Demon Sect and feared that any reckless contact could endanger her only remaining bloodline. Thus, she maintained her distance. However, influenced by the demon persona, feelings of hatred toward Lin Yuan's father were stirred within her, prompting her to acquiesce to the demon persona's urging to compel Lin Wanshan to eliminate that coward. A task Lin Wanshan was all too eager to undertake in his quest for power. At that time, Yuan and the demonic persona had agreed to only eliminate Lin Yuan's father, sparing Lin Yuan's life, with the intention of having Lin Wanshan care for him within the family. However, Lin Wanshan feigned compliance while secretly subjecting Lin Yuan to harsh treatment and confinement. Now, upon the demonic persona temporarily gaining control of the body, it was acutely aware that Yuan could never relinquish her attachment to her sister's son. Thus, it took it upon itself to send someone to eliminate Lin Yuan, intending to sever her lingering thoughts and compel her to let go of the past, merging with it to break through to the ninth step. After all, if they remained stuck at this juncture, the opposing forces of the righteous heart and the demonic seed would prevent them from becoming one, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the other two saintesses who had already ascended to the ninth step in the contest for the title of saintess within the Heavenly Demon Sect. According to the established cultivation method, upon reaching the ninth step, the righteous heart and the demonic seed would become indistinguishable, with the two personas momentarily merging as one. The 10th step signifies complete integration and reaching the pinnacle, after which one may enter the 11th step to recultivate the Tao and complete the transformation of the demonic heart into the path. In simpler terms, this cultivation technique requires first descending from the Tao into the demon and then ascending from the demon back into the Tao. Only by traversing this path can one transcend to the great ascension and attain immortality. Regrettably, throughout the history of the Heavenly Demon Sect, no one has ever successfully reached the 11th step. Most practitioners find their limits at the 10th step, at which point they are no longer the individuals they once were. The simultaneous existence of the righteous heart and the demonic seed results in a complete fusion of personas, fundamentally altering one's temperament. Only by breaking free from these shackles and stepping into the 11th step can one detach from the demonic persona and return to their true self. Chapter 97. The Benevolent Ant and the Malevolent Ant. I care not for this contest of saintesses, Yuan declared resolutely. I will never allow you to harm Xiao Yuan, unless I perish. The demonic persona sneered. Do you truly believe you can stop me? In the end, Lin Yuan will meet his demise, and you will vanish entirely. Although it is true that once the great method of merging the righteous heart and the demonic seed is perfected, the demonic persona would be stripped away. It would never allow such a fate to unfold. The only persona to be discarded would be that of the worthless one. The self-serving demonic persona would never sacrifice itself for another success. Perhaps this is the very reason why no saintess of the heavenly demon sect has ever completed the great method of merging the righteous heart and the demonic seed throughout the ages. Within the secret chamber, the confrontation between the two consciousnesses intensified, with Tianxuan Yuan's body trembling and stiffening, clearly indicating a fierce struggle for control over the corporeal form. Before long, Tianxuan Yuan emerged from the chamber. The chilling aura surrounding her indicated that the demonic persona had temporarily suppressed her original consciousness, seizing control of the body. The heavenly demon sect, rich in heritage, is one of the three major demonic sects. And the mere existence of the great method of merging the righteous heart and the demonic seed attests to the solidity of its foundation. Within the sect, there is certainly no shortage of practitioners at the great ascension stage, the pinnacle just below that of immortals. The other two major demonic sects that stand alongside the heavenly demon sect, as well as the 5 prominent righteous sects, possess terrifying depths of legacy that are far from superficial. Greetings to the third saintess. 2 elderly women bowed deeply upon her emergence. The path of the demonic way is devoid of the numerous regulations that govern the righteous, and its actions are characterized by directness. Much like the heartseed demonic cultivation method, each generation does not train a solitary individual, but rather selects several gifted disciples for simultaneous cultivation. In this generation, only 3 have successfully distinguished themselves, with Tianxuan Yuan being one among them. These 3 holy maidens must compete amongst themselves, and only the ultimate victor can ascend to become the true contemporary holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, wielding supreme authority over the sect. I require you to eliminate someone. Lin Yuan, a true disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect. Is there any objection? Tianxuan Yuan, who is under the influence of the demonic seed, spoke with an icy tone. One of the elderly women pondered before responding. Holy maiden, the Tai Xuan Sect possesses a foundation that is on par with our heavenly demon sect, and the status of a true disciple is exceedingly prestigious. While it is not difficult to kill him, the ensuing troubles will undoubtedly be considerable. The Tai Xuan Sect will not let this go unpunished and will seek vengeance. Moreover, the other 2 holy maidens will surely seize this opportunity to strike, putting you at a disadvantage. It would be wiser to consider an alternative approach. Killing a true disciple is feasible, but the complications that follow are daunting. As one of the 5 major righteous sects, the Tai Xuan Sect possesses strength comparable to that of the heavenly demon sect. To kill their true disciple would be to openly slap their face, and they would certainly pursue accountability with full force. Currently, Tianxuan Yuan is merely one of the 3 holy maidens, still struggling to establish her position. Should she provoke the wrath of the Tai Xuan Sect and fall prey to schemes from the other 2, her situation would only worsen. If she were the sole holy maiden, she might withstand the pressure, but clearly, this is not the opportune moment. Tianxuan Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's concerns. You make a valid point. How do you propose we eliminate him? The elder contemplated for a moment before replying. Previously, the holy maiden instructed an investigation into this individual. As far as my subordinates know, Lin Yuan is currently merely at the foundation establishment stage. If he were to meet an untimely demise during the secret realm trial, it would indeed be reasonable, and no one could fault it. The holy maiden could arrange for someone to contact the Tai Xuan Sect, proposing to open our heavenly demon sect's trial secret realm in exchange for slots, claiming it is to enhance the strength of the foundation establishment disciples of both sections. Subsequently, we can arrange for several capable disciples to take action in the secret realm. An excellent idea. I shall entrust this matter to you. Tianxuan Yuan responded, giving her approval. As you command, the elder bowed and departed. Tianxuan Yuan gazed in the direction of the Tai Xuan Sect, murmuring to herself, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame only your obstruction of my path. Your mediocre talent will never amount to anything significant. It would be better for you to facilitate my rise, thus ensuring the optimal use of resources." She held not a shred of affection for Lin Yuan. Her bond with his mother was merely one of sworn sisterhood, devoid of any blood relation, especially since she existed only as a persona of the demonic seed, preoccupied solely with the fusion of techniques and the position of holy maiden. Moreover, in her perspective, she had already avenged Lin Yuan's mother. Thus, killing Lin Yuan would bear no psychological burden. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, he had an aunt with no blood ties, and he was oblivious to the fact that this aunt was afflicted with a split personality. One side represented a benevolent aunt, while the other embodied an evil counterpart. The thought alone was rather stimulating. Even more intriguing was the fact that news of the demonic seed persona had long since fallen behind. Lin Yuan has now transcended to the Golden Core realm, rendering him unqualified to enter the secret trial grounds of the Foundation establishment realm. This meticulously crafted trap has proven futile from the outset. At present, Lin Yuan is engaged in organizing matters concerning the auction house in Qingzhou City. The auction house continues to operate normally, under the auspices of the Tai Xuan Sect. There are 3 states and over 100 cities, necessitating that each city hosts at least one of our auction houses. I shall also expedite the expansion of disciples from Xiaozhu Peak. So there's no need to worry about personnel, Lin Yuan instructed with conviction. Although Qingzhou City is vast, the realm of cultivation is even more expansive. His path of cultivation is destined to require an abundance of resources. Relying solely on this one auction house in Qingzhou City will not suffice. Only through continuous expansion can he amass enough capital for his cultivation endeavors. Of course, I do not imply that we shall refrain from venturing into the territories of other sections. Once we have established a firm foothold within the Tai Xuan Sect and possess sufficient foundational strength, we will gradually extend our reach into the domains of other sections. The competition in our auction house business is relatively mild, unlike the realms of elixirs and magical artifacts, which are often met with resistance from local sections. Most major sects possess their own elixir and artifact industries. Outsiders attempting to engage in such businesses are akin to usurping livelihoods and will inevitably face opposition and suppression. Within the entire cultivation realm, the only business unlikely to be rejected is that of the Hehuan Sect. After all, establishments such as the Hehuan Tower fulfill a fundamental need. Not every cultivator can find a partner. If their energies remain unchanneled, it will eventually disturb the order of the cultivation world. Much like the chaotic state of affairs in the Blue Star, where even animals are not spared. Furthermore, as other sects do not delve into such industries, the Hehuan Tower faces no competition and is welcomed wherever it goes. Consequently, the pressure of competition for our auction house is considerably less burdensome. This trade, unless it can consistently offer high-quality items, relies heavily on consignments, making the supply extremely unstable and rendering it difficult to hold daily auctions. Should the quality of the items be subpar, the auction house will struggle to achieve high bids, resulting in lower commissions and various complications. It also demands significant strength to maintain order, presenting a high threshold that dissuades many from committing deeply. However, venturing into the territories of other sects surely will not be as advantageous as within the Tai Xuan Sect. Therefore, it is imperative to first accumulate sufficient strength and connections before gradually expanding outward, lest one finds themselves unable to retaliate when targeted. Chapter 98. Do not let your master Song hear this, or I fear she may leap from the pillar peak. After arranging all matters concerning the auction house, Lin Yuan intends to return to the Tai Xuan Sect. This descent from the mountain has yielded considerable gains. The troubles of the Lin family have been conveniently resolved. Although there remain potential risks ahead, there are currently no leads, and it is prudent to observe the developments. The framework of the auction house has also been established, and there is little left for him to do aside from supplying high-quality elixirs to attract customers. During these past few days in Qingzhou City, he has also acquired several usable cultivation manuals and a batch of refining materials. He directly tossed the materials of the Golden Core realm into the war box, intending to forge a self-detonating artifact of Golden Core level. The materials from the nascent soul realm were reserved for an attempt to enhance the quality of the war box. Regrettably, he had not acquired any materials suitable for the divine transformation realm, which left a slight sense of disappointment. The war box was already an exquisite treasure of the nascent soul realm, and the effects of enhancement with nascent soul materials were not particularly pronounced. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing and could serve as a valuable experiment. If it were to be established that the enhancement of treasures at their current peak would yield limited benefits for materials of the same tier, he would then focus on gathering materials of a higher realm for future upgrades. After bidding farewell to the ancestor of the Shun family, Lin Yuan made a special trip to the Lin family's ancestral home to reassure the elderly servants who remained behind, instructing them to take good care of the ancestral house. He left behind some spirit stones and then, accompanied by Xia Xingyao and the Xiao family, boarded a flying vessel bound for the Tai Xuan Sect. The Xiao family had no significant ties in Qingzhou City. Initially, Zhao's mother had intended for her younger daughter, Xiao Xing'er, to accompany them to the Tai Xuan Sect while she remained behind, feeling somewhat reluctant to join. She believed that securing a chance for her two daughters was already a blessing, considering that Xiao Xing'er possessed only a mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual root, and her potential was limited. Even if she were to ascend the heavenly ladder during the Tai Xuan Sect's grand recruitment, she would likely only qualify as an outer disciple. However, Xiao Xing'er was now Lin Yuan's concubine and an inner disciple of the Xiaozhu Peak, with her sister and brother-in-law looking after her, which was far superior to being an ordinary outer disciple. Yet, Xiao Xing'er was still young, and Xiao Xing'er was reluctant to leave their mother alone in Qingzhou City, especially since it was not entirely safe. The Xiao family had previously sought out Zhao's mother. Surprisingly, they did not come for revenge, but rather to apologize, expressing regret for the grievances endured by the three of them over the years and extending an invitation for Zhao's mother to return to the Xiao family for a life of superior treatment. In essence, they aimed to win her over to ease tensions with Xiao Xing'er. The current situation of the Xiao family was far from favorable. Even without explicit directives from Lin Yuan and Xiao Xing'er, the Xiao family was covertly targeted by other clans. With Xiao Xing'er now affiliated with a true disciple and the Xiao family having lost its share of the Taishan order due to Xiao Dire's incident, many families would not miss the opportunity to exploit the Xiao family's misfortunes. Eliminating the Xiao family would yield benefits for several clans. Although the Xiao family was merely a foundation establishment clan with limited business, their downfall would still represent a modest gain, which was significant for a clan of their standing. Moreover, they could also benefit from Xiao Xing'er's misfortune. Lin Yuan had previously inquired how Xiao Xing'er wished to deal with the Xiao family, but she was now wholly focused on his well-being, unwilling to allow him to dirty his hands. She believed that given the current predicament of the Xiao family, their decline was inevitable, and thus she had no intention of taking action against them. Furthermore, this fate was more tragic than outright slaughter, as they would be forced to witness their family's downfall without the power to alter their circumstances. In the end, they reached a consensus that Zhao's mother would also accompany them back to the Tai Xuan Sect. It is worth noting that the probability of mortals giving birth to children with spiritual roots is exceedingly low, since both Xiao Xing'er and Xiao Xing'er possess spiritual roots. It was evident that their mother also had a spiritual root, albeit of a lower grade, classified as mid-grade yellow. However, it suffices. Once I elevate my realm to the foundation establishment stage, securing a position as an outer elder of the Xiaozhu Peak will be effortlessly attainable. Xiaozhu Peak is destined for expansion and recruitment in the future, and Lin Yuan is in dire need of trustworthy individuals to assist in managing affairs, ensuring he is not easily deceived. Naturally, with his status as a true disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, ordinary individuals would not dare to deceive him lightly. Upon their successful return to Xiaozhu Peak, Lin Yuan promptly sought an audience with his master, Lung Liue, to recount the experiences he had during his descent from the mountain. However, Lung Liue gazed at him for a prolonged moment, her face a mask of astonishment. You have attained the golden core? This is utterly outrageous. She had deliberately restrained her own advancement to the nascent soul stage, intending to wait for an opportunity to aid Lin Yuan in seizing some fortune, hoping to use a miraculous medicinal herb to forcibly help him achieve the golden core, for his spiritual roots were exceedingly poor, rendering the possibility of such an achievement nearly non-existent. To her surprise, this lad had quietly attained the golden core on his own during his excursion down the mountain. Lin Yuan had anticipated this reaction and concocted a plausible excuse. Disciple previously sought guidance from Elder Song at the Danding Peak and gained some alchemical experience. Now I can refine the perfect dust-vanishing pill, and with the aid of this elixir, I successfully achieved the golden core. Lung Liue shot him a sidelong glance, her tone teasing. Are you certain? You may share this with me, but do not let Elder Song catch wind of it. Otherwise, I fear she may be so embarrassed that she would leap off Danding Peak. After all, if Song Wanqing herself could not refine the perfect dust-vanishing pill, how could she possibly instruct Lin Yuan to do so? Ultimately, it was Lin Yuan's peculiar nature that concealed numerous secrets. Lin Yuan could not help but smile ruefully, fully aware that this rationale would not deceive Lung Liue. Soon, however, she detected an anomaly, murmuring to herself, "Wait, your golden core's aura is far too potent. It is entirely different from an ordinary golden core. Let me examine it closely. Is that necessary?" Lin Yuan's face displayed signs of distress. He had intentionally ventured outside Qingzhou City to attain the golden core, hoping to avoid attracting undue attention due to its peculiarities. Yet, he could not escape the discerning gaze of his master. Prior to his return, He had even consulted with the ancestor of the Shun family to ensure that they could not identify any patterns or irregularities in his golden core. Yet, upon his return to Xiaozhu Peak, Lin Yuan immediately sensed the issue. Indeed, the stronger the practitioner, the keener their insight. With a light huff, Lin Yuan remarked, "Am I capable of causing you harm? Why the secrecy? Come here and let me have a look." Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she grasped his wrist with deft hands. Cautiously channeling her spiritual energy to investigate, she was apprehensive about exerting too much force and injuring her disciple. However, when her spiritual energy made contact with the Yin-Yang 9-pattern golden core, she froze, her expression one of incredulity. "Am I seeing things?" After several repeated examinations, the results remained unchanged. Only then did she gasp in astonishment, her voice trembling. "A variant 9-pattern golden core? This is something even those with heaven-grade spiritual roots cannot achieve. How on earth did you manage it with your inferior yellow-grade spiritual roots?" It is worth noting that even cultivators with superior heaven-grade spiritual roots could at most condense a perfect golden core. The occurrence of a variant golden core was virtually impossible, attainable only by those with exceptional physiques. Previously, Lin Yuan had achieved a flawless foundation, attributing it to the efficacy of the perfect foundation pill. However, the transformation of the 9-pattern golden pill defies conventional explanation. Lin Yuan had already prepared his words and, with a sincere tone, stated, "I am uncertain of the specific reasons. However, as you are aware, master, of my experiences in the Lin family, after resolving the family's issues, my inner demons were absorbed by the golden pill during the formation process, resulting in this peculiar change. I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse." Coldly you furrowed her brow, deep in thought, before finally speaking, "Your situation is exceedingly unique. I have not encountered a similar precedent. Setting aside the anomaly of the golden pill, how did you come to possess this 9-pattern golden pill?" Chapter 99. The 9-turn golden pill is a creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, with 9 being the ultimate limit. As Coldly Yu's words fell, her expression subtly shifted. Before Lin Yuan could react, she leaned in, pressing her forehead against his, and urgently instructed, "Do not speak. Allow me to observe closely." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture, but in the next instant he sensed his master's consciousness cautiously probing into his sea of consciousness. The position was undeniably intimate. With their foreheads touching, the warmth of their shared breaths brushed against each other's cheeks, and a delicate fragrance lingered in the air, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Cultivators, devoid of impurities and long accustomed to consuming rare herbs to nourish their bodies, naturally exude a refreshing aroma of flora, even without the application of cosmetics or fragrances. Coldly Yu's scent was particularly elegant and pleasing. After a moment, Coldly Yu gradually withdrew her consciousness, letting out a sigh of relief. She quickly realized the awkwardness of their position, hastily creating distance between them, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, and feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "It is fortunate. I feared you had been possessed by some ancient entity. It seems my concerns were unwarranted." Lin Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that her worries stemmed from this matter. Upon reflection, the methods he had employed throughout his journey were indeed atypical for a cultivator of merely a decade or so. No wonder his master had harbored such concerns. He seized the opportunity to elaborate. "In truth, I acquired a set of secret techniques and pill formulas from the second-tier alchemist's inheritance I mentioned previously. This pill is called the 9-turn golden pill, which can enhance the foundation of the golden pill, aiding one in the formation of a perfect golden pill. However, that predecessor had limited talent and only reached the foundation establishment stage, unable to utilize this formula. He had previously mentioned obtaining the inheritance of a second-tier alchemist, and now, using this as a patch for his story seemed entirely reasonable, avoiding any sense of incongruity. Coldly Yu's face was a picture of astonishment. "Such a pill exists? No wonder you did not seek the golden pill formation method from me, opting instead to quietly form it yourself. The realm of cultivation is strictly regulated regarding techniques. Typically, when a cultivator ascends to a corresponding stage, the sect will grant the appropriate techniques. Only at the time of breakthrough will they provide the methods for advancement. Particularly for the breakthrough methods at each stage, sects will deliver them in jade slips, which, upon use, are embedded with restrictions to prevent external dissemination. This is also why various families strive tirelessly to send their descendants to prestigious sections. Only the major sects possess a complete system of techniques to support cultivation. Much like the Lin family, the venerable patriarch of the Lin clan was once at the Qi refinement stage. Alas, upon reaching a certain age without achieving a breakthrough, he was, according to the sect's rules, expelled from the sect. Fortune, however, smiled upon him, and through a fortuitous turn of events, he successfully established his foundation. Upon relaying this news back to the Tai Xuan Sect, the Lin family acquired the privilege of receiving a Tai Xuan token every decade. Yet, he ultimately laid the groundwork in an unorthodox manner, lacking the orthodox foundational techniques. Thus, the descendants of the Lin family still needed the Tai Xuan token to gain entry into the Tai Xuan Sect and learn the complete cultivation methods. Lin Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, revealed a hint of trepidation. As a disciple, I too am taking a gamble, uncertain if this elixir and technique will yield success. After all, my spiritual roots are rather poor, and I fear disappointing my master by not informing her in advance. Lung Liu sighed softly. You. I have told you before that I would help you seize your destiny, yet you refuse to rely more on your master. Thankfully, the outcome is favorable. But this matter is rather conspicuous. She paused, her expression turning serious. With a low-grade yellow tier spiritual root, achieving a perfect foundation, and even manifesting an anomalous 9-pattern golden Dan. Should this information leak, it would incite chaos throughout the realm of cultivation. Various factions would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means to seize your formula and technique. I must consult your ancestral master to procure a method to conceal your aura. It is imperative that your extraordinary talent remains undiscovered. The worth of the anomalous 9-pattern golden Dan is immensely high. In the golden Dan realm, it is nearly invincible. Even if it is merely a first-grade golden Dan, it could easily overpower a 9th-grade golden Dan and may even rival those of the nascent soul stage. Of course, the specific combat effectiveness would depend on the extent of the golden Dan's anomaly, which carries a degree of uncertainty. The reason Long Liu could contend against those of the nascent soul stage, and even have confidence in resisting those of the transformation stage, is due to her perfect foundation, the anomalous 9-pattern golden Dan, an enhancement from her innate Tao body. Her golden Dan's anomaly is attributed to her innate Tao body throughout the realm of cultivation. Only those with special physiques or extraordinary circumstances, combined with extreme fortuity, could potentially give rise to a golden Dan anomaly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt elated. This was precisely the type of technique he required. Cultivation methods are not as common as cabbages. They are predominantly held by the major sections. Do you truly believe that one can casually purchase any technique upon venturing out? If you merely apply the societal structure of the Blue Star, you should comprehend that precious items are inaccessible to the ordinary populace. It's not that they do not exist, but rather that they are not circulated and have long been internalized. Then I must trouble you, master, he said, hastily bowing in gratitude. Lung Liu waved her hand, her figure transforming into a beam of light, swiftly arriving at the sect leader's hall. Master, in the presence of her disciples, she often maintained an aloof demeanor. Yet before the sect leader, she shed all pretense. Although she was already a mentor to others, she was merely 18 years of age. The sect leader smiled warmly, gently ruffling her hair, his tone gentle. What brings you here so suddenly? With a hint of grievance in her voice, Lung Liu replied, Disciple suddenly feels quite embarrassed. Master, do you know? My disciple Lin Yuan fortuitously obtained a secret technique and formula, which can aid in the condensation of a perfect golden Dan. However, during his condensation, he was influenced by a heart demon, causing his golden Dan to undergo an anomaly. The sect leader chuckled. Isn't this a tremendous blessing? Indeed it is. But here I am, feeling like a mere ornament as a master. Cold Liu puffed her cheeks, reflecting on how little assistance she had provided in Lin Yuan's cultivation journey. The lad was indeed peculiar. She almost believed he had been possessed by an ancient monster. While she voiced her complaints, she failed to recognize that her own identity and strength were, in fact, Lin Yuan's greatest safeguards. With her as his master, no one dared to harm Lin Yuan easily, which was a considerable advantage. Yet, her fixation on aiding him in his cultivation led her to feel inadequate. After all, Lin Yuan was both adept at alchemy and possessed of extraordinary talents, rendering her concerns about techniques and resources unnecessary. The sect master, suppressing a smile, reassured her. You do not have only one disciple. Is it not a blessing that your disciple is so self-sufficient? If your eldest disciple does not provide you with a sense of accomplishment, you might find it with the second disciple. As a first-time master, you must understand the importance of fairness, lest envy arise among your students. Coldly Yue paused, contemplating, and realized the truth in his words. She had indeed failed to maintain balance. Her second disciple had been in seclusion lately, hardly making his presence known, and with Lin Yuan's brilliance overshadowing all. She had nearly forgotten she had another disciple. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she bowed and said, "Master, your teachings are wise. I understand now." However, her tone shifted to seriousness as she continued. But Lin Yuan's situation is indeed precarious. If the 9 transformation golden elixir were to be discovered by outsiders, it would undoubtedly invite calamity upon him, and I am uncertain how to handle it. The sect master chuckled. Rest assured, everything in this world follows a predetermined course. The 9 transformation golden elixir is a product of the heavens, and 9 is its ultimate limit. Return and have Lin Yuan attempt to refine it once more. He will naturally realize that it cannot be produced again. Upon hearing this, she was taken aback, asking, "Is that truly the case?" The sect master nodded with a smile. Indeed, all things in existence have their limits, and the more precious an item is, the more difficult it is to produce in quantity. Consider the longevity elixir. Many factions have attempted to cultivate it artificially, yet all have ultimately failed. The core of the universe's operation lies in balance. Should the longevity elixir flood the market, extending the lifespans of cultivators, the top-tier powerhouses would monopolize more resources and survive longer, inevitably squeezing the living space of lower-tier cultivators and disrupting the entire order of the cultivation world. The same principle applies to the 9 transformation golden elixir. It cannot be mass-produced. Coldly Yue pondered for a moment and found this reasoning increasingly convincing. Cultivators were aware of the existence of longevity elixirs. Yet such treasures were so scarce that most would spend their entire lives without ever seeing one, let alone possessing it. If it could truly be cultivated at will, the cultivation world would already be in chaos. I feel reassured about the matter of the 9 transformation golden elixir, she said, but then her expression turned grave again. However, Lin Yuan's case involves an extraordinary variant of the 9 transformation golden elixir. My own exceptional talent makes the condensation of a variant golden elixir reasonable. But he possesses a low-grade, yellow, spiritual root, which is rather conspicuous. If noticed, it would surely attract ill intentions and schemes. Therefore, I seek my master's guidance in bestowing upon him a concealing technique to help hide the anomalies of his golden elixir, to prevent calamity from befalling him. The sect master smiled. That is easily arranged. I happen to possess a technique suitable for him, known as the earth-to-void technique. This method can absorb the profound essence of the earth, harmonizing the yin and yang within oneself. Not only does it further solidify one's foundation, but it also shields against prying eyes, concealing the secrets of the golden elixir. "Master, you possess such a technique?" asked Lin Yuan with curiosity. "I have never heard of it before. This method is ill-suited for your cultivation. However, it is perfectly aligned with your disciple," the sect leader advised. "Upon your return, you may share it with him alone. Remember, do not impart it to any other disciples, nor should you attempt to cultivate it yourself. Otherwise, it could bring them harm." The disciple understood. Lin Yuan did not dwell on this matter for long. She herself was already equipped with the supreme techniques taught by her master and had no desire for anything else. What suited her was the best. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her master would not lead her astray. Since she was warned against practicing it, she would not dare to touch it. The sect leader then raised a hand, and a stream of light entered Lin Yuan's brow, imparting the contents of the earthly return technique. Once she had absorbed the technique, she inquired curiously, "Master, this technique is exquisite. What is its rank? Can it be considered celestial?" "The reason a technique is deemed celestial is that it can only be celestial," the sect leader replied ambiguously, yet with profound meaning. Some techniques may appear mundane at first glance, but under specific individuals and circumstances, their power can far surpass that of celestial techniques. The earthly return technique is one such example. The disciple understood. Lin Yuan verbally acknowledged this, yet her mind remained somewhat perplexed. However, she was accustomed to her master's riddles and did not press further. With her purpose fulfilled, Lin Yuan bid farewell to her master and transformed into a streak of light, hastening back to Xianxia. Upon her arrival, she found the courtyard in disarray. Her second disciple, Xianxia, was seated on the ground, weeping bitterly, while Lin Yuan stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Hastening over, Lin Yuan asked, What is the matter? Have you bullied Xianxia? Lin Yuan immediately looked aggrieved, shaking his head vigorously. I am wrong, master. I truly did nothing. I had just emerged from your cave when I ran into my junior sister. As soon as she saw me, she sat down and began to cry without a word. I asked her why, but she would not say, and I am equally perplexed. Lin Yuan was genuinely at a loss. Unable to comprehend why Zhao Xianxia was in such distress, her sobs coming in gasps. To an uninformed observer, it might appear that he had abandoned her and bullied the young sister. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the situation. Her second disciple had been learning from her and possessed a rudimentary understanding of divination, capable of discerning the cultivation levels of those not far above her own. Earlier, when Lin Yuan had established his foundation, it had already ignited Zhao Xianxia's fierce competitive spirit. She had insisted on hastening her own foundation establishment. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Yuan's perfect foundation establishment pill, she had successfully achieved a flawless foundation. However, shortly after Zhao Xianxia's success, Lin Yuan had surged ahead to the 6th rank of foundation establishment, delivering another heavy blow to her aspirations. She had immediately declared her intention to enter seclusion and cultivate diligently. In terms of talent, Zhao Xianxia was indeed exceptional. In a mere short time, she had already reached the 2nd rank of foundation establishment, distinguishing herself among her peers in the Tai Xuan Sect. Qingzhou is indeed exceptionally extraordinary. After merely half a month away, he has remarkably advanced to the golden core stage, a feat that would be difficult for anyone to endure. Xianxia, come with me back to the cave, Lin Yuan said gently, stepping forward. Her second disciple's mentality had clearly faltered. She needed to provide some solace. The sect leader had just reminded her to maintain impartiality, and she realized that she had been overly favoring Qingzhou while neglecting Zhao Xianxia. It was high time to show concern for this second disciple. In truth, even she, as a mentor, was struggling to maintain her composure. A disciple with a low-grade yellow spiritual root had progressed from Qi refinement to golden core in less than half a year, and had even condensed a unique 9-pattern golden core. Such a rapid growth rate defies reason. If left unchecked, Zhao Xianxia's heart of Tao might truly shatter. Bringing Zhao Xianxia back to the cave, Lin Yuan sighed softly and spoke slowly. Your senior brother's spiritual root is too poor. His accomplishments in this life are inherently limited. The Lin family has bestowed great kindness upon me, and I must do everything in my power to support him. His recent rapid advancement in cultivation was intentional on my part. Can you understand the predicament of your master? Zhao Xianxia wiped away her tears and replied, So, master, you sought out a miraculous treasure to forcibly assist him in condensing his core? Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That is one way to put it. The truth behind Qingzhou's core condensation was far too astonishing and could not be revealed. She could only take the blame upon herself. Using the pretense of forced core condensation to comfort Zhao Xianxia. Upon learning the truth, Zhao Xianxia felt an immense sense of relief, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Master, I'm not envious of my senior brother. I simply believe that my spiritual root was superior, yet he has left me far behind. I momentarily lost my composure. I understand your difficulties. The Lin family has aided you, and it is only right that you assist him. My talent is not lacking, and I can catch up without relying on these external aids. I will calm my mind and devote myself to diligent cultivation, no longer allowing impatience to rule me. She internally mused, so it was a matter of relying on miraculous treasures to forcibly condense the core. Such a golden core will likely possess diminished combat power and exhausted potential. Given my senior brother's low-grade, yellow spiritual root, he will probably only ever reach the golden core stage in this lifetime. In this light, she realized that her temporary setback was insignificant. With her impeccable foundation, she was quite likely to condense an 8-pattern golden core in the future, ultimately surpassing her senior brother. There was no need to dwell on fleeting gains and losses. Her earlier shock had merely caused her to lose her composure. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved and retrieved a batch of resources from her storage bag, offering them to her. While it is true that one should not solely rely on external aids for cultivation, I will strive to procure some gentle supportive resources to help expedite your progress, ensuring you do not lag behind others. Take these for now. Later, I will have your senior brother bring you some elixirs. Chapter 101. Or is it that she knows I possess the heavenly swallowing qi drawing technique? Lin Yuan, being an innate Tao body, does not depend on elixirs. The primary concern is that high-grade elixirs contain pill toxins, while top-tier elixirs are exceedingly rare. Consuming them requires time for detoxification, and when all is considered, the cultivation enhancement gained through elixirs may not surpass the benefits of her innate talent in cultivation. In her storage bag, spiritual stones were piled high, yet the number of elixirs was scarce. However, with Lin Yuan around, she planned to have him deliver some elixirs to Zhao Jinjiao later. This arrangement indirectly aided Lin Yuan. Zhao Jinjiao was entirely unaware of Lin Yuan's alchemical prowess and would naturally assume that the items he provided were gifts from Long Liyue, allowing Lin Yuan to reap the benefits without any psychological burden. This would, in turn, facilitate the triggering of rewards. Zhao Jinjiao eagerly accepted the resources and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master." Long Liyue smiled faintly and waved her hand, saying, "Go now and cultivate diligently." Once Zhao Jinjiao departed, Long Liyue promptly sent a message to Lin Yuan, summoning him to her cave dwelling. Lin Yuan arrived swiftly. Long Liyue got straight to the point. "I spoke with your ancestral master regarding your golden core situation. She mentioned that the 9 transformations golden core is a creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, and that 9 is the limit beyond which it cannot be refined. You might consider attempting it once more to verify this." Lin Yuan, taken aback, responded, "Is that so? I'll give it a try." He had been contemplating whether to arrange for his beloved as well. If there were indeed such a limitation, he would have to abandon that thought. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan retrieved his alchemical furnace and materials to begin the process. Having succeeded 9 times before, his technique was already consummate, and the entire process unfolded flawlessly. However, just as the elixir was on the verge of taking shape, its potency suddenly dissipated, resulting in failure. Was it a mistake? Long Liyue inquired softly, observing the situation. Lin Yuan shook his head slowly, his tone resolute. "It was not a mistake. My condition was excellent, and each step was executed perfectly. Yet in that final moment, an imperceptible force seemed to hinder the formation of the elixir. It appears that what my ancestral master said is true. The 9 transformations golden core can indeed only be refined 9 times. Curiosity stirred within him. That yet-to-be-met ancestral master seemed to possess greater insight than he had imagined, accurately discerning such profound secrets of the universe. Long Liyue sighed with relief. This is for the best. After all, this is not a perfect foundation elixir, and the implications would be too significant. If you could refine it infinitely, the subsequent management would become a headache. The inability to continue refining, however, alleviates a considerable amount of trouble." She then shifted her tone, advising him earnestly, "Additionally, I sought a technique from your ancestral master on your behalf, called the Earthly Return Technique, which can conceal the peculiarities of her 9 transformations golden core. In your future dealings, you must exercise caution and never expose the secret of your golden core. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of various factions, leading to perilous consequences. If Lin Yuan were to possess a heavenly grade spiritual root, perfectly established, and condense the 9 transformations golden core, it would merely be a mark of genius, and no one would delve too deeply. However, he was ultimately of inferior yellow grade spiritual root. Such an extraordinary manifestation would inevitably lead others to speculate that he held some unique secret or opportunity, prompting them to resort to unscrupulous means to seize it. Unbeknownst to Long Liyue, Lin Yuan's spiritual root had already advanced to a mid-level yellow grade. As long as he possessed the heaven-swallowing energy technique, he would continue to elevate his capabilities, albeit requiring some time. After finishing her explanation, Long Liyue raised her hand, and a stream of light flowed into Lin Yuan's brow, transmitting the complete content of the Earthly Return Technique. "Very well, you may now proceed with your cultivation. This technique, bestowed by our esteemed ancestor, is exclusively tailored for you and must not be divulged to anyone else," emphasized Long Liyue. The disciple comprehended the gravity of her words. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully and departed from his master's cave. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Yuan meticulously delved into the intricacies of the Earthly Return Technique, growing increasingly intrigued. It was his first encounter with a cultivation method that harnessed the energies of the earth, as most practitioners typically absorbed spiritual energy. Feeling a sense of novelty, he resolved to return and test its efficacy. He promptly retreated to his chamber, seated himself upon the ground, and began his practice. The technique was not overly complex, and he soon made significant progress. After a brief period of cultivation, Lin Yuan suddenly experienced a remarkable sensation. The earthly return technique appeared to resonate subtly with his heavenly devouring technique. After much contemplation, he chose to boldly experiment by simultaneously activating both techniques. This was not a reckless decision. While conventional techniques often follow similar pathways, which could lead to conflicts in spiritual energy, the internal routes of these two techniques were fundamentally distinct, theoretically negating any risk of backlash. As the heavenly devouring technique commenced its silent operation, an indescribable feeling enveloped him. His already expanded dantian, which had grown tenfold, began to widen further. The spiritual energy and earthly energy, inherently different forces, one pure and the other turbid, one light and the other dark, formed two opposing yet harmoniously coexisting energies within his dantian, reminiscent of the balance of yin and yang. To his astonishment, the absorption efficiency of the heavenly devouring technique subtly increased. Moreover, with its enhancement, the earthly return technique's capacity to draw upon earthly energy accelerated several-fold, revealing a symbiotic relationship between the two methods that mutually amplified their effects. If this trend continued, his dantian could further expand, accommodating even more spiritual energy. Furthermore, after practicing the earthly return technique, he could harness the power of the terrain in battles, a truly remarkable capability. Ceasing his cultivation, Lin Yuan was left in profound astonishment. Filled with questions, who exactly is my ancestor? Is it mere coincidence that the earthly return technique aligns so seamlessly with the heavenly devouring technique? Or does she possess knowledge of my mastery of the latter? It is worth noting that the heavenly devouring technique is no ordinary method. It was a reward he had earned through the use of 20 supreme spirit-gathering pills, which triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Perhaps the high tier of the 10,000-fold reward exceeded what ordinary elixirs could reach, resulting in a qualitative transformation into this extraordinary method devoid of rank. The potency of the heavenly devouring technique is beyond dispute. It not only grants him a dantian 10 times larger than that of an ordinary individual, but also significantly enhances his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy and refining elixirs, serving as the cornerstone of his rapid growth. Yet, the earthly return technique, gifted by his ancestor, harmoniously complements this secret technique, enhancing their effects in tandem, a phenomenon that defies mere coincidence. Feeling a throbbing in his head, Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, then allowed a smile of resignation to break forth. Ultimately, this was a fortuitous development. The earthly return technique harbors no hidden dangers and can impeccably conceal the secret of his anomalous 9-pattern golden core, making it exceedingly difficult for even high-ranking cultivators to discern any clues. As long as I do not reveal my strength during combat, it is nearly impossible for anyone to detect it, which saves me countless troubles. Of course, if exposure becomes unavoidable. As long as I ensure that I can eliminate any witnesses, my safety will be secured. Currently, having just entered the golden core stage, I am not yet formidable. This is a time for growth, and with this technique at my disposal, I can confidently enhance my abilities. Chapter 102. Brother-in-law, this spirit beast meat is delicious. After practicing for an entire day, Lin Yuan decided to pause, as he had no pressing matters at hand. Although he was at the first level of the golden core stage, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was invincible within this realm, with only a handful of individuals capable of besting him, his master, Lung Liu, being one of them. Today, he had no urgent tasks. Xianxia had left early to sell elixirs and to procure necessary resources from various peaks. Meanwhile, Xianxia was busy recruiting disciples for the little bamboo peak. The auction house had just been established, and while no one dared to cause trouble within its confines, those who acquired valuable items were inevitably targets for envy, risking robbery outside the auction house. Recruiting disciples would provide these bidders with protective services, ensuring they could return home safely. Any further assistance could be negotiated for an additional fee. The disciples did not need to possess high cultivation, as long as they had their wits about them. No one would dare to harm those under the protection of the Tai Xuan Sect. If any harm befell a disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, the sect would ensure that the aggressors would regret their actions. This is the confidence of a major sect. The authority of the Tai Xuan Sect is not something an ordinary cultivator can provoke, having stepped into the golden core stage. The thunder-calling talismans and the golden light protection talismans from the foundation establishment stage were no longer of use. Lin Yuan was not concerned about waste, planning to pass them on to Xiao Xian'er, and his junior sister Xiao Jinjia. He now needed to prepare talismans suitable for the golden core stage. so that when facing enemies of the same level, he could simply throw talismans to defeat them without having to engage directly. For particularly troublesome foes, he would employ the military strategy war box for bombardment, focusing on a lavish and reckless approach. Today, he intended to draw the purple cloud thunderstorm talisman and the heaven and earth mysterious yellow talisman. The former could summon the power of thunder, inducing a tempest in a short time with tremendous force, sufficient to injure golden core cultivators. If drawn in sufficient quantity, it could deliver widespread destruction, effectively turning enemies to ash. The latter, akin to the golden light protection talisman, serves as a defensive talisman capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators. Although he might not need it due to his current strength, there are certain things one can forego but cannot do without. As for the Earth Escape Talisman, it was time for an upgrade. The Golden Core Stage Earth Escape Talisman could travel 50 miles in one go, a significant improvement over its Foundation Establishment counterpart. There are even higher-level escape talismans capable of tearing through space for a more efficient getaway. But those are beyond the capabilities of the Golden Core Stage and must be set aside for now. Currently, he did not possess a single Golden Core talisman and needed to expedite his efforts to create more, ensuring he had at least 100 of each type for peace of mind. In the days to come, I must carve out some time daily to sketch a few pieces, for little by little accumulates to much. Even if they become of no use in the future, they may serve as gifts for my beloved or trusted companions, or perhaps be sold, leaving no fear of waste. I was engrossed in my tasks until noon when a crisp voice broke the silence. Brother-in-law. I looked up to see Xianxia's younger sister, Xianxia. The young girl, though still blossoming, possessed a beauty that rivaled her sister's, her delicate features particularly endearing. The Xiao mother and daughter had recently arrived at Xiao Bamboo Peak, currently serving as outer disciples. However, I had bestowed upon them many exquisite medicinal pills, including the perfect Foundation Establishment pill as a safety net. While discussions of forming a core could wait, it was certain that Xiao would ascend to the ranks of inner disciples at Xiao Bamboo Peak. Zhao's mother could take on the role of an outer elder, assisting in the management of outer disciples, arrangements I had already meticulously planned. Xiao appeared timid, a result of her previous living conditions. Her mother and sister had always shielded her well. This was one of the aspects I admired about Xiao. Despite her numerous minor flaws, ever since she joined me, she had devoted herself entirely to my interests, willing to endure hardships for the sake of her family. Her relentless determination to enter the Tai Xuan Sect was solely to succeed in establishing her foundation, so she could protect her mother and sister. There is wisdom in the saying, do not advise others to be kind unless you have shared in their suffering. Those whose families are harmonious and whose lives flow smoothly often take a high-handed stance to criticize others, pointing out their flaws without a thought for the privilege of not having to worry about someone coveting their own sister or mother. It is often said that all roads lead to Rome, yet some are destined to toil like beasts of burden, while others are born in Rome itself. It seems absurd for those born into comfort to mock those striving to reach such heights. I softened my tone and asked with a smile, what brings you here, Xing? Is there something on your mind? Clutching the hem of her garment, Xiao replied nervously, Sister brought back some spirit beast meat from Yuling Peak, and Mother prepared some dishes for you. I was intrigued by this revelation. Life is fundamentally about enjoyment, eating, drinking, and reveling in pleasures. My pursuit of immortality was aimed at achieving a better existence. Sacrificing a warm meal in the name of cultivation would be too constraining. Previously, I had relied on fasting pills not out of disdain for proper meals. Many in the cultivation world relish spirit beast meat for its exquisite flavor and spiritual essence, which is beneficial for cultivation, albeit at a considerable expense. My prior busyness had left little room for such indulgences, and Xiao, being a servant in the Xiao family, had never had the opportunity to learn the culinary arts. Although the Xiao family had fallen from grace, as the legitimate daughter, Xia was spared the need to cook. Xiao Bamboo Peak had no dedicated cooks. The disciples relied on fasting pills to get by, not from a lack of desire to eat, but from the absence of means. Xiao cautiously entered the room, carefully laying out the dishes from the food box one by one. Do not speak, for the culinary skills of Madame Xiao are indeed remarkable. The rice is the spiritual grain cultivated in the mystical fields of Tai Xuan Sect, and the vegetables are modest medicinal herbs that can also serve as food, such as chives, which are both a vegetable and a remedy. The meat from spiritual beasts is raised on the Yuling Peak, each dish infused with ethereal energy, both fragrant and flavorful. Lin Yuan picked up a chopstickful and sampled it, immediately beaming with delight. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, freeing him from the daily drudgery of consuming spirit-boosting pills. Beside him, Xianxia gazed at the spread, unable to suppress a swallow. The young girl had only ever eaten ordinary ingredients in the Xiao household, and during the brief period of protection from the Shun family, she had enjoyed slightly better fare. However, it was incomparable to the ethereal feast before her. Noticing her, Lin Yuan inquired, "Xing'er, have you not eaten yet?" Being young and unaware of many things, Xianxia mustered her courage and replied softly, "Mother said these dishes are too precious and are only for my brother-in-law. I could just eat the spirit-boosting pills." Lin Yuan chuckled, both amused and exasperated. "What is so precious about this? We are family. I thought you all had your portions as well. Here's what you should do. Go back and tell your mother how much I adore her cooking, and kindly request that she prepares it more often so we can all enjoy it together. Now, come and sit with me. I cannot possibly finish all this alone." Xiaoxinger's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Can I really, brother-in-law?" "Of course. Now, savor your mother's culinary creation." Lin Yuan picked up the communal chopsticks and offered her a piece of the spiritual beast meat. Although he was the only one dining, Madame Xiao had thoughtfully prepared communal chopsticks for the Xiao family, though a foundational clan upheld the traditions of decorum. Xiaoxinger opened her mouth to take a bite, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she quietly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, this spiritual beast meat is delicious. It's even better than the leftovers my sister used to bring back from the Xiao family." The Xiao family, while merely a foundational clan and not among the elite, certainly possessed some heritage. Although they could not indulge in spiritual beast meat daily, they were fortunate to partake in it several times a month. Moreover, the customs of a large family were ingrained in their habits, ensuring that practices such as using communal chopsticks were second nature, alleviating concerns about hygiene. Previously, Xiao Daier had always resented that Xiaoxinger was more beautiful than herself, seizing every opportunity to bully her. Whenever the family feasted on spiritual beast meat, Xiao Daier would rather eat less herself than allow any to go to waste, intentionally leaving some behind for Xiaoxinger to take home, all the while not forgetting to hurl a few cutting remarks, seeking a sense of fulfillment from her actions. In the past, Xiaoxinger would not let such opportunities slip away. If it meant losing face, so be it. She would take the leftovers home for her mother and sister, allowing them to nourish themselves, which would benefit their cultivation as well. After all, the shame was her own to bear, and as long as her mother and sister were well fed, that was sufficient. However, the spiritual beast meat the Xiao family consumed was of the lowest grade, a far cry from the top-tier spiritual beast meat found on Yuling Peak of Tai Xuan Sect. It was akin to the various grades of beef found in the mortal realm, and this was especially true for meat infused with spiritual energy. The resources available at Yuling Peak are rather limited. According to the current regulations of Tai Xuan Sect, Lin Yuan is required to provide 40 perfect foundation-building pills each month, which the peaks can exchange for using their own resources. The more they offer, the more perfect foundation-building pills they receive in return. Consequently, Yuling Peak supplies Lin Yuan with only the finest spirit beast meat, which explains Xiaoxinger's heartfelt exclamation. Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled Xiaoxinger's hair. Although he is somewhat lecherous and lacks resistance to beautiful women, he regards this young girl purely as a sister, harboring no improper thoughts, at least not at this moment. "If you like it, eat more. I can't consume much anyway. Take the leftovers back to your mother." Lin Yuan, who enjoys food himself, is in no rush for this meal, as there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Today, he would let the mother and daughter have their fill. "You're so kind, brother-in-law." Xiaoxinger's eyes curved into crescent moons, brimming with joy. She dared not overindulge, waiting until Lin Yuan set down his chopsticks before carefully repacking the leftovers into a container to take back to her mother. "Mother, brother-in-law didn't eat much, so I'm bringing this back for you," the little girl said, bouncing with excitement. Xiao Mu smiled as she tousled her hair. "Mother has already eaten a fasting pill, so I won't have any. You eat it yourself." Xiaoxinger gazed at the food in the container, swallowed hard, but shook her head. "I won't eat either. I'll save it for my sister. In the past, she always gave me the best food while depriving herself. This time, I want her to taste it too." As she spoke, she couldn't help but drool a little, yet she held back. Xiao Mu, feeling a pang in her heart, said, "Dear, if you want to eat, have a bit more. Don't you know how much your sister cares for you? If you don't fill your stomach, she certainly won't touch her chopsticks. Then I'll just have a tiny bit, really just a little. The rest is for my sister." Xiaoxing nodded obediently, adding, "By the way, mother, brother-in-law, said he particularly enjoys your cooking and wants you to make more for everyone to share. Yes, yes, there will be plenty to eat in the future. You little glutton, hurry and eat, Xiao Mu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When her husband passed away, she had contemplated following him several times. But gazing at her two young daughters, she could not bear to leave them behind, forcing herself to raise them with grit and determination. Xianxia, being perceptive from a young age, learned to support the family and endured many hardships and bullying. Ultimately, it was her failure as a mother that left her daughters unprotected. Fortunately, after enduring much suffering, they could finally lead a stable life. Xinger, your brother-in-law is a good man. You must cultivate diligently to repay him in the future, even if it means sacrificing yourself. Do you understand? Xiao Mu urged earnestly. Xinger nodded, somewhat comprehending. Mother, I know. Brother-in-law is different from others. They look at me with such frightening eyes, but brother-in-law does not. I like him, being so young. She does not yet grasp the vile intentions hidden behind the gazes of the Xiao family members, only realizing that those stares instill fear in her. Xiao Mu could no longer hold back and raised her hand to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. The thoughts of those individuals are not lost on her, a woman who has endured much. In this world, a woman's beauty is not always a blessing, especially within the sordid confines of the Xiao family. Had it not been for Xianxia's cleverness in discerning Xiao Dire's intentions, deliberately placing herself in a position to be bullied and humiliated in exchange for a semblance of protection, the three of them might have long since become mere playthings of that wretched crowd. As a mother, she detests her own weakness and inability that forced her daughter to bear such burdens. Fortunately, Xianxia ultimately found a good fate. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, Zhao's mother prepared 2 meals each day using only the finest ingredients and generous portions. Lin Yuan, Xia Xingyao, and Xianxia would gather around the table, sharing warm and fulfilling days together. Within a few days, unexpectedly, Lin Yue followed the enticing aroma to join them. Lin Yuan couldn't help but jest, Master. I thought you had no fondness for dining, so I didn't invite you. Who said that? I merely lack the skill to cook, not the desire to eat, exclaimed Lin Yue, feeling wronged. During her previous training under her master, cooking was never part of their routine. Her focus was solely on cultivation, sustaining herself with spirit pills. Now, with hot meals available daily at Xiaozhu Peak, delightfully aromatic, she had every reason to partake. There are no rules dictating that cultivators must abstain from food. Such choices are personal. Perhaps after living for thousands or tens of thousands of years, one might tire of eating, but at merely 18, having relied on food for sustenance before cultivation, changing such a long-standing habit is no simple task. Moreover, cultivation can be monotonous. One must possess interests and hobbies, or else life becomes akin to that of a machine, devoid of humanity. The following days unfolded with a comforting routine for Lin Yuan, crafting talismans, refining alchemical pills, cultivating, and engaging in dual cultivation. The only regret was that Shun Mingyao had yet to emerge from her seclusion. This was to be expected. Not everyone possesses the exceptional talents he does. Many cultivators require considerable time to reach the golden core stage, and Shun Mingyao's slower pace was entirely reasonable. One day, Lin Yue unexpectedly sent a message to Lin Yuan, requesting his presence at her cave dwelling. Upon his arrival, she got straight to the point. A few days ago, the demon sect sent representatives to discuss matters. They intend to open their foundation establishment secret realm and would like us to send some disciples for training in exchange for access to our Tai Xuan Sect foundation establishment secret realm for their disciples. I thought about how Jian Jiaqing has been quite affected by your earlier confrontation, her mindset nearly shattered. This experience might help her broaden her horizons and realize she is not lacking, simply that you, her senior brother, are particularly formidable, and there are few who surpass her. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. This is excellent news. Last time she saw me, she burst into tears, nearly breaking my composure and unsettling my heart. She possesses a top-grade, Earth-level spiritual root, truly a prodigy. It's just that I have pushed her too hard. Allowing her to experience the world and see the level of her peers will undoubtedly stabilize her mindset. Chapter 104. Are we really that solid as a sect? Last time, Zhao Jinxiao sat on the ground in tears, utterly bewildering Lin Yuan. He eventually came to understand that his rapid progress had completely destabilized the mindset of his illustrious junior sister, adversely affecting her cultivation state. It was imperative to counsel her properly, encouraging her to venture out and experience the world of ordinary cultivators, which would serve as the most beneficial remedy. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Cultivation cannot solely be a solitary endeavor. Although you possess great fortune and advance swiftly, it is essential to broaden your horizons." Coincidentally, this time, disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage would participate in the Secret Realm trial, and as a Golden Core cultivator, you should accompany them to ensure their safety. Lin Yuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Might I join as well? ISNT, the Heavenly Demon Sect, a demonic faction? Could there be danger?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but give him a disapproving glance. When it came to her junior sister's training, there were no concerns, yet he was immediately worried about dangers. "Your double standards are quite evident," she patiently explained. "The distinction between righteous and demonic paths is not merely a matter of stance, but rather a divergence in cultivation methodologies. The Tai Xuan Sect advocates gradual progression, while the Heavenly Demon Sect favors rapid methods. There's been no deep-seated enmity between the two. They have coexisted peacefully, so there is no need for unwarranted fears regarding safety. Furthermore, disciples represent the future of the sect, especially the prodigious ones who have not yet matured. The sect will undoubtedly provide full protection." She paused and added, "In addition to several Golden Core cultivators accompanying you. The leader of your team is Elder Yun from Ning Shaoli Peak, who, on the surface, possesses the strength of the Void Refinement stage, more than sufficient to safeguard you." Lin Yuan suddenly grasped the situation, realizing he had been misled by short videos and novels. In those tales, prodigious disciples were often slain, and the sect appeared indifferent, treating them as expendable. However, in reality, true prodigies were far less common. In the current generation of Tai Xuan Sect, there was only Lin Yuan with a celestial-grade spiritual root and merely 2 disciples with earth-grade superior roots, one of whom was Xianxia. Losing even one would be a significant loss. Thus, comprehensive protection was paramount. He then posed another question: "What does on the surface strength mean?" Lin Yuan responded, "Your Elder Yun reached the Void Refinement stage long ago, and her current abilities undoubtedly surpass that level. Most cultivators prefer to conceal their true strength, not revealing themselves easily, as it serves as a means of self-preservation." Lin Yuan nodded, familiar with this tactic. He too never revealed his true capabilities, as hiding one's talents is the path to success. Continuing to elucidate, Lin Yuan remarked, "Moreover, your Elder Yun is merely the visible leader. The sect will secretly dispatch formidable experts alongside, whose strength will exceed hers. However, this will not be openly acknowledged. Otherwise, disciples might lose their reverence upon learning that top-tier experts are safeguarding them. Additionally, in the event of non-lethal mishaps, these experts will not intervene, as such encounters provide valuable training opportunities." Lin Yuan was astonished. Is our sect truly this prudent? Indeed, it was the influence of novels and short videos that had led him to believe that large sects neglected their disciples. "It's just standard procedure," Lin Yuan shrugged. "Otherwise, why would a large sect cultivate so many powerful experts? To let them sit idly? The peak masters and elders will eventually step back from the front lines, enjoying generous rewards, focusing on their cultivation, and only taking on tasks when necessary. This is how all major sects operate. Everyone is well acquainted, and no one dares to act recklessly. Do not speak of this matter to outsiders, lest it disturb the disciples' mindset." She added, "Of course, the stargazing peak is not merely for show. Such affairs are always preceded by an omen assessment to ensure no significant issues arise before sending someone. Rest assured, it is merely a formality, and you need not enter the secret realm." Lin Yuan remained concerned for Xianxia. The disciple understands. But is the secret realm truly safe? My junior sister has only attained the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. There are certain risks within the secret realm. However, barring deep-seated enmity, no one would resort to lethal measures. Most encounters are merely for show. Furthermore, the first true disciple of Sword Chi Peak will also be present. She possesses a high-quality Earth-grade spiritual root and has perfectly established her foundation at the 9th level, rendering her invincible within the same realm. With her guidance, your junior sister will merely be exposed to the world, coldly U.S. stated. "Very well, then I shall undertake this journey." Lin Yuan felt entirely at ease. The Tai Xuan Sect is remarkably stable, with experts beyond the Void Refinement stage discreetly overseeing matters, likely at the Ascension or Fusion stage. They will undoubtedly be able to navigate through challenges with ease. He had yet to encounter the demonic sect, making this an opportune moment to broaden his horizons. Simultaneously, each peak of the Tai Xuan Sect was selecting disciples to participate in the secret realm. Not only the true disciples, but also the elders' disciples could register, provided they met the criteria. The Foundation Establishment Secret Realm of the Heavenly Demon Sect is artificial, not a remnant of ancient cultivators, posing no lethal dangers, serving merely as a means of tempering. On the day of departure, Lin Yuan arrived at the assembly point and immediately spotted numerous familiar faces. Anran, the eldest disciple of Ling Shaoli, was also present. She, too, was at the Golden Core stage and responsible for overseeing the Foundation Establishment disciples during the journey. Naturally, figures as significant as Elder Yun would not concern themselves with such trivialities. Her role was solely for security. Anran quickly focused on Lin Yuan, approaching him with a smile. "Junior brother Lin, you have actually reached the Golden Core stage? Truly worthy of my admiration. You are indeed exceptional." Within the crowd, Zhou Mufeng trembled, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan in disbelief. "No way. How long has it been? You have actually reached the Golden Core stage? The last time we met, you claimed my early entry was an act of bullying. Yet, in less than a month, while I have just reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, you have leapt directly to the Golden Core stage. This is utterly unfair." It made him seem woefully inadequate. He found it impossible to accept and rushed to inquire of Anran. "Senior sister, and you must be mistaken. How could Lin Yuan have reached the Golden Core stage in such a short time since his entry?" Anran huffed lightly, striking a cool pose, her left hand supporting her right, which covered her masked eye, her tone brimming with bravado. "What? Do you doubt me? Under my evil king's true eye, all concealed cultivation methods are laid bare." Zhou Mufeng gazed at her eye patch, internally ridiculing. How can you claim to see anything with that eye patch on? Yet, despite his thoughts, he dared not voice his skepticism. Anran was at the Golden Core stage, while he was merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. Even as true disciples, he had to respectfully address her as senior sister. Observing this, Lin Yuan coughed lightly to ease the tension. "Junior brother Zhou, it has been a while. I have indeed reached the Golden Core stage. If you do not believe me, take a look." Saying this, he released a gentle aura of Golden Core stage energy, effortlessly pushing Zhou Mufeng back a step. Zhou Mufeng was not oblivious to the truth. The blow was simply too great for him to bear. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, pounding his chest with his fists and letting out a lamentation towards the heavens. "No." Lin Yuan observed this dramatic scene, feeling an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. He instinctively began to hum. As snowflakes flutter and the northern winds howl, the world stretches into a desolate expanse. A single cold plum stands proudly in the snow, perfuming the air solely for her beloved. "I love what I love, without regrets or complaints. This sentiment shall forever dwell in my heart." Anran raised an eyebrow at him, her curiosity piqued. "Junior brother, what song are you singing at this moment? I must say, it is rather melodious." Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. "Nothing in particular. Just felt compelled to sing a couple of lines, given how amusing the scene was." Chapter 105. Oh no. She was left behind at Ling Shaoli. Beside them, Xianxia watched the distraught Zhou Mufeng and then glanced at Lin Yuan, feeling a sense of inexplicable balance within herself. It turned out she was not the only one struck by Lin Yuan's extraordinary progress in cultivation. She suddenly felt less burdened by her own struggles. It was not that they lacked effort. Rather, Lin Yuan's situation was unique. Their master, Lung Liue, possessed exceptional talent and a prestigious standing, undoubtedly able to procure various rare resources from the sect, thereby forcibly elevating his cultivation level. However, such forced accumulation was only effective during the early stages when the realm was low. As one's cultivation advanced, treasures that could rapidly enhance one's level would become increasingly elusive. Moreover, a golden core cultivated through resource accumulation was undoubtedly the most inferior kind. Zhao herself was exceptionally gifted and did not require such resource-based elevation. In fact, that would hinder her future strength enhancement, which is precisely why her master advised her to proceed steadily with her own cultivation. With this in mind, she felt no need to be perturbed by momentary gains or losses. The path of a cultivator is long, and they would see how it unfolds. Other disciples soon gathered around, offering their congratulations to Lin Yuan with respectful bows. Although their thoughts mirrored Zhao Xianxia's, believing that Lin Yuan's golden core was a product of Lung Liue's resource expenditure, There was no denying that he had indeed reached the golden core stage while they remained at the foundation establishment level, many of whom were merely disciples of elders. In the presence of a true inheritor, they could only treat him with the utmost respect. As Lin Yuan observed the reverence in their demeanor, an impulse to bestow some benefits upon them stirred within him. Perhaps he could garner some goodwill in return. Even if the returns were modest, it would not be a loss. Yet, upon further reflection, he decided against it. It was not a matter of being unable to afford it, but rather a question of prudence. If he were to distribute generous gifts merely because they called him senior brother, what would Anran and the other Golden Core cultivators think? If he gave, he would incur significant losses. If he withheld, they would inevitably resent him for being stingy. Even if he offered less than others, he would still face complaints. Lin Yuan was not a naive newcomer. After years of navigating social intricacies, he understood the dynamics well enough to avoid unnecessary animosity. Ultimately, the amount he could distribute to them was minimal. It would be wiser to save it for a more opportune moment to generously bestow upon Zhao Xianxia. He had long prepared everything, merely waiting for an opportune moment to deliver it. Not long after, Anran's eyes suddenly brightened as she exclaimed, "My master has arrived." With that, she bowed towards a certain direction, respectfully welcoming her master. Lin Yuan and the others promptly followed suit, bowing in unison and proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the master of Yinfeng." In an instant, a slender figure emerged from afar, employing an extraordinary technique to traverse the distance in the blink of an eye. Arriving before the group, she nodded at them, saying, "If everything is in order, you may board the ship." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan and the others directed the foundation-building disciples eager to partake in the secret realm to embark. There were quite a number of disciples accompanying them, exceeding 100 in total. Lin Yuan meticulously checked the roster, marking each name, anxious not to overlook anyone. Once all the disciples had boarded, Anran poked her head out from the cabin and called to Lin Yuan, "Junior brother Lin, are all present? If so, we shall set sail." Lin Yuan lowered his head to verify the roster once more, his brow furrowing. "Something's amiss. We're missing one. Xianxia has yet to arrive." Upon hearing this, Anran slapped her forehead, exclaiming in dismay, "Oh no, I completely forgot about junior sister Xiaoa. Wait here, I will inquire with my master." With that, she hurried to Yun Qingzi, her voice laced with urgency. "Master, did junior sister Xiaoa not come with you?" Yun Qingzi frowned, also smiting her forehead. Her expression filled with guilt. "Oh no, I left her behind at Lingxiafeng." And Ran couldn't help but chuckle despite the situation. "I forgot her too. She's just so elusive." Chun Xiaohe was the foremost disciple of the Sword Ridge, possessing a high-grade earth root and exceptional swordsmanship talent, having perfectly established her foundation at the 9th level. However, she had a critical flaw. Her presence was remarkably low, often overlooked if one was not attentive. Yun Qingzi, equally exasperated, recognized that this was unrelated to cultivation level. Otherwise, with her own stature, she wouldn't forget so frequently. She immediately unleashed her divine sense to scan the area, soon releasing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she's on her way. Just as expected, hurried footsteps echoed at the boarding entrance, as a young girl rushed over, breathless, shouting, "Wait for me. I'm coming too." Lin Yuan looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Are you Xiaohe?" The girl appeared fair and pleasing, not conventionally stunning, but exuding an undeniable charm. Curiously, she possessed no remarkable traits. At first glance, she seemed like an enchanting beauty, yet upon turning away, one would struggle to recall her distinct features. Glancing back, one could not deny her attractiveness, which was indeed peculiar. Yes, it's me." Chun Xiaoan nodded eagerly, explaining, "The master forgot me when leaving, and I couldn't catch up, hence my tardiness." She emphasized that it was not due to oversleeping. She had been waiting outside the master's cave for their departure, only to be left behind. She was aware of her tendency to be overlooked, yet she found contentment in it, preferring to cultivate in peace, wishing to avoid the troublesome incidents of her past. Lin Yuan pondered quietly, surprised that such a formidable cultivator as Master Yun could forget things. However, he was too indifferent to delve into it further. What mattered was that everyone had gathered. "All right, hurry aboard. We are merely waiting for you." Once everything was confirmed, Anran led Qin Xiaohe onto the flying vessel. Soon, Anran began to arrange the accommodations. The journey from Tai Xuan Sect to Tianxuan Sect was quite extensive, even with the flying vessel. It would take over 10 days, necessitating meticulous arrangements for the rooms. The Golden Core cultivators, such as Yun Qingzi and Lin Yuan, Each received a private cabin. While the other disciples were assigned based on their status, some had individual cabins, while others shared. After a busy period of organizing, Anran clapped her hands and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Just as I expected. We utilized every room, neither too many nor too few. At that moment, a soft voice nearby, laced with a hint of grievance, piped up, "Sister, you haven't arranged a room for me." Anran turned to her, momentarily stunned. She had forgotten about this junior sister. She quickly grasped Xianxia's shoulder and, with a forced tone, reassured her. "What are you saying? You are my dear junior sister. How could I forget you? I have already arranged for you to share a room with me." With all the cabins allocated, it was out of the question for Xianxia to squeeze in with her master or to share with Lin Shidi. She would have to endure the inconvenience herself. Xiao's face instantly lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I thought you had forgotten me again." And Rant's lips twitched as she forced a cool demeanor, her left hand propping up her right hand, which covered her unmasked by a patch, and declared, "How could I? Under my evil king's true eye, all illusions are laid bare. How could I possibly forget you?" Chapter 106. Just ensure you remain discreet, and I shall guarantee your safety afterward. After Anran uttered these words, she felt a pang of guilt. Not only did she often forget about Xianxia, but even their master, Yin Qingzhou, frequently overlooked her. This junior sister was indeed quite uncanny. Fortunately, Xianxia did not delve too deeply into such thoughts. She was merely grateful to have a place to stay, as she had grown accustomed to it. At only 16 years of age, she had joined the Jinggang Peak at a young age and had limited experience. This journey was specially arranged by the sect for her to broaden her horizons. Once everyone was settled on the flying vessel, most of the time was spent immersed in cultivation. Occasionally, during leisure moments, they would stroll around the vessel, nurturing relationships with their companions. After all, even cultivators cannot escape the intricacies of human relationships. Despite stepping into the realm of immortality, one cannot thrive without understanding the ways of the world. Lin Yuan was no exception to this norm. He mingled around the vessel. He had paid a visit to Yin Qingzhou, fulfilling the duties of a junior, and had grown increasingly familiar with Anran. In the remaining hours, Lin Yuan secluded himself in his cabin, either crafting talismans or alchemizing potions, fully dedicated to his cultivation. The only regret he harbored was the inability to cultivate with others. Given the nature of this group journey, it was impossible to have Xia Xingyao and Xiao Xian accompany him. Even though each cabin was equipped with formations to isolate divine senses, it was still inconvenient. He could only endure for now. Time flew by, and the 10-day journey passed in the blink of an eye. When the flying vessel approached the gates of Tianxuan Sect, the elders of Tianxuan Sect were already gathered outside, waiting for their arrival. The elder, holding a position of great significance and formidable strength, was of the Void Refinement realm. Although merely a Foundation Establishment disciple was sent for training, the presence of Yin Qingzhou, the peak master of the Void Refinement realm, ensured that the Heavenly Demon Sect would not dare to be negligent, extending every courtesy in a thoroughly respectful manner. It is worth noting that those who have transcended into the Mahayana and integration realms are often detached from mundane sect affairs, entirely focused on their secluded cultivation to reach higher realms. Thus, the delegation of a Void Refinement elder for the reception was indeed a mark of high honor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect escorted the group to their prearranged accommodations, while Yin Qingzhou engaged in discussions regarding the specifics of the secret realm training. Meanwhile, deep within the Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the two elderly women before Tang Yuan was gathering several Foundation Establishment disciples. These individuals, all at the 8th or 9th tier, possessed mediocre spiritual roots and were merely ordinary disciples who had persevered through sheer determination. Given the risks involved in their upcoming task, no one would be willing to send exceptionally gifted core disciples into danger. Should anything go awry, these common disciples could easily take the fall without causing much distress. With a sinister expression, the elderly woman addressed them directly. "A disciple named Lin Yuan from the Tai Xuan Sect has arrived. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must ensure he perishes within the secret realm. He cannot be allowed to return alive." A 9th-tier Foundation Establishment disciple, visibly anxious, hesitated and asked, "Elder Ancestor, the Tai Xuan Sect is powerful. If we kill one of their disciples, could it bring calamity upon us?" "Do not panic," the elderly woman replied coldly. "He is no prodigy, merely a waste with inferior yellow-grade spiritual roots. His foundation is built solely through external means, and his strength is hardly noteworthy. He poses no significant threat. Moreover, the secret realm is inherently perilous, and unforeseen incidents are likely to occur. Just ensure you leave no traces. I will guarantee your safety afterward. Hearing this, the disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them. With such trashy spiritual roots, he could be easily dispatched, and there was no need for fear. Of course, they had little choice in the matter. They promptly bowed in acknowledgement and withdrew. Once the disciples departed, the elderly woman sighed deeply, her gaze complex as she murmured to herself, "Lin Yuan, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame instead your interference with the path of the saintess. Our lineage has faced repeated setbacks, and it has been years since anyone has held the title of saintess. This time, in our pursuit of the saintess position, we have even lost a Mahayana expert. If we fail, the losses to our lineage would be considerable." The organizational structure of the Heavenly Demon Sect starkly contrasts with that of the Tai Xuan Sect. The Tai Xuan Sect operates under a management model centered around the sect leader and peak masters, whereas the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect is of mediocre strength, merely managing daily affairs. The current saintess wields the true power over the sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Demon Sect has a long-established lineage with numerous internal factions, making the competition for the saintess position exceedingly fierce. Cultivating the heart of demonic seed requires the sacrifice of a soon-to-be ascended Mahayana practitioner to seed the next generation of candidates, enabling them to swiftly advance to the Mahayana realm within a few centuries, thereby solidifying the sect's elite combat prowess. For this particular contest for the saintess, they have already paid a steep price, leaving no room for error. A mere Lin Yuan is but a stumbling block on their path, easily eliminated without consequence. To eliminate an ordinary disciple who lacks exceptional talent poses minimal repercussions, even if the Tai Xuan Sect were to pursue the matter. The worst outcome would be a compensation of resources and the sacrifice of the disciple responsible for the act, thus preventing any significant upheaval from the sect. The demonic sects operate without restraint. While they may not evoke the same universal disdain as the truly malevolent factions, they are certainly not held in high regard. After a day of recuperation at the Tianxuan Sect, the time arrived for the opening of the Foundation Establishment's secret realm. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan sought out Xianxia. "Junior sister, here are some elixirs and resources. Take them. They should provide you with additional security within the realm." He handed her a storage bag and advised, "Though the secret realm poses no lethal dangers, it is prudent to remain cautious and stick close to your senior sister Chen. If trouble arises, it's better to use wealth to alleviate the situation than to engage in a futile struggle." Xianxia, proud and confident in her superior Earth-grade spiritual root, believed she ought to be the senior sister. However, she harbored no animosity toward Lin Yuan. Rather, she felt chagrined by the disparity in their progress. Accepting the storage bag without hesitation, she replied softly, "Understood. Thank you, senior brother." In that very moment, as she took the bag, a familiar system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered a loss. 30 gold light protection talismans, 30 earth escape talismans, several top-tier Foundation Establishment elixirs, various materials for refining at the Qi, refining, and Foundation Establishment stages, residual texts of illusory spirit technique and thunder escape technique, and 100 superior spiritual stones, equivalent to 1 million inferior spiritual stones, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Rewards distributed: 35 elements protection talismans, 30 void, small teleportation talismans, several top-tier elixirs for the God transformation stage, various materials for refining at the nascent soul and God transformation stages, secret technique, external incarnation, complete thunder escape technique, and 5,000 top-tier spiritual stones. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Here it comes, indeed, junior sister is reliable. Following this trend, he could continue to reap rewards. The only regret was the limited resources he had prepared for this occasion. He had not set aside more treasures. Primarily, his alchemical skills had reached the 6th tier, catering to the needs of cultivators in the void refining stage, while he himself remained in the golden core stage and had no immediate use for such items. Compiling them by hand would also require time. Hence he refrained from offering more. Chapter 107. If he does not enter the secret realm, how can we take action? Resources in the cultivation world are not scarce. Numerous valuable items exist, yet they are predominantly monopolized by major sects and prominent families. Collecting a substantial amount of high-tier resources in the short term is nearly impossible without the full support of the Tai Xuan Sect. Currently, Lin Yuan's avenues for acquiring resources are limited to exchanges within the Tai Xuan Sect and auctions, though the perfect foundation establishment elixir is undeniably precious. Attempting to exchange it for top-tier treasures is simply unrealistic. Even if available, the sect would not provide them in abundance. This is precisely why he had meticulously gathered a multitude of low-tier refining materials. Relying on the system to generate high-tier rewards is the most reliable and efficient method. Without the system, he would have struggled to amass such high-level resources in the near term. As for the remnants of the illusionary spirit technique and the thunder escape technique, they were both acquired by him from the auction house in Qingzhou City, possessing rather mediocre quality. The illusionary spirit technique is merely a common cultivation method for those at the foundation establishment stage, capable of creating a perfect doppelganger that bears an exact resemblance to oneself, yet devoid of any offensive capability, serving solely as a decorative illusion to confound adversaries. The remnants of the thunder escape technique are even more lackluster. Although thunder escape is regarded as one of the premier evasion techniques, the fact that only fragments remain renders its efficacy predictable. Fortunately, the system proved to be exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him a complete external manifestation and the thunder escape technique in its entirety. However, this external manifestation diverged from Lin Yuan's initial expectations. It resembled more the multiple shadow clone technique from Naruto than the controllable puppet akin to Chu Hun from a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. For ordinary cultivators, this technique is essentially useless, as the doppelgangers rely on one's own spiritual energy for sustenance, with their power inferior to that of the original body. Each clone would consequently dilute the overall strength, thereby diminishing combat efficacy. Yet, for Lin Yuan, the scenario is starkly different. With his flawless foundation establishment and the extraordinary 9-pattern golden core, his own spiritual energy foundation surpasses that of typical golden core cultivators. Coupled with his mastery of the devouring heaven technique and the returning to the ruins technique, the capacity of his dantian is nothing short of remarkable. The devouring heaven technique has expanded his dantian to 10 times the size of that of other prodigies at the same level, while the returning to the ruins technique continues to further develop the space within. His reserve of spiritual energy is undoubtedly more than tenfold that of his peers. If one were to liken offensive capabilities to high-pressure water guns powered by spiritual energy, Lin Yuan's vast reservoir of spiritual energy enables him to manipulate multiple water guns simultaneously. Thus, the true value of the external manifestation becomes apparent. Once invoked, it equates to multiple golden core cultivators of the same realm launching an onslaught simultaneously, overwhelming opponents with an unrelenting tide of attacks. If he were to feign weakness during combat, and then suddenly unleash his clones for a concerted assault, the effect would be nothing short of explosive. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan is unlikely to employ this tactic frequently. He has always favored bombarding adversaries with talismans and utilizing explosive war chests. Why exhaust his spiritual energy personally when he can resolve battles with external means? It seems rather undignified. However, possessing a plethora of techniques can only be advantageous. Exploring various methods provides multiple avenues for retreat, which may prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, the thunder escape technique is far more practical, allowing for a swift escape when faced with overwhelming odds, signifying a considerable advancement over ordinary evasion techniques. Lin Yuan contemplates the potential of synergizing the external manifestation with the thunder escape technique, envisioning that ordinary golden core cultivators would be utterly incapable of withstanding his maneuvers. However, he acknowledges that his own combat methods are excessively specialized. Aside from the previously acquired 5 Thunder Righteous method, he possesses scant legitimate offensive techniques, rendering his situation rather absurd. The 5 Thunder Righteous method, being a technique suited for the foundation establishment stage, ultimately falls short when utilized by those at the golden core stage, especially in the face of his array of advanced methods, making it less than formidable. Nevertheless, it could later be imparted to Xia Xingyao and Xiao Xianer for their use. As for the top-tier elixirs suitable for the transformation stage, they are merely of minimal utility. Once his cultivation reaches the requisite level, he will be able to refine them himself, and lower-tier cultivators cannot withstand the potency of high-grade elixirs. Their bodies simply cannot endure the overwhelming effects, necessitating that they be stored for future use. The 5 Elements Protective Talisman is indeed a remarkable artifact, far superior to the golden light protective talisman. It belongs to the realm of divine transformation and is sufficient to withstand assaults from practitioners of the same tier, thus serving as a crucial safeguard for one's life. The Void Small Teleportation Talisman is even more extraordinary, vastly outclassing the Earth Escape Talisman. The latter leaves traces that powerful practitioners can easily intercept, while the former allows lower-tier practitioners to merely watch helplessly as their target escapes. Even those of the divine transformation realm cannot halt its wielder. In summary, this recent windfall of 5,000 times the blood return is undoubtedly profitable. Regrettably, due to his shallow foundation, Lin Yuan finds himself unable to gather more valuable items in the short term. Otherwise, he could have reaped even greater rewards. As he was lost in thought, Xianxia's voice timely broke the silence. Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall head to the gathering point. The secret realm is about to open. Oh, very well. Let us go together, Lin Yuan replied, snapping back to reality. Although he would not participate in the secret realm training, as an accompanying Golden Core practitioner, his presence was still required. Upon their arrival at the gathering point, a disciple from the Tai Xuan Sect, smiling, was engaged in conversation with a disciple from the Tianxuan Sect. Look, that is senior brother Lin. He has only been initiated for a few months and has already attained the Golden Core. It would be disingenuous to claim they weren't envious. Who within the Tai Xuan Sect did not admire Lin Yuan, especially given the formidable prowess of Lung Liu, while Lin Yuan's cultivation had surged impressively. The words were spoken thoughtlessly, yet they resonated deeply among the crowd. Among them, the few Tianxuan Sect disciples assigned to assassinate Lin Yuan in the secret realm were momentarily taken aback. They had toiled endlessly only to grasp a harsh reality. Lin Yuan was not participating in this secret realm training at all. Is this a joke? P.S. Not even entering the secret realm. How can we act? One disciple nearly shouted in disbelief. The ancestor's information is far too outdated. This predicament was not entirely their fault. Lin Yuan had secretly advanced to the Golden Core in Qingzhou City and had not widely publicized this achievement upon his return. Consequently, the Tianxuan Sect, lacking real-time updates, ended up with outdated intelligence, leading to this significant blunder. The Tianxuan Sect had initiated the opening of the secret realm with the intent to eliminate Lin Yuan, having exchanged foundation-building secret realm quotas with the Tai Xuan Sect. However, as the instigator, the Tianxuan Sect bore a greater cost. Ironically, the target had attained the Golden Core and was absent from the foundation-building secret realm. Whom could they turn to for solace? Compounding the issue, the elder who had issued the orders did not appear at the gathering point, leaving them without an opportunity to report their situation, forcing them to follow the main group into the secret realm. Senior brother Liu, what should we do? Without Lin Yuan in the secret realm, we cannot fulfill our duties. One disciple whispered anxiously. Perhaps we could randomly eliminate a few other Tai Xuan Sect disciples to make up the numbers? Another suggested. Liu, raising his hand, swiftly delivered a slap to him. Hissing under his breath, "Are you foolish? His absence is not our fault. Why would we harm others? Not only would we fail to execute the ancestor's orders, but we would also incur the wrath of the Tai Xuan Sect. Who would protect us then? Let us remain discreet and report our findings once we emerge." The ancestor sought to eliminate Lin Yuan, and now that the target was absent, it was not their inaction that was at fault. As for the other Tai Xuan Sect disciples, without an order from the ancestor, they dared not take any reckless actions. Do you truly believe that disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect are mere chives, easily harvested? When calamity befalls them, no one shall come to their aid. Chapter 108. Who are you? When did you appear? As the main contingent was on the verge of entering the secret realm, Xianxia at the rear of the group was taken aback. Where is senior sister Chun? Master had specifically instructed her to follow Xianxia, ensuring she would be safe under the protection of a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, there was no sign of Xianxia. With no other options, Xianxia called out to Lin Yuan, Senior brother, I can't find senior sister Chun among the multitude present. She was most familiar with Lin Yuan, so it was natural for her to seek him first in a moment of crisis. Lin Yuan, Yun Qingzi, and Anran all heard her words, momentarily stunned, before simultaneously raising their right hands to slap their foreheads. They had once again forgotten about Xianxia. Junior sister, please wait a moment. I shall go find her. Lin Yuan reassured Xianxia before turning to Yun Qingzi. Senior Uncle Yun, could I trouble you to keep an eye on things here? I shall return swiftly. Yun Qingzi nodded in agreement. Given Xiaoha's formidable strength, she was nearly unmatched within the Foundation establishment realm, and coupled with her enigmatic low presence, it would not be an exaggeration to say she was invincible in that domain. While the secret realm boasted a high safety factor, it was not entirely devoid of risks. Having Xiaoha present provided a safeguard for the other disciples, and it was imperative not to leave her behind. Subsequently, Qingzhou addressed the elder from the Heavenly Demon Sect. We have inadvertently overlooked one of our disciples. I kindly request that you all wait a moment longer before sealing the entrance to the secret realm. Such a trivial matter was easily accommodated, and the elder responded with a smile. Before long, Lin Yuan hurriedly returned, leading Xiaoha. The young girl lowered her head, her voice tinged with anxiety. Senior brother, I'm so sorry. Have I delayed everyone? It was not my intention. This remark made Lin Yuan feel somewhat awkward. He quickly waved his hands. No. It's my oversight. You're not to blame. Only then did Xiaoha breathe a sigh of relief, hastening to Zhao Jinjia's side and proactively saying, You must be junior sister Zhao, right? Senior brother Lin and senior sister and have instructed me to look after you, so just stay close to me. Lin Yuan and Anran had already made it abundantly clear that they were to protect Zhao Jinjia. It is worth noting that heavenly tier spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. The 5 major righteous sects combined with the 3 major demonic sects could hardly muster enough heavenly tier disciples to form a game of mahjong, while those of earth tier quality were already considered quite commendable. I appreciate your kindness, senior sister Chun. Zhao Jinjia beamed with a sweet smile. She had already discerned Xiaoha's remarkable capabilities, and with this 9th-level foundation establishment sister safeguarding her, she could finally engage in her training with peace of mind. The two stepped into the secret realm side by side. This was an artificial secret realm crafted by the Heavenly Demon Sect, characterized by its low danger level, nurturing various spiritual plants, and scattered with numerous treasures. Although these were primarily suitable for cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, their quality was not lacking. And there were even a few exceptional magical artifacts hidden within, along with rare items coveted by golden core cultivators. The intention of the Heavenly Demon Sect is to foster the practical growth of its disciples through the competition for treasures. However, it wasn't long before Zhao Jinjia became frustrated and halted her steps, glancing around. Where is senior sister Chun? Weren't you supposed to protect me? How would you just leave like that? It's utterly absurd. Cough cough. Junior sister, I have been right beside you all along. A timid voice emerged from beside her. Xiaohua looked at her with a face full of embarrassment. Zhao Jinjia was startled and quickly turned her head. Ah, senior sister, you are actually here? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to overlook you. I truly didn't notice. She too was puzzled as to how she could unconsciously disregard someone standing right next to her. Ah, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Xiaohua sighed helplessly. I'm not sure when it began, but I have often been unwittingly overlooked. It was always like this. It gradually transformed into my current state. She added, if the distance is a bit farther and there's south no close contact, the impact is lessened. However, once someone is near, it becomes easy for others to forget me. As the two continued onward, they soon stumbled upon a patch of medicinal herbs, abundant with precious spiritual grasses. Although the most valuable of these herbs might only fetch a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, in the eyes of Lin Yuan, they were insignificant. Yet for ordinary disciples, this was a considerable find. It is noteworthy that the annual income of a typical Qi refinement disciple is less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while those in the Foundation establishment stage earn merely a few thousand. Discovering such treasures within the secret realm could equate to several years' worth of earnings if fortune favored them. Although Zhao Jinjia did not lack spirit stones, she would not squander them. She promptly crouched down to begin harvesting the spiritual grasses, placing them into her storage bag. Stop. Put down those spiritual grasses and hand over your storage bag. Suddenly, 3 malicious voices rang out as 3 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect emerged from the nearby thicket, their gazes fixed intently on Zhao Jinjia. After assessing Zhao Jinjia's cultivation level and noting that she was merely at the 2nd tier of Foundation establishment, the trio instantly felt relieved, realizing that they held the advantage. Among them, the weakest was at the 5th tier of Foundation establishment, another at the 7th. And the leader boasted an impressive 8th tier, a clear, crushing advantage. Zhao Jinjia's expression darkened as she instinctively protected her waist storage bag, coldly retorting, "What do you want? I am a disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect. How dare you openly attempt to rob me?" The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples approached with a smirk. His tone flippant. "Junior sister, There's no need to be so formal. Within the secret realm, competition and disputes are quite normal. Taking a few items is not excessive. If you obediently hand over your belongings, we want to make things difficult for you. We are all disciples of significant sects. After all, we will see each other again, and we want to be ruthless. However, if you are obstinate, do not blame us for being unkind and making you suffer a bit. Zhao Jianjia's brows furrowed tightly, her heart sinking in despair. The situation appeared dire, and she had lost track of Chen Xiaohua once more. In a one-on-one confrontation, she could rely on her flawless foundation establishment to hold her own. Yet, with 3 opponents, each possessing a higher cultivation level and being disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they might have hidden tricks up their sleeves. If a fight ensued, she was likely to come off worse. Yet, simply surrendering her belongings was a bitter pill to swallow. Should she fight or submit? Zhao Jinjia found herself in a dilemma. The leading disciple of the Tianxuan Sect, noticing her hesitation, fanned the flames further. Junior sister, have you thought it through? You are merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and we have 3 on our side. Why subject yourself to unnecessary hardship? Just then, a faint voice unexpectedly broke the standoff. I'm at the 9th level of foundation establishment, so it is not a 1 against 3, but rather 2 against 3. Chen Xiaohua raised her hand somewhat helplessly. She had been present all along, yet the 3 disciples of the Tianxuan Sect had failed to notice her. Zhao Jinjia was both astonished and delighted. Senior Sister Chen, you are here. The 3 Tianxuan Sect disciples' expressions changed dramatically, stepping back in unison. Their faces filled with disbelief. Who are you? What did you appear? They remained on high alert throughout, yet they had not detected the presence of even a single person, which was profoundly strange. Although they still had the numerical advantage, facing an adversary at the 9th level of foundation establishment, coupled with her elusive prowess, it was uncertain whether they could prevail in a confrontation, or worse, they might suffer losses. Observing the shock on the 3's faces, Chen Xiaohua felt increasingly exasperated. I've been right in front of you all along. Did you truly not see me? Stop pretending to be mysterious. The leading disciple of the Tianxuan Sect forced himself to appear composed, scoffing. If you had truly been here, how could we have been completely unaware? It's merely some clandestine trickery meant to intimidate us. Chapter 109. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, these avatars can easily deceive the senses. Indeed, what difference does your presence make? We are 3 strong. Moreover, both my senior brothers are of high-grade foundation establishment, and I am of medium grade. Even if you are at the 9th level, you may not be able to defeat us, since you refuse to hand over your belongings. We shall teach you a lesson, shouted the disciple at the 5th level of foundation establishment. It is known that cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots typically only reach medium-grade foundation establishment. Only those with superior-grade spiritual roots have a chance of attaining high-grade foundation establishment. Thus, it is evident that all 3 of them possess superior-grade spiritual roots, making them standouts among their peers. Chen Xiaohua maintained a calm demeanor and promptly instructed Zhao Jinjia. Junior sister, I will handle the 2 high-grade foundation establishment disciples. You deal with this medium-grade one. Let us conclude this swiftly. No sooner had she spoken than she drew the long sword from her waist. The moment the sword was unsheathed, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, Chen Xiaohua, though strikingly beautiful, was easily overlooked. However, once the sword was drawn, an invisible sword energy seemed to envelop her, transforming her into a peerless blade, its brilliance so pronounced that it compelled all 4 present to fix their gazes upon her. Unable to look away, it was a fierce presence emanating from within, completely overshadowing her previously low profile. Attack! The leading disciple at the 8th level of foundation establishment commanded. Exchanging a glance with the disciple at the 7th level, they both wielded their magical weapons, launching an assault on Chen Xiaohua. One wielded a staff, summoning a howling wind as it struck towards her face, while the other brandished a knife, sending forth a dark blade of energy aimed directly at her vital points. Their coordination was seamless, and their attack was ferocious. Chen Xiaohua moved with a graceful swiftness, her form darting like the willow fluff in the wind, as her long sword traced arcs of resplendent sword flowers. Amidst the flowing golden light, the shadows of her blade intertwined. With a deft twist of her wrist, the sword slithered forth like a spirit serpent emerging from its lair, deftly evading the heavy strike of staff. The tip of her sword precisely aimed at the vital points of an 8th-tier foundation establishment disciple. Simultaneously, she sidestepped the blade's aura, countering with a strike on the back of the sword, channeling a profound surge of spiritual power through the blade. The seventh-tier disciple was taken by surprise, feeling a numbness in his arm as the curved sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Both fighters, startled, swiftly abandoned their underestimation and unleashed their full spiritual might in a fierce assault. Yet, Xianxia's swordplay grew increasingly fierce, enveloping the arena in a golden glow. Her sword energy compelling the two adversaries to retreat repeatedly. In but 3 breaths, she seized upon their vulnerabilities, executing a deft thrust and a jab that struck true, eliciting anguished cries as the 2 elite disciples of the Tianxuan Sect stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinjia engaged in combat with a 5th-tier Foundation Establishment disciple. Although her opponent's cultivation level was slightly higher, being of the mid-tier Foundation Establishment, Zhao Jinjia was a perfect Foundation Establishment herself, her spiritual power vastly surpassing that of her peers. Seizing an opportune moment, she unleashed a palm strike, her spiritual energy transforming into an invisible wave that surged directly towards her opponent's chest. Taken off guard, the disciple was struck by the wave, soaring back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 3 Tianxuan Sect disciples sat slumped on the ground, their faces ashen, inwardly lamenting their plight. They had initially thought themselves to have encountered a soft target in a 2nd-tier Foundation Establishment disciple, easily manageable, only to find themselves up against 2 formidable foes. Sisters, we were blind to our own folly and dared to offend. Please, show mercy and spare us. The leading disciple quickly clasped his hands in supplication, simultaneously unfastening his storage bag and spilling its contents onto the ground. Spiritual stones, herbs, and low-tier magical artifacts scattered about. According to the rules of the secret realm, we willingly relinquish all our gains, merely asking the sisters to grant us a chance at survival. The Tianxuan Sect disciples were well versed in the art of yielding, knowing that resisting would only lead to suffering. Thus, they chose to submit decisively. Xianxia sheathed her long sword, her tone frigid. Begone. Remember, do not let me discover any targeting of disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect, or next time, it will not be so easily overlooked. I shall take your lives, and it will be declared an accident. None will hold us accountable. The 3, as if granted a reprieve from death, bowed repeatedly in assurance of their newfound caution, fleeing in haste, fearful that a moment's delay would cost them their lives. Zhao Jinjia, observing Xianxia's sheathing of her sword, approached with excitement. Sister, your swordplay was astonishing. The glittering gold was both magnificent and fierce. Is it the inherited sword technique of the sword chi peak? Not quite, Xianxia replied, shaking her head. This is a technique I acquired through early adventures, not a sect inheritance. As her sword returned to its scabbard, the formidable aura surrounding her dissipated in an instant. The striking brilliance that had commanded attention faded, rendering her presence once again subtle, as if the dazzling sword-wielding prodigy had never been her. Truly remarkable. Zhao Jinjia found no surprise in this revelation. In the realm of cultivation, numerous adventures abound, and many practitioners have already begun their training before joining a sect. The 2 individuals hastily divided the spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts scattered on the ground, and proceeded to harvest all the spiritual herbs from the entire medicinal field. In fact, these artificially created secret realms primarily serve to provide foundational disciples with valuable experiential training. The secret realm simulates a genuine treasure-seeking environment, where disciples may encounter scenarios involving robbery, alliances, and revenge. If one pilfers from another, they may find themselves facing retribution from that individual as senior brothers. Alternatively, they could opt to conceal themselves and accumulate wealth quietly or proactively engage in resource competition. Moreover, the secret realm conceals various minor trials, and successfully overcoming these trials yields additional rewards, making it an undeniably lucrative training opportunity for the disciples. With extraordinary luck, one could emerge from the secret realm with gains of over 100,000 or even 200,000 spiritual stones. While the disciples hone their skills within the secret realm, Lin Yuan and his companions do not simply wait idly outside. The secret realm is set to remain open for 15 days, and once all disciples have entered, Yun Qingzi exchanges pleasantries with the elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect before leading Lin Yuan and then ran back to their respective abodes. Lin Yuan refrains from wandering around the Heavenly Demon Sect. Instead, he chooses to seclude himself, dedicating his time to practicing the techniques of the external avatar and thunder escape. These two techniques are not particularly advanced, and, coupled with his innate talent, he swiftly mastered the 5 thunder technique previously, making his progress with these two techniques exceptionally smooth. In merely 2 days, Lin Yuan was able to stabilize the release of his external avatar. He raised his hand and formed a seal, as his spiritual power surged. 10 identical avatars materialized before him, their presence, appearance, and even fluctuations of spiritual energy closely mirroring his own. Quite intriguing, Lin Yuan mused as he circled around the avatars. As long as he possesses sufficient spiritual energy, these avatars could easily deceive others. Although maintaining these avatars consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, more avatars mean a greater distribution of energy from the main body. This is not an insignificant drawback for him. Should he encounter an overwhelming foe and wish to flee, he could instantaneously produce several avatars, employing the thunder escape technique simultaneously, scattering the avatars in various directions while he himself conceals his presence. Most practitioners would struggle to discern which one is the true Lin Yuan. Chapter 110. She had been watching from the side, yet I remained oblivious from beginning to end. He had also mastered the thunder escape technique. Channeling his spiritual energy, he was enveloped in a dazzling light of thunder, transforming into a streak of lightning, his speed akin to a flash. Of course, this velocity pales in comparison to the true speed of light, which travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. The speed of this escape technique primarily hinges on one's cultivation level and reserves of spiritual energy. Although swift, it is exceedingly taxing on one's energy and is rarely employed, typically reserved for desperate escapes. As 10 days swiftly passed since the secret realm's opening, Lin Yuan had refined both techniques to an extraordinary level of proficiency. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, the elderly matron who had issued the assassination order finally sensed something amiss, repeatedly scrutinizing the list of disciples. And after dispatching someone to ascertain the situation, she was left utterly astounded. Hadn't Lin Yuan only recently established his foundation? How could he have advanced to the core formation stage so swiftly? Even the esteemed saintess of our Heavenly Demon Sect, who cultivates the Heart Seed Demon Method, cannot boast such an outrageous rate of advancement. The more she pondered, the more her anger surged, and she slammed her palm down upon the table. So, all my meticulous planning has been in vain. After all this effort, I have struck nothing but air. He hasn't even entered the secret realm. This matter must be reported to the third saintess. The old woman was in a state of turmoil, despite her intricate scheming. She had failed to anticipate Lin Yuan's rapid ascension. She hurried to the secluded chamber where Tang Wanwan was in closed-door training. The demon seed Tang Wanwan had been isolating herself to suppress her main consciousness, lest she become a hindrance. After hearing the old woman's report, a moment of silence enveloped the chamber, followed by Tang Wanwan's gritted voice. So after all this effort, it turns out to be a futile endeavor? The old woman forced a bitter smile and nodded. Who could have predicted his swift progress? He is now at the golden core stage and has not entered the secret realm at all. Tang Wanwan's tone turned vicious. Since there is no opportunity within the secret realm, we should take action while he is still within the Heavenly Demon Sect. The old woman gasped in horror and quickly dissuaded her. Absolutely not. The disciples of the major sects are out on trials, openly escorted by experts, and secretly accompanied by even more formidable practitioners. If we act brazenly, we cannot possibly conceal it from the Tai Xuan Sect. Should this matter come to light, it would not only spark a war between the two sects, but also provide leverage for other candidates vying for the position of saintess, severely undermining your prospects. Tang Wanwan was fraught with frustration. Then what do you propose? Should we simply let him go? The old woman pondered for a moment, a glint of malevolence flashing in her eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "We cannot take direct action, nor can we act within the Heavenly Demon Sect. But we can employ others to do our bidding. There are many in this world who harbor a deep-seated hatred for the 5 righteous sects and the 3 demonic sections." Tang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with understanding. You mean to utilize the wicked cultivators against him? Precisely. The old woman affirmed with a nod, her tone sinister. The wicked cultivators have long been oppressed by the righteous and demonic sects, harboring profound grievances. If we discreetly spread word that 2 top-tier disciples with earth-level spiritual roots from the Tai Xuan Sect are out in the world and are soon to return, we could incite a response. Although this may implicate the innocent, it is a necessary sacrifice for your ascension as saintess. Once Lin Yuan departs from the Heavenly Demon Sect, it will be his demise, for once the wicked take action, they will not leave any survivors. If he returns to the Tai Xuan Sect under its protection, it will be even more challenging to deal with him. Tang Wanwan contemplated for a moment, her intent to kill intensifying. Very well. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Ensure swift arrangements are made. He must not leave alive. 5 days swiftly passed, and as the deadline for the secret realm's opening arrived, Lin Yuan, along with Yin Qingzhou and the others, awaited at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the entrance opened, and figures began to emerge one after another. The disciples who exited mostly bore weary expressions. Many had tattered clothing, some were bandaged, and a few bore traces of blood at their lips. Yet, fortunately, none were in mortal danger. However, the demeanor of the disciples from the two sects was strikingly different. The Tai Xuan Sect disciples held their heads high, their faces radiating joy. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect appeared despondent, their faces etched with worry and dismay. This time, the sect had truly suffered a significant loss. It was not that the Heavenly Demon Sect lacked formidable disciples. Among those who entered the secret realm were two exceptional individuals with superior Earth-grade spiritual roots. However, both suffered devastating defeats in their duel against Xianxia, leading to a complete loss of their top-tier combat power, leaving the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect at a distinct disadvantage, though they did not return empty-handed. As long as they avoided encounters with the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect, they could still scavenge for spiritual herbs in secluded corners and gather some low-grade materials. Yet, most of the disciples found themselves intercepted and robbed by their Tai Xuan counterparts, leaving their hard-earned gains pillaged and their storage bags emptier than their faces. The elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, witnessing the dismal state of his disciples, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white. Suppressing his inner frustration, he quickly gestured for a nearby disciple to inquire about the specifics. As anticipated, it was confirmed that the Heavenly Demon Sect had suffered a comprehensive defeat this time. Fortunately, he possessed a broad-minded disposition. Turning to Yun Qingzhou, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, forcing a smile upon his face. Congratulations, Sect Master Yun. The disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect are exceptionally gifted and possess extraordinary combat prowess. I am certain they will shine brightly in the realm of cultivation in the future. Yun Qingzhou inclined his head slightly, responding with polite formality, "You flatter me, elder. It was merely a stroke of luck. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect are indeed remarkable. They simply lack some practical experience. In the future, both sects should engage more frequently, exchanging knowledge and learning from one another." Certainly, the elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect promptly agreed, adding with a smile, "In a month's time, I shall personally lead a delegation to visit the Tai Xuan Sect, allowing our disciples to undergo training in your foundational secret realm. I would appreciate your guidance then." Sect Master Yun. This exchange was, after all, a mutual arrangement for secret realm training. The disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect had come to the Heavenly Demon Sect first, with the latter set to visit the former in a month's time. Subsequently, both sects began to tally their disciples, confirming that none were left behind in the secret realm, and commenced the distribution of rewards to those who had excelled during this training. The rewards were determined based on the actual gains made within the secret realm, with Xianxia undoubtedly deserving the top honor. By the awards queue, the two disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect with superior Earth-grade spiritual roots huddled together, murmuring complaints laced with frustration. That Xianxia is utterly uncanny. I must have been cursed to encounter such a formidable opponent. I discovered a lead on a golden core-level magical artifact deep within the secret realm and spent 3 days locating its entrance, utterly exhausted by the effort, only to find her waiting there to seize it. I didn't even realize she had been lurking nearby the entire time. In the end, she effortlessly claimed the benefits, and I ended up receiving a sword strike. What a loss. Could she possibly be practicing some nefarious technique? Who knows? What kind of cultivation method could be so outrageous that one wouldn't even notice her presence? I hope by the time we reach the Tai Xuan Sect, she has reached the golden core stage. If we encounter her again in the foundational secret realm, what hope would we have? Chapter 111. This woman is not merely in the void refinement stage. She is in the combined body stage. The reward for first place was a golden core-level magical robe, along with a substantial assortment of foundational elixirs and spirit stones. Zhao Jinjia secured the 10th position, a feat largely attributed to Chun Xiao's influence. Although she was merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and even with a flawless foundation, She found it challenging to contend against the combined forces of several disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nonetheless, Zhao Jianjia remained indifferent to this ranking, as she was not in want of such rewards. For her, the most significant gain from this journey was the combat experience and insight acquired through her encounters with the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Her mindset and combat prowess were considerably enhanced, far outweighing the value of mere artifacts. The group rested for 3 days at the Heavenly Demon Sect, and once their belongings were organized, they boarded the flying vessel once more, embarking on their return to the Tai Xuan Sect. The first 5 days of their journey were marked by tranquility as the vessel glided through the clouds, with disciples either meditating in silence or exchanging insights gleaned from their explorations. However, on the morning of the 6th day, 3 dark figures suddenly emerged from the clouds, positioning themselves directly in front of the flying vessel. Yun Qingzi furrowed her brow, her form blurring as she swiftly ascended outside the vessel. Her gaze piercingly cold as she addressed the trio. Esteemed guests, this is the flying vessel of the Tai Xuan Sect. If our passage through this area has caused any offense, we kindly request your forbearance. We have come specifically for you, Tai Xuan Sect, boomed a burly cultivator among the 3, laughter laced with venom. For years, your 5 righteous paths have joined forces with the 3 demonic sects, relentlessly hunting us down, forcing us to scurry like stray dogs. Today, we shall make you pay for your transgressions. Yun Qingzi maintained a composed demeanor, her voice steady. The Tai Xuan Sect has always sought to eradicate the truly malevolent cultists, never troubling genuine sections. Your actions today suggest you might not be of the righteous path, but rather of the sinister kind. Oh, this young lady possesses quite the discernment, sneered a shifty-eyed cultivator, licking his lips as his gaze roamed over Yun Qingzi. With such exquisite beauty, why not join me? I could show mercy and spare the lives of all aboard this vessel. What say you? Yun Qingzi's expression turned frigid in an instant. Is that so? Do you truly believe that 3 mere cultivators at the combined body stage could pose a threat to me? Ha ha ha. Merely 3 at the combined body stage? The shifty-eyed cultivator erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. You are but a cultivator at the virtual alchemy stage, and you dare speak such bravado before us? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Before he could finish his jest, Yun Qingzi raised her right hand slightly, and a luminous white sword materialized out of thin air. She transmitted her thoughts to Lin Yuan and Anran. Stay with the flying vessel and protect the disciples. I will handle these 3. She then pointed her sword at the trio of sinister cultivators, her tone icy. Let us move to a more secluded location for our duel. A secluded location? The shifty-eyed cultivator chuckled more brazenly, realizing she was suggesting surrender. But it would be far less entertaining with fewer witnesses. Why not engage right here, in front of your Tai Xuan disciples? Wouldn't that be more thrilling? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yun Qingzi's eyes as she waved her wrist, unleashing a sudden surge of sword energy that enveloped the area with a fierce aura. The expressions of the 3 sinister cultivators shifted dramatically, instinctively channeling their spiritual power to defend, only to be forced back several steps, their palms tingling. This is bad. This woman is not at the virtual alchemy stage. She is at the combined body stage. The burly cultivator exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. With a single sword strike, Yun Qingzi forced back 3 cultivators of the same level in the fusion stage, clearly showcasing her formidable strength. Her expression was as cold as frost. Since you refuse to change locations, I shall make the decision for you. As her words fell, she wielded her treasured sword, conjuring a dazzling array of sword flowers, unleashing countless sharp sword energies that compelled the 3 malevolent cultivators to summon their utmost strength in defense and retreat in disarray. The aftermath of the clash between fusion stage cultivators produced an expansive wave of energy. Although the flying vessel was equipped with a defensive formation, it proved inadequate against the onslaught of such powerful adversaries. A moment's negligence could result in casualties among the disciples aboard. By driving back her opponents, she aimed to distance the battlefield, allowing her to unleash her full prowess without reservation. As for the safety of the disciples on the vessel, she bore no concern. Accompanying her was not an ordinary elder, but the 13th Supreme Elder. Unlike other sects where the first Supreme Elder holds paramount strength in the Tai Xuan Sect, the 13th Supreme Elder reigns supreme, a quirk of the sect leader's peculiar sense of humor. On board the vessel, Lin Yuan and Anran swiftly mobilized, rallying all disciples while simultaneously activating the highest-level defensive formation of the vessel. A soft golden light shield enveloped the entire craft. Just as Yun Qingzi led the three malevolent cultivators away from the battlefield, another group of dark figures surged forth from the clouds. There were over a dozen of them, all at the golden core stage. They had received intelligence that this vessel housed two disciples with superior Earth-grade spiritual roots. Such exceptional talents are prioritized in cultivation even within major sections. The long-standing enmity between the righteous and the evil paths meant that this rare opportunity to retaliate and eliminate such prodigies would not be missed. Attack, break the formation, and annihilate these Tai Xuan disciples. The leading malevolent cultivator barked, as the group simultaneously channeled their spiritual power, unleashing various magical artifacts and techniques against the vessel's defensive formation, the cacophony echoing thunderously. Strange, we're the nascent soul companions. One of the malevolent cultivators murmured in confusion while bombarding the formation. According to the plan, there should have been nascent soul stage cultivators leading the ambush. But now they were left with only this group of golden core cultivators. Who knows? There's no time to ponder. This formation won't hold for long. We must eliminate these disciples first. The leading malevolent cultivator gritted his teeth, his tone laced with malice. Junior brother, the situation is dire. Anran's gaze was fixed on the trembling light shield outside, her expression grave. The formation's energy was rapidly depleting. If this continued, it would shatter within no time at all. This was not due to the inadequacy of the Tianxuan Sect's formation, but rather that formations are lifeless constructs reliant on spirit stones for continued energy. With the relentless assault from the dozen golden core malevolent cultivators, and their use of techniques to erode the foundation of the formation, such wear and tear was entirely expected. Moreover, the limited space and material quality of the vessel meant that they could not set up overly intricate high-level formations. The defensive strength could withstand only the peak attacks of golden core cultivators at best. Panic spread among the Foundation establishment disciples in the cabin, many clutching their magical artifacts, their bodies trembling slightly. Though they had traversed secret realms before, they had never faced such a multitude of golden core malevolent cultivators directly, the overwhelming pressure rendering them nearly unnerved. Lin Yuan remained remarkably composed, aware that the Tai Xuan Sect had adept guardians concealed in the shadows. The adversary's hesitance to strike was likely a ploy to allow their disciples to undergo a harrowing trial of life and death, thereby broadening their horizons and honing their resolve. Although he possessed means to contend with this band of golden core realm evildoers, the talismans and war chests at his disposal, while formidable, could scarcely ensure the annihilation of all foes in one fell swoop. Should even a single one escape and breach the cabin to assault the Foundation establishment disciples, the consequences will be dire, unless he fully revealed his prowess and summoned his external incarnation to engage the enemy. Chapter 112. The Eye of Duality is a path of invincibility. Why borrow another's bone? Before long, as the defensive barrier flickered ominously, it became evident that it was nearing its breaking point, liable to shatter at any moment. Anran turned to Lin Yuan and said, Junior brother, I have a method to immobilize them for 5 or 6 breaths. Do you possess a means to deal with them? This was her ultimate trump card. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. You can truly immobilize them? Absolutely, but only for 5 or 6 breaths at most. Anran's tone was resolute. Splendid, Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If you can hold them in place, I will be able to annihilate them all. Not a single one shall escape. Anran, her face a mask of astonishment, queried, what is your plan? With a faint smile, Lin Yuan produced a substantial stack of talismans from his storage pouch, neatly arranged in his hand, over 100 purple mist thunder talismans. Anran's pupils constricted sharply. Her breath momentarily caught. With such an array of purple mist thunder talismans, even a dozen golden core realm cultivators, let alone those of the nascent soul realm, would find themselves in dire straits if struck head-on. Who could withstand such a barrage of talismans? Without the luxury of time for further inquiries, she nodded decisively. Once the formation falters, I will activate my ability. You must strike at the opportune moment. Soon, a sharp crack echoed as the defensive barrier of the flying vessel shattered, countless fragments dispersing into the air. The eyes of the dozen or so golden core realm evildoers gleamed with unrestrained elation as they surged toward the vessel like famished wolves. Roaring kill, leave none alive. At that instant, Anran abruptly tore off the eye patch from her right eye, her left eye closing tightly. A torrent of spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing within her right eye. She opened it forcefully, revealing a duality of pupils. Strange runes swirled within her gaze, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, casting the sky into shadow. A colossal phantom of the dual-eyed vision materialized amidst the clouds, locking onto all the advancing evildoers with an iron grip. By the heavens, you truly possess the evil king's true eye, Lin Yuan exclaimed instinctively. Not only he, but all the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect within the cabin were wide-eyed, their minds echoing the same thought. They had always assumed Anran was merely eccentric, never anticipating the authenticity of her abilities. In the moment, they were ensnared by the phantom of the dual-eyed vision. The bodies of the dozen or so Golden Core realm evildoers suddenly froze, as if struck by a paralyzing spell, utterly immobilized. Even their spiritual energy could not be summoned, their eyes betraying terror and despair. What manner of arcane technique was this? It could instantly immobilize a dozen Golden Core realm cultivators. Lin Yuan wasted no time and decisively unleashed all of the more than 100 purple mist thunder talismans he held. The talismans exploded in the air, and instantly, thunder roared all around, with lightning rampaging violently. Purple lightning columns cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping the several evil cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The malevolent beings, ensnared by the heavy gaze of the dual pupils, found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to struggle or evade. They could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck them. The ferocious power of the thunderbolt instantly tore through their flesh, and in the blink of an eye, the evil cultivators were reduced to nothing but ashes. Dissipating into the air, the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect, both inside and outside the cabin, stood in stunned silence, their breaths held, their eyes filled with awe. The sheer power of over 100 simultaneous purple mist thunder talismans was truly terrifying. Many disciples cast glances laden with respect towards Lin Yuan. Observing the swirling ashes in the sky, Lin Yuan couldn't suppress a surge of joy within. Anran was incredibly formidable. Had it not been for her dual pupils immobilizing the evil cultivators, he would never have been able to capture them so effortlessly. He murmured to himself. As expected of one of the most classic tropes in novels, the dual pupils are indeed a path to invincibility. What need is there to borrow the bones of others? Since I possess the ancient dual pupils, I wonder if there exists the supreme bone? However, why does Anran only have one dual pupil? Is this trope incomplete? As his thoughts trailed off, the colossal phantom of the dual pupil above the clouds suddenly began to rotate slowly, casting its gaze upon Lin Yuan before vanishing. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan noticed Anran's body growing limp as she began to fall toward the ground. He hurriedly stepped forward to support her, his tone urgent as he asked, "Anran, are you all right? Are you injured?" Leaning against Lin Yuan, Anran's complexion was as pale as paper, her voice tinged with weakness. I'm not injured, but using the dual pupil has drained all my spiritual energy. I feel a bit unwell." Lin Yuan immediately retrieved a medicinal pill from a storage bag and offered it to Anran. This was a top-grade spirit recovery pill suitable for all realms. Though categorized by realm for convenience, it was uniformly referred to as the spirit recovery pill. Is this really a top-grade spirit recovery pill? A flicker of surprise crossed Anran's eyes, but she wasted no time, for the emptiness from her depleted spiritual energy was unbearable. She bit down on the pill, and in the act of swallowing, her tongue inadvertently brushed against Lin Yuan's fingertips, sending a ripple of emotion through him. The top-grade spirit recovery pill dissolved instantly within her, and the rich spiritual energy swiftly coursed through her meridians, nourishing her exhausted dantian. Anran immediately felt her body grow lighter. She steadied herself against Lin Yuan's arm, found a clean spot, and sat cross-legged, fingers forming seals as she concentrated on absorbing the pill's spiritual energy to restore her state. Lin Yuan remained vigilantly at her side. Meanwhile, in a cold and dark secret chamber, a gaunt woman sat quietly in the center. Strangely, she possessed no eyes, her appearance both eerie and terrifying. At this moment, she murmured to herself, her voice hoarse and sorrowful. The dual pupil is indeed a path to invincibility. What need is there to borrow the bones of others? In that single phrase, she encapsulated the obsessions and regrets of her entire life. She slowly rose to her feet, her steps unsteady as she approached the ice coffin not far away. Her frail hand gently caressed its surface, as if she were tenderly touching the most precious treasure in the world. Within the coffin lay a stunningly beautiful young woman, her complexion serene, resembling one lost in a tranquil slumber. How I wish, had I not acted in a moment of folly and disturbed your supreme bones, things could have been so different. The woman's voice trembled with sorrow. I regret it deeply, truly regret it. Yet you shall never awaken again, never smile at me once more, nor call me sister again. Countless times, I contemplated ending my own life to follow you. But my master told me that while I may perish, I must not do so without purpose. After a pause, she continued, allowing me to share another intriguing tale. There are two young girls in our clan, one named Anran and the other Anran. They bear a striking resemblance to our former selves. Fortunately, they do not possess the ancient dual pupils, nor the supreme bones. Thus they are spared from repeating our tragic fate. Yet, the world is far from peaceful. An age of great turmoil approaches, and an unprecedented upheaval looms on the horizon. If they lack the means to protect themselves, how will they survive in such chaotic times? Ultimately, I succumb to selfishness, choosing to divide my dual pupils and bestow them upon the two, hoping that this gift may safeguard them for a lifetime of tranquility.